Good morning. You can proceed. Good morning.
My name is Emo Elijah Nwabueze. The title of our seminar is titled Educational Problems and Social Work Intervention, a study of selected public universities in Rivers State, Nigeria. Although it started with Ghana, but by way of introduction, we are saying that education remains a cornerstone or an instrument that drive national development, as well as social transformation and human capital formation in any given society. A major tool through which individuals can acquire knowledge, skills, values, and attitudes that are imperative for effective participation in different spheres of life, be it social, political, economic, and all the rest. In Nigeria, the educational system, especially at the tertiary level, plays a central role in producing skilled manpower needed to drive development or national progress. Educational problems in most public universities are not solely academic, but also social and psychological in nature. This is true as many students faces stressors such as financial hardship, poor accommodation, lack of counseling services, intimidations by lecturers, exposure to social vices, drug abuse, drug harassment, and many of it. These challenges often result in declining academic performance, emotional distress, and many others. Therefore, calls for the need for social work intervention. Social workers in universities serve as facilitators, counselors, and advocates for students, helping them navigate difficult institutional and personal challenges by providing support, conflict mediation, crisis intervention, and referral services to students experiencing academic, emotional, or social difficulties. Social workers in a school or university can collaborate with administrators and lecturers to design programs that can enhance student welfare and promote inclusiveness and strengthen institutional capacity for student learning centers. Far from that, going to the statement of the problem, it is believed, although in Rivers State, the presence of public universities tackling to diverse and frequently marginalized student demographics, that's coming to economic backgrounds, highlight the alarming intersection of educational challenges and inadequate student support. Are we together?
Yes, proceed, sir. We are together.
So this study addresses the fundamental issue of ongoing educational dysfunction in specific public universities in Rivers State, marked by structural deficiencies, administrative obstacles, and student psychosocial distress, and many others. Without the meaningful integration of professional social work into higher education system, the quality of education and student well-being will be jeopardized. And that is why this study, looking at these problems, justify the essence of ensuring social work intervention to help students navigate with some of these educational problems in the institutions selected in Rivers State. This study is guided by 5 objectives and 5 corresponding research questions. One of the significance of the study is that it will benefit Rivers State Ministry of Education, the National University Commission, and Chartered Institute of Social Work Practitioners of Nigeria to provide practical recommendations that can strengthen collaboration between social workers and higher education institutions. And many of them will have others. Apart from that, we have 2.0, which is a review of related literature. Although we look at the concept of education, what it implies, and some of the educational problems in Nigeria. For education, as conceptualized, means so many things. As a process, individuals acquire knowledge and skills and attitude necessary for effective participation in social, political, and economic activity. We can also look at it in an aspect that has to do with process that society transfers its cultural heritage from one generation to another. Other concepts like social work, which is seen as a professional discipline, ensuring the promotion of human well-being or enhances effective or social functioning of society. So other issues under literature review were discussed. Theoretical framework. We utilized or anchored the study on two major theories. One of the theories is empowerment theory by Julia Rappaport. In 18.
We can't hear you again, no.
Please unmute your mic.
Unmute your mic, please unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes,
okay.
Very clear now.
Okay, let me go back to the area of empowerment theory. Did you get to that stage? Hello?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Continue.
Anchor the study on two theories. One, empowerment theory, sense theory. The empowerment theory was propounded and made prominent by Julia Rappaport in 1981, which emphasizes on students' needs and how they can be improved, and also help in solving some of the problems that can help students to perform optimally in the society or in the school setting. The second theory was system theory by Laurie Van Talafe in 1968. It emphasizes on role of institutions, including social workers, to see how can also be improved. The role of social workers and the role of the institution in ensuring that some of the problems that are affecting
I'm not sure we'll go again. I will carry it. Don't worry.
The solution of educational problems in tandem with social work or relevant social work problems to help solve some of these problems. Should I proceed?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Hello, can you hear me?
I'm hearing you, sir. Can I continue?
Busy.
Hello, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you for your presentation. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Can you hear me?
I'm hearing you, sir. Loud and clear.
All right. Well done. You've exhausted your time. We appreciate. Meanwhile, I would like to make this clear. It skipped my mind. Please, for the purpose of emphasis, recall that we all agreed that each presenter will have just 5 minutes to make a presentation. So please, for the sake of time management, let's do well to manage to make our presentation within 5 minutes. Okay, whatever you're going to say, just limit it to 5 minutes, okay? And in the course of, while you were presenting, some notable and respected personalities joined us. Some of your supervisors and group reviewers joined us in the course of your presentation. For example, we have Dr. Adejumo among us. We also have Dr. Loretta. I saw Dr. Vivian Lofe, she's with us. Dr. Adekado is also with us. Dr. Atere is with us too. So we expect more of these personalities to join us in the course of our presentation. So please, like I said, let's try and make sure we limit our presentation within 5 minutes, okay? So I'll be calling on the next presenter from group 1 to make a presentation. And I'm calling on Akande Gifts.
Sorry, good morning, sir. I'm Aaron Obi. It's like my network was bad when you called me. So I answered you.
What's your name, please?
Aaron Obiang, sir.
Aaron.
Yes.
Aaron, you're welcome.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Can you make a presentation?
All right.
We can hear you loud and clear. So can you make a presentation?
Okay. The next part is our session C.
Thank you. You have the floor.
All right. So the next part is session C, which says method and materials. The research design, which is descriptive and analytical use, secondary data. So this focuses on descriptive and analytical design, primarily relying on secondary data such as journals, articles, and official publications. This approach allows for a detailed exploration of existing literature and documents. So the next is focus. Here in the slide, it says exploring educational problems and social work intervention. So this focus, the research aims to explore the educational problems faced by Nigerian universities, examine the role of social work in addressing these challenges. So the next is the study area, selected public university in Rivers State. Yeah, this study is focused on the university in Rivers State, which serves as a representative sample for understanding broader issues within the Nigerian tertiary educational system. So the next there is relevance. Relevance provide evidence-based understanding of social work role in education. This research provides an evidence-based understanding on how social work can support educational development, particularly in areas of emotional support, social welfare, and institutional advocacy. So I'll be moving down to the next slide, which says the source journal, then institutional report, UNESCO, and the next is analysis. So this place is telling us that the data analysis there is the study employs dramatic context such as PISMA. PISMA there means preferred reporting item for systematic review and meta-analysis. This is to ensure a structured, transparent, and reliable review of the literature. So the next is ethical consideration. That's ethics there, which is APA 7 references and use of credible sources. So the only credible and academically approved source were used, and also the references were cited according to APA 7th edition. That's the references style, ensuring proper acknowledgement of authors and intellectual property. So with this, I think that's all for the section C aspect of the slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aaron Joseph, for that fine presentation, and thank you for managing your time.
Thank you very
much. So can we now have Akande Gift to make a presentation? Akande Gifts. Okay. All right. Timitokbe Alice. Timitokbe Alice.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. So I'm going to continue from where it stopped. Methods and materials. Okay, we were in discourse of findings. So the findings are divided into two: systemic interventions and crisis management. Under systemic interventions, we have the project addresses infrastructure, administration, and welfare. This is what this is talking about is how our project explored the area of infrastructural capabilities of the institutions, as well as the welfare of the students themselves. So we are talking about how the arrangement of the administration of the school, how it affects the social welfare of the students, as well as how their welfare, when we are talking about financial weighing, the way them not being able to afford this, or the arrangement of their lectures and all of those things. So there was we also referenced a survey that was taken in Ghana, where the students were asked to talk about the restrictions or the factors of their schooling that affects their social welfare. And a large percentage of them complained about inadequate seats in class or being uncomfortable. Another percent of them complained about financial stress affecting their educational correlation. Another percentage of them complained about the lecturer to students relationship being strained. These are some of the factors that our project emphasized on. Then improve student retention and equity when institutionalized. So we also realized that when you institutionalize social work, when social work is emphasized, or when it is used in institutions, when it is put into their administration, when we have social workers, or when the students are made to take some courses or some studies that are related to social work, it improves their retention, it helps their welfare, it helps them to navigate those situations better. It also gives them access to resources that might reduce the strain on them. Crisis management, it mitigates violence, cultism, and substance abuse. So these three things are usually results of the stress or the strain of those factors, previously mentioned factors, on students, because of how stressed they are, and because of how unserious they take the situation in the school. Based off those stress, it allows them to be violent, it causes cuts. Take, for example, the situation with the classes where there's not enough space for the students. This leads to violence. They start to push each other, which in turn affects their focus in class, because they are not able to get the information they're supposed to get because they are busy pushing. So all of this can be prevented if work is institutionalized into our schools. Our conclusion and recommendation just stated that when you have social work for educational challenges in Rivers State are both structural and psychosocial. So as you said earlier, when we studied educational challenges in school, we realized that some of it are related to institutional problems, and some of it are related to the psychosocial problems. And social work, a social worker, or the presence of social work in those institutions, we help to navigate it, we help to mitigate it, we help to reduce all of those stress, we help to make things a little bit easier. Institutionalizing social work enhances students' welfare, academic success, and national development. When you start from the improvements will reach even the national development as a whole. Because when the students are able to concentrate better, when their welfare is better, it will also it will lead to the products of the school, the graduates of the school, they come out with a better character. They come out with better character. You can see the difference of a school that doesn't have those a school that doesn't have social welfare for them. You see the difference between it, and a school where students get the help that they need, where they have access to resources, they have access to mental and psychosocial help. And the recommendation is that we establish social work units in universities, meaning that we should have social workers in universities, as well as courses that students can take in social work to help them to navigate life in university. To develop policy frameworks, there should be frameworks in place to protect the students, not only when they need it, but so that they can feel protected. If we have frameworks of if you have policies in place and the students are aware of it, they can also serve as rules. It helps them to navigate. It helps them to know how to relate with one another, how to relate with the lecturer. It helps them to feel protected. It helps them to know they have access to advocacy. In a situation where a student is feeling threatened or getting under pressure, the students can easily and comfortably and confidently approach the social work unit and get the advocacy that they need and get the help that they need. It also builds staff capacity, because the ratio of lecturers to students in Nigerian universities is very low. We have fewer lecturers compared to the students. And the way that we can improve that is having access to social work. The lecturers can only do so much. The social workers will also help to reduce the stress on the students. When they have access to counseling, they have access to advocacy, when they have access to people who will help them, who will voice out to them, who they can voice out to, and who can help make things easy for them. It also reduces the work of the lecturer. It helps them to have less noisy or violent students, which will make the entire class be able to focus properly and gain what they are there to gain, which is education. It promotes preventive programs and it integrates counseling with academics. This the purpose of going to school is not only for formal education, but also for informal education. It's also for character-based education. So with social work, it also helps the students to also get that part of character from the school. It helps them to form a proper. It helps them to have a proper foundational basis when it comes to their social relationships. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Timitope, for that nice presentation. And thank you, Group 1, for coming prepared. We appreciate your presentation. Well, ideally, my senior colleague, the person of Dr. EMA, was supposed to review this work, but he is unavoidably absent. And for that reason, I'll be standing in to make some comments. So I would try to limit my comments to 10 minutes. And whatever I say, please, you try to take note of them. And later, much later, you can reach out to me to get the soft copy so that you can quickly effect the corrections and proceed to work with your supervisor, okay? Like I said earlier, you came prepared and I must confess, you did a good job in your presentation. Your slides were well presented, and I like the way. Okay? Please kindly mute yourself, okay? Kindly mute yourself. Be conscious of that. Yeah, going forward, immediately I saw your work and went through your work. I must confess, your supervisor did a good job by working with you, devoid of the limited time. I must appreciate your supervisor for working with you to come up with something like this. When I went through your topic, I made the comments that your topic it's okay, but I understand that you had limited time to come up with these, but then you stress yourself by choosing a topic that will require you a lot of time to get results. And as a result of that, your topic is a total fallout from the body of your work. Because you made it difficult for yourself. Immediately I saw the topic, I went to your methodology and I noticed you selected some public universities for your study, only to find out that you adopted secondary sources of data. And even the data or the materials you leveraged on had little or nothing to do with the selected area of study. So going by that, or going by what you have here, I made a little change. I'm suggesting you change your topic to educational problems in Nigeria universities, implication for social work. With this, you can comfortably rely on secondary sources of data study. Okay? You can do well with educational problems in Nigerian universities, implication for social work. All right. Now, your cover, I have problems with your cover page. It is poorly presented. You merged the cover page with your abstract. Your cover page did not capture your supervisor and the institute where it is to be submitted and presented. Your abstract is too worded. Please kindly limit your abstract to between 200 to 250 words. In fact, 200 will be okay, but you have almost 300 words. Hear me. Good news. Good news. Kindly mute your mic, please. All right. So down to your introduction, we have an introduction and background to the study. Please, I said kindly remove the background to the study and let's adopt introduction. Okay. Okay. And in your introduction, you were too quick to talk about Nigeria. Educational problem is not just associated with Nigeria. It's not just in Nigeria. It is a global problem all over the world. So in this study, in the study of this nature, you are expected to explore the presence of this problem in other parts of the world. In fact, in social work, social work is a helping profession, and we are interested in resolving social problems. And what makes up a social problem is a problem that affects a significant number of people, right? You must, by virtue of your research, justify that the area or the problem you're trying to address via that study is a social problem. And one way you can do that is to adopt the concept of triangulation, right? Viewing problems from the world view, you break it down to Africa before you now trickle down to Nigeria and the area of study, okay? Some of your in-text references, your in-text citations are not in the end of your work, like they are not in the list of your in-text citations. For example, Adebayo and Olatunji 2003 is in the body of your work, but it's not in your list of references. Please make sure that all your references in the body of your work are also in the list of your references, right? Okay, going forward, your statement of problems, right? You're already discussing the objectives and your research significance under your introduction. Check the concluding statements of your introduction. So please remove that. And in your statement of the problem, I said your statement of the problem is weak. It is sounding like you were asking a passive, or you're asking a passive question and you're getting a passive answer to your question by yourself. The concluding statement of your problem statement is sounding like you are giving answers to the problems the study is supposed to find out. So I was wondering, why did you even proceed in the study when you already had the solution, the answers to the problem, right? So please kindly present your statement of the problem by, first of all, stating the ideal situation. You state the present situation. And finally, you state how this study seeks to address the problem. Okay? Now you have some acronyms, some abbreviations that are not clear. For example, under your statement of problem, you have NBF Africa. In a upper 7th or 6th edition, you're expected to spell out the abbreviations, those acronyms, write the full meaning. Then subsequently, you can now begin to abbreviate. Then, still in your statement of problem, somewhere, the first paragraph, somewhere around around line 10, you made a statement. You said the literature indicates insufficient, and I was wondering, which literature are you talking about? So please, make sure you revisit that, okay? Now, your objectives of the study, are too many. So 2 to 3 objectives. And your variables, the variables that makes up the objective of your study, should be seen from your introduction down to your statement, problem statement. Until when you're writing your problem statement and your research question, that's when we'll now begin to see what you're interested in studying, right? We should begin to, your reader should begin to perceive what you're interested in studying from mere reading your introduction and your statement problem, okay? Now, your statement, your objectives number 4 I said it's an evaluation study, hence you cannot determine. Only evaluate, can only explain, right? So you can please remove that. I also said you should rework your research questions to reflect the adjustment made in your objectives. Then significant of the study is poorly presented. So kindly state the general significance first. Then in 2 paragraphs, capture the theoretical and practical significance of the study, okay? Now, your literature review in your chapter 2, review of related literature is a total fallout from the topic and the objectives. No review of empirical literatures to justify the place of social work in addressing educational problems. I wonder what you would do in your findings. Definitely, if you get it wrong here, when you're discussing your findings, it won't be thick enough. So kindly review literatures in line with your study objectives and research questions, okay? In order to maintain the flow of the work. All right, going forward, I will now be talking about let me quickly talk about your research method, research theoretical framework, rather. Yeah, your theoretical framework, I made a comment there that I really appreciate the theories you adopted. Nice theories, okay? Your theories are very fitting, but the problem is they are poorly presented. First, the whole of empowerment theory was written without a single reference. Secondly, you presented ideas in paragraphs, bullet points, and subheadings under a subheading. It's not allowed, please, okay? So kindly structure your theoretical framework this way. State the proponents of the theory and the year it was propounded. State the basic assumption of that theory. Apply the theory to your study. State the weaknesses of the theory. And finally, mention 1 or 2 researchers that have used this theory in a similar study. That is how you present the theory, okay? All right, so I didn't have much of a problem with your methodology, but then I only made a comment under your inclusion and exclusion. You said you excluded research work that were published before 2013, and I said 2013 is still far. At least you should make it a minimum of 2015, okay? From 2015 can be accepted, okay? Like, let's say 10 years time, 10 years from now, okay? So in your data analysis, I say your data analysis and discussion of findings are too weak and scanty. So this is supposed to be the main part of your work or of this study. But sadly, it is presented as more of bones than flesh. So please, you have to make more research to add it up. And why it's like this is because you did not review much literature related to your work in your literature review, your chapter 2, or your section B. That's a problem, okay? Now, under thematic areas, okay, you can get that when I send the work to you. Yeah, let's talk about your summary, okay? Your summary of findings. Say presenting summary in bullet point is not acceptable. You had bullet point 1, 2, 3 for summary. No, please collapse and summarize in paragraphs. And in your conclusion, I said none of the work reviewed in this paper is pointing to universities in Rivers State. So why make these statements? Okay, because you made a statement, the persistent educational challenges in public universities in Rivers State, such as infrastructure inadequacies. But in the body of your work, I could not lay hands on any study that was pointing to University of Rivers State, any university in Rivers State. And that's why I corrected the topic. So you can just make it open. Educational problems in universities, implication for social work, right? By so doing, you can take it the way it is. Okay, so that's all. And finally, for your references, I said your in-text references are not in line with upper style of references. Please go back and fix it. Okay, please see 6th or 7th edition of the upper style of references and be consistent with one. So if you're using appendix 1 and edition 6, please be consistent with 6. And if you're using edition 7, be consistent with 7, okay? I think that's all for now. And like I said earlier, I want to congratulate Group 1 and other groups that are yet to be presented. I think Group 1 have succeeded in setting the standard. Whatever is expected, the only thing that is expected of other groups is to maintain the standard, or better still, raise it higher. Okay? I want to believe we're all here to watch and follow through their presentation. So we want to imitate their final example. Once again, we say thank you to Group 1, and we appreciate your group supervisor. That will now take us to Group 2. But then, sorry, we'll be asking some questions. We'll now give opportunities for some questions. I don't know if there's any observation from reviewers, from supervisors, from even student participants. Please feel free to indicate. Okay. In the absence of any further reaction.
Yes. Hello, sir.
Okay.
Hello, sir. Yes.
Who is speaking?
This is SW Akinyemi Smith.
Okay.
Yes.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you for the moderation. I really appreciate you. The job is a very good job, but in the area of Nigeria, I really thank God that you made mention of the systemic way of breaking it down from the global form to Nigeria, then to the local government. And I want to emphasize more on the Nigeria system of education. You didn't make mention of anything like that. We have primary school, how many years? GSS, how many years? The SS, how many years? Then the tertiary. That should be well aligned with what is discussing. That's just my contribution. Thank you so much for the job well done. Thank you.
Thank you, Social Worker Smith. We appreciate those fine inputs. And I want to believe that the group members of Group 1 have taken note of that, and they will factor it in the course of effecting those corrections pointed out. So it's now time for group members of Group 1 to tell us what they intend to do with all the gray areas pointed out. Please, group leader, speak out. In less than 1 minute, kindly tell us what you intend to do with all the gray areas pointed out.
We'll make amendment.
Hello? Can we do that maturely?
Yes, we need to go back to our group and discuss this way forward, all the corrections, and we appreciate the observation.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. We trust you will do that. And if you do, this work would be far better than it is now. And I also want to call the attention of Dr. Adigboyega to please take note of this Group 1 work. I think it's, from my place, I want to say it's okay. It will be okay for it to be part of the work that should be published in the forthcoming in our forthcoming conference, if the corrections are properly put in place. Okay. All right. That will take us to group number 2. Group number 2. Oh, sorry. I have group number 10 on my list. Group number 10. Remember, we said earlier that we'll be calling groups randomly based on the availability of group reviewers. Okay. So we'll be taking a presentation from group number 10. And I want to believe group members are available to take a roll call. Please listen as your names will be mentioned. All right. Group number 10, we have Silverline Alachu. Silverline Alachu. Absent? All right.
Sir, some people are unable to join the meeting. They are logged off. They said they have the capacity they need.
I don't understand. What capacity?
there is limitation regarding the number of participants,
Yeah,
and it has
number of
reached the limit.
participants. If you go to the group on WhatsApp, you see their screenshots and their complaints there.
Oh, that's serious. That's serious. That's serious.
Very serious, sir.
Okay, please, see what will happen. Can group one kindly log out, please? Members of group one, kindly log out so that others can have access to the.
Hello. Sir.
Yes, I can hear you.
My name is Brad. I missed my.
Bright.
Yes, sir.
What's your problem?
I missed
please
my.
kindly look in the space for others.
Hello, please. I'm not sure. Hello.
Sir, okay, sir. We can hear you.
I'm not sure that is the situation because some people are still entering now. So it means that they may have problem from their own end entering the class. So let's still wait for them. Some of them will join. Let group one still stay behind for them to also learn. I know that this is about 97 participants in this class. We are not yet up to 120, and there's still available space. Anyway, I will ask the ICT to come in now and resolve the issues for them. Thank you very much. Nobody should leave.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Atera, for coming in. That is the situation. We appreciate. Okay, please, group one members, stay put. Okay. All right. Silverline Alachu, absent. Jerry Chukwuemeka. Okay, absent. And that's supposed to be your. Ebidese Ogoina. Hello, Ebidese Ogoina. Ebidese Ogoina. Absent. Ejekpewu Chinaza Lucia.
Present.
Alpha Tana Grace. Tana Grace Anita. Absent. Akolu Evelyn. Absent.
Present.
Ato Joseph Taye. Absent.
Akolo Evelyn is present, sir.
Yeah, noted. Ezekiel Benny. Absent. Ireju Wokoma S.
Present. I'm having an issue of connection.
Please kindly mute yourself. Oton Faith Roland.
Present, sir.
Chika Peculiar Chimerism or Chimezim. Okay. All right.
Okay, sir. Silverline is present, please. I'm having network issue.
Who is that person?
I said Silverline Alato is present. I'm having network issue.
Silverline
Alato is present. Yes.
Okay.
But I'm having network issue.
That is not going to exempt you from presenting. I hope you know. It's not an excuse. You're supposed to look for a place where you have a stable network. So please don't give us that. All right. So is Jerry Chukwuemeka here? Jerry Chukwuemeka, group number 10. Your group leader is not around. And I don't have the list of your assistants. Who is your assistant? Can your assistant take over? Who is the assistant group leader, please? Okay. Akolo Evelyn, kindly start the presentation for group 10.
Sorry, please. Please, can you allow the ICT to address?
Okay. All right. Please, you're free.
Currently, we are experiencing technical glitches. As a result of that, the Zoom platform could not accommodate.
Hello, ICT. Sorry, I don't know if it's from my end, but I can't hear you from here.
Participants kindly exit the Zoom session to enable the groups that have not presented.
Sorry, ICT, can you please come over again? We couldn't hear you at the point.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Oh, it's better now, thank you.
All right.
We can hear you now.
So as I was saying, please, those groups that have presented, kindly please exit the Zoom platform and continue to join this session through our YouTube channel, because we are currently experiencing technical glitches. As a result of that, all the participants could not join the Zoom platform. So we are pleading all those groups that have presented, please exit the Zoom platform and join through the YouTube channel. This will enable those groups that have not presented to have access to the Zoom platform. We are sorry for the inconvenience and we will appreciate you for your understanding. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ICT department, for coming through for us at the nick of time. But please kindly do us a favor, drop a message on WhatsApp, the WhatsApp platform, informing them to exit, and those that are still hanging should try to come in. Please. Thank you.
Yes, I've done that already. Yes, I've done that already. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. All right. So can Aloko Evelyn make a presentation for group number 10? Aloko Evelyn, are you with us? You responded to your name now when I called your name earlier on. All right, absent. Actor Joseph Taye. Is Joseph Taye with us? Okay, absent. Ireju Wokoma. Ireju.
So, I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry for interrupting. But I think Chika Pekulia was saying she can present since the leader is not around.
I don't understand. Are you in group 10? Hello. Who is speaking?
Group 10, I'm here. My name is Iwuchukwu Jerry. And I want to
please, kindly share your
presenting group 10 in the presentation.
Kindly share your slide and start your presentation, okay? Okay.
All right. So I hope we can see my screen now, right?
Yes, please proceed.
What? Okay, so
how you doing? 6296.
I'm trying to put the presentation properly so you can see the screen.
Group leader, remember you have just 5 minutes to make a presentation, and your time started already.
Okay, so our topic is on mental health awareness and the role of social workers in Nigeria. Now, we're going to talk about first the introduction. Talking about mental health, it is of note that mental health is a global health priority affecting millions. In Nigeria, it's estimated that over 20% of our citizens suffer from one form of mental health illness or the other. That is about 40 million people. And the topic that we are looking at, which is mental health awareness and the role of social workers in Nigeria, the topic explores the connection between mental health and then social work. What is mental health? World Health Organization defines mental health as a state of well-being. There are common disorders that through which this mental health problem can show itself. Some of these disorders are anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, substance abuse, schizophrenia, which could be hereditary, and then also we should also know that there's a lot of social stigma that makes it a problem to find treatments to these mental health disorders. Let's look at our research questions. What are the major lapses in existing mental health interventions in Nigeria? Then the next one is, what effective strategies can be adopted to address the identified gaps in mental health interventions in Nigeria, and how do social work professionals contribute in implementing questions for improving mental health interventions in Nigeria? These questions formed our objective, which are, number one, to identify the lapses in mental health interventions in Nigeria, determine the strategies for addressing these gaps, and also examine the role of social work professionals in implementing these solutions. So which social theory is best fits our topic? Talking about the social theory, we use the cognitive behavioral theory, which links thoughts, emotions, and behavior. It's also of note that cognitive behavioral theory makes us know that mental disorders arise from negative or distorted thinking. I'm trying to talk about how relevant cognitive behavioral theory is to this our topic. It also helps in changing harmful beliefs and improves emotional well-being. Social workers support clients in coping. Social workers support clients in their coping skill development. So the social workers learn through CBT that they can help clients to cope in their skill development. So CBT also corrects misconceptions that fuel stigma and discrimination. It also guides community-focused counseling and what do you call it, the case study which we used. I'm trying to be fast, so that is why I'm not going through everything. Project methodology we use is descriptive qualitative research design, which explores mental health awareness and social work roles. Our sources of data include World Health Organization, National Bureau of Statistics, National Association of Social Workers, academic and social sources. We also use secondary sources of data like documentary review, context analysis to verify themes and relevance to practice. We also focus on Lagos State with secondary data as key limitation. There was no much publications, which made it easy which made it hard, a little bit hard for us to study, to do a properly exhaustive study. So let's look at our case study. Community Mental Health Awareness Support Initiative that was done in Lagos is our case study. Now, the implementation was done in Lagos mainland by two organizations, which is Lagos State Ministry of Health and National Association of Social Workers. The survey was done to target low-income communities that are experiencing high stigma, and it aligned with National Mental Health Act, which started in 2001, but was properly enacted in 2023. It started in 2021 and was then enacted properly in 2023. Core activities and results from this survey, our case study. Number one, activities. Awareness was carried out by this Community Mental Health Awareness Support Initiative. They carried out awareness campaigns, screening, counseling, volunteer training, and referrals. There were challenges that they met, which was funding, stigma, workforce shortage, and then logistics issues. But then talking about outcome, more than they reached about 5,000 people in this survey, and out of those 5,000.
Chukwuemeka, your time is up, please. Your time is up. We are now calling on the next presenter to make a presentation. And I'm calling on Silverline Alachu to please make a presentation. Silverline Alachu. Okay, absent. Autumn Fates, Roland. Autumn Fates, Roland. Autumn Fates, Roland. Absent. Chika Peculiar.
Present.
Please, kindly make a presentation.
Okay, I'm going to talk on section D. I think he has mentioned about the materials and the method used when he was presenting. So I'm going to talk on the findings and recommendations. The findings, we have the positive outcomes, which number one is strengthened referral system. The collaboration between community social workers, local clinics, and psychiatric hospital led to more efficient referral processes. Clients received timely professional care, reducing relapse rates. We also have, under the positive outcomes on the findings, we have empowered local volunteers, where trained volunteers and religious leaders continued mental health advocacy independently, demonstrating community ownership and program sustainability. We also have the reduced stigma and increased awareness. Community attitude towards mental illness improved significantly, with many individuals now recognizing mental health as a legitimate healthcare issue. We have the improved family and social relationship, where we have counseling and education, helped families provide better support to affected members, improving community cohesion. Now, there is identified gaps and challenges. That is one, limited funding. The programs depend heavily on donor support and lack consistent financial resources for long-term activities. We have shortage of trained social workers. The ratio of social workers to population remains low, limiting the capacity to reach all affected individuals. 3, we have weak follow-up system, where some rehabilitated clients lack consistent monitoring after referral, leading to potential relapse or discontinuation of treatment. We have cultural and religious barriers. In some communities, persistent belief in spiritual causes of mental illness continues to hinder progress despite awareness efforts. Discussion results. The finding of the CMHAS project reaffirmed the central role of social workers in promoting community and mental health by combining awareness, counseling, advocacy, and referral mechanisms. The initiative demonstrated how grassroots interventions can complement national policies. The outcome also highlights the need for stronger institutional support, continuous training, and integration of mental health services in primary healthcare system.
Okay. Thank you for that presentation. Chika Peculiar, we appreciate your presentation and the way you manage our time. And finally, on group 10, can we briefly hear from Chinaza Lucia? I'm giving members of group 10. I'm giving members of group 10. Hello? Is that Chinaza?
No, it's Faith.
Okay, Faith. Okay, please kindly make a presentation.
Okay. I'll be speaking based on the finding. The seminar findings brought primarily from the Community Mental Health Awareness and Support Initiative, the CMHASI, in Lagos State. It revealed that social work interventions play a certain role in improving mental health awareness, service access, and community participation in Nigeria. The initiative successfully empowered community volunteers and religious leaders through structured training in mental health first aid, basic counseling, and advocacy. It was notable for reducing stigma and increasing public understanding of mental health. So, however, the findings identified several persistent challenges. The most pressing issues were limited funding for the organization, which restricted the expansion of the program and the number of communities reached. Another major challenge was the shortage of trained social workers, which made it difficult to provide adequate.
Hello, Faith. Hello, Faith. Hello, Faith.
Yes, sir.
Can you go closer to your mic? We can barely hear you.
Okay, sorry, I'm using an earphone. That's why. Sorry, sir. Can you hear me now?
I think you should switch. You should switch that switch device, right? Or you disconnect it.
Can you hear me now, sir?
Okay. Can you be a bit audible?
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I was saying another major challenge was the shortage of trained social workers, which made it difficult to provide adequate coverage for all localities in Lagos State. So overall, the findings confirm that community-based social work-driven programs like CMHAS are effective models for promoting mental health awareness, reducing stigma, and linking individuals to appropriate care. Now, on our recommendations, based on the findings, several recommendations were made to strengthen mental health intervention and sustain positive outcomes across Nigeria. They include strengthening training for social workers, integrate mental health into primary health care, like basic mental health services such as screening, counseling, and referral should be incorporated into all primary health centers nationwide. This will make mental health care more accessible, especially for the vulnerable, especially in rural areas and underserved areas. Another recommendation is promoting continuous national awareness campaigns. Sustain public education through mass media, school, community centers, and religious institutions should be implemented to correct misconceptions in order to reduce stigma and encourage help-seeking behaviors. And lastly, encourage multi-sectoral collaboration. The government should strengthen partnership between health professionals, educators, social workers, law enforcement agents, traditional institutes, and NGOs. This collaborative approach will ensure that mental health promotion, prevention, and treatment are addressed holistically. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation. And I will now be calling on your group reviewer to make a comment. And I'll be calling on our very own scholar, Dr. Loretta Onyekwere. Hello, Dr. Loretta.
Yes, I'm here.
You're welcome, ma'am. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Social Worker, for the good job you're doing and ensuring that our students come on board to make their presentations on time. Group 10, thank you for the presentation. The slide wasn't moving. I don't know whether others observed that. I just had one slide and mine wasn't showing all the slides, but that's by the way. At least I could see that our students are beginning to understand the slide presentation now, unlike when we earlier started with the training. So I must commend Group 10 for this slide and being able to also speak to the slide. So the topic is mental health awareness and the role of a social worker. I will be more comfortable if we remove that S from the role, the roles, and let it be the role of social work, of social workers in Nigeria. And then you decided to, I'm speaking to Group 10, you decided to make Lagos State as a case study, which is very okay because it's always good to narrow these things down. Within the short period of time you have, it will be difficult to study the whole Nigeria. So narrowing it down to Lagos State, I think I appreciate that. But the problem I have with it is your objectives of the study did not reflect anything that has to do with Lagos State. I haven't narrowed it down to Lagos State. You are actually expected to have objective of the studies that will be addressing the Lagos State issue. And from your abstract, I observed that there is a particular program. There's a particular program that exists in Lagos State because let me go to your abstract. I said the seminar examines the intersection between mental health awareness and the professional responsibilities of social workers in Nigeria using the community mental health awareness and supportive initiative in Lagos State as a case study, which the acronym is CMHASI. So I was actually interested in this initiative to see what the initiative, is all about. But it was not that you brought under your methodology, but it did not reflect in your objective of the study, the objectives of the study. I do not know whether the group is aware of the institute formats in presenting this seminar work. Because I noticed that you have your format is completely different from the institute format. So coming to your format, you have an overview of the seminar topic. And then after that, you have again general overview of mental health. So I stated that if we check the institute format has background to the study. So I said, are you hearing me? I will want you to use the institute format to rearrange your work. Group 10, are you listening to me? The institute, institute has a format. So you will use the institute format to rearrange your work. And for it, you have background to the study is there. So I said it should be background to the study and should have 1.1. The 1.1 will be reading background to the study because that is what we have in the institute format and not general overview of mental health. And then you shouldn't have in your background to the study other subheadings such as 1.1.1, 1.1.2, 1.1.3. No, we don't have that in our format. So use the format to arrange your work well. There should not be other subheadings under the background to the study because we don't have that in our format. So use it to rearrange your work. Then after background to the study from our institute format, what we have next is statement of the problem, which you do not have here. And that is supposed to be 1.2. So probably you will get your statement of problem out of your very lengthy overview that you did and come up with statement of problem and you number it 1.2. You don't have it. So I say I observed you do not have 1.2, which is the statement of the problem. If you had followed the institute format, you wouldn't have missed it. Then, as I earlier said, your topic was actually addressing Lagos State as a case study. But your objectives were not addressing anything that has to do with Lagos State. And also the way you set your objectives, I did not understand. You said, number one, identify gaps and lapses in mental health intervention and approaches in Nigeria. And then under it, you started explaining, despite increasing awareness of this, you must have used AI to generate this objective. There is nothing wrong in using it to generate, but you are supposed to modify it and see how that is in line with your topic. So if you look at your objectives, your objectives are wrongly written, indicating that you just copied from your AI generated work without editing them to suit your topic. And that is why your objectives are completely different from the topic which has to be addressing Lagos State as a case study. So if you're addressing Lagos State as a case study, it's expected that you should be examining the level of mental health awareness among residents in Lagos State, because Lagos State, you took it as a case study and not the entire Nigeria. And then you should be able to try to identify the roles played by social workers in promoting mental health awareness and providing psychosocial support in Lagos State, because that is what you're looking at. And then you should also be able to look at, assess the challenges faced by the social workers in addressing these mental health issues in Lagos State context, because that is what you're working on. So that is my suggestion in that area. As I also said that because you did not follow the institute format, you were just giving subheadings anyhow. Then you come to chapter 2, which is in their format is section B. You put here background and literature review. We don't have any heading that, even in the normal project itself, we don't have anything like background and literature review. So please, this format, the format is review of formal institute format is written review of related literature or literature review, and not background and literature review. So therefore, delete that background that you have put there. It's review of related literature, please. And because you did that, because you didn't follow the institute format, you could not come up with what is it again? Theoretical perspective. If you had used the institute format, you would have seen that you needed theoretical perspective. Under this literature review, if you go through it, I now see again 2.4 literature review when you have given other heading literature, background and literature review. So please use the institute format so that when you rearrange the work will make sense. Then you come to chapter 3, which is, I think, section D of our format. You have here research methodology and case study presentation. We don't have such thing. It's from our institute format, it is materials and methods. So the institute format has it as materials and what methods, and not research methodology and case study presentation. Good, I hope you are hearing me.
Yes, sir.
Please go make sure you use it so that you'll be able to arrange the work properly. You come to your research methodology, research design. It said this seminar adopts. You are presenting it as a seminar work, but in your work it is known as study. You say the study adopts. This your work adopt, not the seminar adopt. You are making the presentation as what? As a seminar work. Under your literature review, because you are not addressing Lagos State as a case study, you are not, your literature reviews were not in line with the topic that you have chosen. So either you remove Lagos State as from your work as a case study. But then if I suggest that, it will not affect your methodology, the things you have under your methodology, because you have objectives of the CMHASI program. So under your methodology, who is there? Please mute your mic so that the group 10 will hear what I'm saying.
Kindly mute your mic. Kindly mute your mic. Mute your mic.
Please, the host should throw out that guy out.
Mute your mic.
Throw him out.
Mute your mic. Some of you were called to make a presentation. You refused to respond. You were not here. Now you're busy making noise.
So I discovered that in your materials and method or research methodology, your work was on secondary data. And the thing you put there, you said that your data collection was Lagos State Ministry of Health and NASO. NASO is a National Association of Social Workers, alongside related media release, which has to do with community mental health awareness and supportive initiative. So that your methodology only talked about the this initiative that exists in Lagos. So if that is what you're handling, please go back and reward your objectives so that it will reflect what you have under your chapter 3. And I kept repeating this format. What you have done is so scattered because it's not in line with the format. And so I find it difficult to know what you're actually addressing. So you are just having subheadings with numbers and making the whole work, scattered or cumbersome. like you have background of the case study under methodology. So I don't understand what you mean by background to the case study. So if your work is to evaluate that Lagos State initiative, please focus on that, and then we know that your work is strictly looking at that program, because under this methodology, you also try to bring out the objectives of this program. You put the objectives of the program, where you said the objective of the program is to raise public awareness about mental health and reduce stigma within local communities. You only just try to write what the program is about in your methodology without actually doing any work, finding out whether it actually accomplishes need that by raising, was there an awareness raised, identify individuals with early symptoms of mental health? Did the program achieve that? To build capacity among community leaders, did the program achieve that? So all you just did was just to, under your methodology, you just brought out what that program is all about without saying whether the program achieved its objectives or not. Still under this methodology, you have major activities conducted. They conducted door-to-door awareness campaign. They conducted mental health screening and counseling sessions. You find out that your work is basically looking at this initiative. So I advise that you go back and let your work, everything of your work, center on this initiative so that it will make sense. And then you come up with summary of the case study. All these things never address their initial objective. So go back again and work on that, because that is your area of interest. Then your chapter 4, you started by data justification, data justifying the case study. That is not what we have in our format. Data justifying the case study. And then you mentioned that the Community Health Awareness Initiative in Lagos State Mainland sought to address these gaps. You try to present your write-up, in prunes, please, and not bulleting every information as they were written in your AI-generated system. And that you start from here, chapter 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They all have bullet points. Remove those bullet points. Summarize what you saw and write them in prunes so that it will make sense. And move further to, you have chapter 5. And you have the chapter 5, you titled it Approaches to Address the Case. I say, please use the institute format to arrange your chapter 4, 5, 6, and 7 into discussion of findings, conclusion, and recommendation. Group 10, I hope you're hearing me. Because after, after chapter 5, you arrived at chapter 6. We don't have chapter 6. I don't know where you collected this chapter 6. Findings and results is your topic there. So that's why I say use the format to rearrange your work so that everything will fall in place. Because the work is just, you are giving bullet points, you are giving subheadings anyhow. Do you know that you also have chapter 7? And your chapter 7 says conclusion and recommendations. So I hope you understand him. So you don't need all these chapters you're putting down. Then coming to your referencing, we are using our format for the institute is APA 7th edition. And that APA 7th edition states that you have to italize the journal the journal name. So I say italize the journal names and the volume numbers of the journals, which you did not do. And from your literature review, I saw some inter-citations that you don't have in your referencing list. So try to arrange all that. Just Google, you will see how you are going to write out APA 7th edition, follow the examples they've given to you, and then arrange your referencing well. The only thing you arrange well here is the alphabetical arrangement, but then the other things are not there, where you need to stylize the journal names up to the volume number and all that. So far, so good. Just go back to use the format and make your work better. And then, since you are addressing the Lagos State case, you've used the Lagos State as a case study, and you are looking at that particular initiative, mental health initiative that is on ground in Lagos State. Work with that so that your work will come out better. Thank you. Over to you, social worker Eta.
Thank you, Dr. Loretta, for the fine way you reviewed that group work. We appreciate the fact that you used this opportunity to help us share from your wealth of experiences. And I want to believe that Group 10 members were following through your review of their work. So I would like to ask, any further comments or observation from other reviewers and group supervisors, as well as participants or candidates? Please feel free to express your. Any comments? Okay. All right. Let's give it up to group members, the members of group 10, to tell us what they intend to do with the recommendations made. Group number 10. Hello, group 10.
We are going to make amendments, do the corrections and present it.
Okay. And please, I don't know, your group leader, Chukwuemeka, you have to reach out to your coordinator much later. I don't understand why more than 50% of group members are absent. Okay. This is not good at all. This is not good at all. More than 50% of group members are not here. Please reach out to your coordinator, and we have to get an explanation to this.
You mean our group supervisor?
You say what?
You mean our group supervisor?
No. The coordinator.
Okay.
All right. That's all for group number 10. We'll now be taking the presentation of group number. We'll now be taking the presentation of group number 5. Group number 5. Please listen to your names, okay? Group number 5, I have first on my list, Longwe Ifeoma Sandra. Longwe Ifeoma Sandra. Hello, Longwe Ifeoma Sandra. Ifeoma, we can't hear you. Please, can I be heard? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, Sandra is absent. All right. So we have Ukpai Chisom Helen. Ukpai Chisom Helen. Okay, Chisom Helen is absent. We have Nwahiri Obianuju. Nwahiri Obianuju. Absent. Oladewa Favor. Oladewa Favor.
Present.
Onwe Promise Odinaka Chukwu. Onwe Promise. Okon Edet. Onwe Promise is absent. Okon Edet.
Present, sir.
Emmanuel Miracle. Emmanuel Miracle Ifechukwu. Amadi Chioma. Miracle is absent. Amadi Chioma. Amadi Chioma. Chioma is absent. Orowo Bright. Orowo Bright. Bright is absent. Prince Will Queen. Prince Will Queen. Queen is absent. Patrick Chukuma. Patrick Chukuma. Chukuma is absent. Okay. Group 5. More than 80% of you are absent.
Sir, they are on the WhatsApp platform complaining that they can't log in. They can't join the Zoom meeting. Some of them are complaining on the WhatsApp platform.
They are complaining.
Amadi Chioma is present. Please. Amadi Chioma is present.
Noted. You can mute your mic. Please, members of Group 10, kindly exit. Members of Group 10 should kindly exit the Zoom platform, okay? The Zoom meeting, okay? So that others can come in. And I don't know, the person that just, Amadi Chioma, kindly reach out to other group members to join, okay? And your group leader is not even here. Onwe Promise. Odinaka Chukwu. Okay. Is she here? No.
Oh, we promise you. Good afternoon.
All right. Please let me sound this warning. Please let me sound this warning. Or if you're absent, or you notice that your group members are not present, try to reach out to members because.
But I want to make a copy.
Hello, Lini. Kindly mute your mic. Ibinabo.
Okay.
So if you're not present, this will amount to receipt. You have to do, because this presentation or seminar presentation is compulsory. You have to make a presentation. This is a serious matter. Do well to reach out to your colleagues. Okay? All right. Let us have Okonedet. Kindly mute your mic. Is it too difficult to mute your mics? Okon edits.
Present, sir.
Kindly start the presentation for you. Okon, edit. Your time starts now.
Please, the slide is not showing, sir.
Please continue. Continue.
Please, sir, the slide is not showing from my end here.
I don't understand. You don't have the material?
Yeah, let me start from the one I have here, sir.
Please continue with what you have.
Introduction. Disabilities has drawn extensive scholarly attention in African social work due to its ties with stigma and vulnerability. Jones et al. 2022. Females with disabilities suffer physical, emotional, and social violence despite Nigerian's Disability Act of 2019.
So
Many continue, hello, sir.
I would like more than 4 times when you answer me.
Many continue to experience
If you have something
poverty
you're doing for yourself, that's not for me at once. I was ready. Yeah, I'm ready.
Hold on.
Where's my milk?
and lack access to formal employment.
Please, yeah.
It was milk that all of us and grandma
These
shared. Grandma and
inequalities
anybody. I just gave them.
reveal
It was only for me. Remove me from
persistent gender social exclusion.
No, please, hold on. Hold on, please.
Ajedukun.
Eno, hold on, please. What is wrong with us here? What is the problem? Is it that you cannot mute your mics or what? Kindly mute your mic. You're disturbing the person making the presentation. Alochu, I remember I called you, you refused to answer, but your mic, you've refused to mute your mic. Princess. Shoma Amadi.
Present, sir.
Mute your mic. It's obvious most of you don't know how to mute your mic. Please check below your screen, right? From your left, you will see a logo in form of mic, right? Below it is written boldly, mute. Kindly tap it. If you see a red line cutting across, that means your mic is muted. But if the red line is not crossing it, that means you're muted. And your background is disturbing us here, seriously. Silverline Aluchu, can you mute your mic, please? And the worst part is if I try to mute it from this end, you will see unmute yourself. No edit. Please, you can continue.
Introduction. Disability has drawn extensive scholarly attention in African social work due to its ties with stigma and vulnerability. Jones et al. 2022. The topic for our seminar is perspective of child adulthood experience of female with disabilities in non-Western culture.
Implication for social work practice. Introduction. Disability has drawn extensive scholar attention in African social work due to its ties with stigma and vulnerability. Jones et al. 2022. Female with disability suffered physical, emotional, and social violence despite Nigeria's Disability Act of 2019. Many continue to experience poverty and lack of access to formal employment. These inequalities reveal persistent gendered social exclusion. Problem context. Understanding the challenge. Females with disabilities experience dual marginalization due to gender and disability. United Nations Women 2020. They face barriers to inclusive education caused by poor infrastructure and societal bias. UNESCO 2021. Isolation and bullying creates emotional trauma and low self-esteem. Emerson et al. 2022. This double discrimination limits their personal growth and adult identity. Human Rights Watch 2025. That's where I can stop, sir. The slide is not showing.
Thank you for that presentation.
You're
I want to
welcome,
believe
sir.
other group members are present. I will still give them a chance. Long way, Ifeoma Sandra. Long way, Ifeoma. You've been consistent. You've been here. So kindly unmute your mic and speak. Long way, your mic is unmuted, but I can't hear you. Kindly switch device. I'll still give you opportunity to talk later, okay? Kindly look for another device and log in, okay? All right. Amadi Choma, I can see you. Kindly unmute your mic and make a presentation. Meanwhile, long way, Ifeoma, I'm suggesting you switch a device, okay? Look for another device. I'll give you opportunity to make a presentation. Amadi Choma, you have the floor. Amadi Choma, we can't hear you. Your mic is muted. Unmute your mic, please. Okay. Amadi Choma is absent. Emmanuel
Okay,
Miracle.
sorry, sir. Sir, please, I'm online. Amadi Chama is online, sir. Amadi Chama is online.
You have the floor. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Our topic perspective of childhood experience of female with disabilities in North South. The first presenter has taken the introduction. Now to start with the problem, concept, understanding the challenges. Female with disabilities experience dual marginalization due to gender and disabilities. United Nations 2020. They face barriers to exclusive education caused by poor infrastructure and societal barriers. UNICEF 2021. Isolation and bullying create emotional and trauma and lower self-esteem. The double discrimination limits their personal growth and adult identity. Human Rights Watch 2021. Theoretical framework and literature review. The social model of disabilities argue that societal structure, not patient-centric participations. Shakespeare and Watson 2020. Social work intervention emphasizes person-centered and family-based care. Peers mentorship and trauma-focused therapy improve social inclusion. Leslie and Pence 2021. Transition program empowers disabled females to achieve adulthood independence. National Technical Assistance centered on transition 2021. Our methodology and research design. The line is very noisy, sir. Can you beg them to mute your mic?
If you are not speaking, mute your mic.
This qualitative phenomenon studies exploits 5 females with disabilities, which we did in Nka in Enugu State. The participants' age were 25 to 55, shares experience in deep interview. If I may go into their experience, how they got their disabilities. Many of them were not born disabled, to the hearing of all. Some got it through injection abscess. The one of even 45 had this through accident. He had an accident as already a young adult and became disabled. In short, the trauma was too much on her. When we approached her, she was even crying that she was even abandoned. And so she was thinking of death and not to live again, seeing herself having been walking before, now disabled to be on wheelchair. Data were described, coded, and analyzed into Imagine Timely. Narrative of our key experience. Participants recorded stigma, neglect, and it can say as key of lifetime. Stigma, when you are no longer physically able to do what you are supposed to do. In most cases, families don't even care. In short, in Anambra State, in some of the cultures where our work was carried out, it is believed that when you are physically challenged, it is a curse from the gods that you are supposed to be casted into the forest and not to be allowed to live. And one of them told us her experience that they told her mother to throw her into the evil forest. There is no need of living with a physically challenged child. But in all, her mother decided to keep her. They didn't say, starve her to death, leave her to die slowly, to die gradually. That will pay us better that she's no more alive, because it is a curse from the gods to have a physically challenged child. The PW1, the P1 we had, find peace and tolerance despite family indifference. While PW2 developed ultimate and aimed rejection. Our PW3 told us story exposed religions, misconception, link disability to sin.
Conclude, please.
Yes, sir.
Kindly conclude.
Yes, sir. I should conclude, sir.
Yes.
Okay. In conclusion, therefore, empowerment brings with inclusion as childhood experience profoundly shape the identity and well-being of females with disability. Social work must foster empowerment through inclusive program, awareness, and policy empowerment to ensure lasting social reintegration to these disabled females in their societies. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your presentation. Let us now give opportunity to Longway Ifama to make a presentation. Is she here? Longway Ifama Sandra. Okay. Bye, Chisom Helen.
All right, sir.
Long way.
Thank
Okay,
you
please.
so much. Thank you very much, sir. I just want to add a little thing or little. I know that time is against us. In these social disabilities among genders, especially female, this blend disability studies, gender, culture, and social work practice, disability and gender interests to shape life experience in profound ways. In non-Western cultures, social norms, traditional beliefs, and limited institutional support often compound a lot of challenges faced by women, especially, and girls with disabilities. Understanding their life experience from childhood through adult is crucial for cultural competence and inconclusive social work practice. Childhood experience, family and socialization. In many non-Western societies, disability may be perceived as a cause, punishment, or misfortune, leading to stigma and consignment of children with disability. You see them just differentiate, this one is a woman, they don't like to associate with them. That discrimination is always there. Come to marriage, childbirth, a lot of them, and some men, they use advantage of that their disability against the female. It affects them mostly. Girls often face disabled discrimination for being female, and disabled. Families may prioritize care for male children, limiting girls' access to education, mobility, healthcare. Then, education and social inclusion. Most of them, they don't send them to school. Normally, even the ones that is capable, that does not have those challenges, they found it difficult. Some, if not for Westerner, that explosion has come, at least we have known the value of education. Most of them, that is even, they say, women, what do you have to do? What do you have to offer? What do you bring to the table? But thank God for civilization now. The barriers include inaccessible to school, like as I said, lack of accessible devices and teachers' biases, cultural norms that devaluate female education, amplify exclusion, result to low literacy, social isolation, and dependency. Psychological and emotional dimensions, internalized stigma, low self-esteem, and restricted peer interaction are common. Resilience may develop through supportive family or faith networks. Adulthood experience, transition challenges, limited education, reduced employment opportunities. Even the ones that is healthy to get employment is difficult, not to talk. Most of them, they believe that they have nothing to offer. Social expectation of women as caregivers, conflict with disability related dependency, marriage, of course, marriage, sexuality, and motherhood is part of the challenge cultural ideas.
Long way,
So
please.
with this, this is the little I can contribute in my own area. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for that presentation. Long way, Ifoma. We appreciate you. All right. Can we now listen to the last presenter from group 5? Is the group leader now present? Onwe Promise. Okay, what about Oladewa Favor? Is Oladewa here?
Yes, I'm present.
Okay, please kindly make a conclusion.
Okay. Conclusion for...
Hello, you're to make a presentation from the last section, right? Based on your discussion, based on your discussion of findings, your conclusion and recommendations. Thank you.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay, first off, females with disability
face dual layered stigma rooted in both gender and disability, leading to stereotypes of helplessness and low societal expectation that corrode self-esteem and limit personal growth. These study findings reveal that several barriers to disproportionately targeted for intersectional bullying and abuse, leading to profound psychological impacts like anxiety and depression. Although family attitude was recognized as a source of support, as explained by the participants, which supported the study conducted by Connors and Stalker, 2021. The study concludes that the lived experiences of females with disabilities in non-Western societies, as in the case of Enugu State, are profoundly shaped by cultural values, social perceptions, and family dynamics. Social work practice must be culturally sensitive, emphasizing empowerment, community engagement, and rights-based approach to foster inclusion and support the transition of these women into adulthood. The implication for social work practice should aim at recognizing the cultural context of female disabilities in non-Western cultures is essential for social work practice. Strategies must address societal stigma, promote social conclusion, and empower women through community-based programs. Intervention should incorporate culturally relevant awareness campaigns, foster peer support groups, and collaborate with local leaders to challenge discriminatory norms. Social workers should also advocate for accessible healthcare and education opportunities, ensuring women's rights are protected and prioritized. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that presentation. Even though Group 5 members, like more than 50% of Group 5 members, or even up to 70% are absent. Please kindly reach out to your group members that are not present and inform them to do well to reach out to the coordinator. Right, we'll now give out, we'll now call on a group reviewer to make a review of Group 5 work, and we're calling on our own very scholar, Dr. Peter Adenibuyan. Please, you have our attention, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, the moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. And I want to say that I'm happy to be here today to review the work of the Group 5 given to me to review. If you look at this presentation, it addresses the experiences of female with disability during their transition from childhood to adulthood within a non-Western and cultural context, specifically focusing on Nigeria. And I think that this topic is relevant to what is really happening in our community when it comes to the roles of the social worker in helping people in the community. I started reviewing this paper, looking at some key points that are key and important. The group also, they highlight a significant lack of empirical studies. Okay, so I'm not going to judge the group based on their presentation today, but I'm going to judge the group based on what I was being given to review. Okay, they also made mentions about some lack of some empirical studies that has been done before, especially among adults and female who has been having a lot of issues with disability and which is also affecting them. Then the group also, under the methodology, the group also utilized a qualitative, approach, and the study involved IDI, which I refer to as in-depth interview. And if you look at different study, and this is also also let us know that they are lived in, these are the people that have lived in experience, who has faced all this kind of disability before. Then looking at what they also mentioned under their findings, the group also reported that varying childhood experiences with different common theme of dual marginalization also happen to people with, especially female, talk about gender and with disability. And they also look at they were able to identify a key factors like resilience, confidence, and other things like that. They also made mention about stigma and societal attitude towards people having this disability, especially the female. Then they also talk about implication of social work practices. And in their own study, they emphasize the recent or necessity for culturally sensitive social work practices that empower women, also promote inclusion, and also addresses social or societal.
The meat got finished. They died. Even yesterday, I didn't eat one meat. Apart from that leg and that one you gave me your own. I didn't eat.
Sorry, sir.
Yes, please.
Sorry for that. Please proceed.
Okay, all right. So they also suggested that as a social worker now, we should be able to develop a kind of community-based strategies, and at the same time be able to advocate, among the policymaker how best they can help all these females with disability. Having said all these things, I also have some little bit comments that can also make this work a better one for the group 5. If you look at the methodology they use a kind of a short ways of collecting data. Well, I'll prefer them to also consider longitudinal data. So because the research focuses on the present experiences of the people that they also interview out of the 5 ones. But if they use longitudinal approach, it's also going to give us a better illustration how these individuals' childhood experiences continue to shape their adult identity and their social role. Because looking at it, if you put a longitudinal, that shows that it's going to really help right from its onset and able to know the kind of implications. Then if you also look at another area that can also enrich this paper, if you also look at some intersectionality, okay, the discussion will benefit from a deeper exploration of intersectionality in the sense that that is going beyond the gender and disability, looking factors like socioeconomic status of the client, looking at ethnicity, religion, all this play a significant role, in shaping and helping especially female with disability. Then if you also look at the method of gathering information now, data collection, they also make use of qualitative approach, which is also valuable, which is also good. But integrating quantitative data could also help validate their findings and also provide a kind of a broader insight into the functionality of the people they have talked about. For example, they can also look at prevalence of stigma. They can look at specific challenges faced or the effectiveness of support system of all these people with, especially female with disability. I believe that if they look at all these little things and also go with the pattern of the institute of writing all their paper, we can make the paper more better and make more enriching. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Peter, for that fine presentation and discussion. We appreciate the way you were able to throw more light and contribute in making the Group 5 work better. And we believe that if they adhere strictly to those recommendations, the work will come out better than it is now. So it's now time for Group 5 members to tell us what they intend to do with the areas highlighted. Please, Group 5 members, kindly tell us what you want to do with what Dr. Peter said. I hope I can be heard. Group 5 members.
Hello, sorry, briefly, my coordinator. This is Dr. Adekalu.
Okay. You're
How are
welcome,
you,
sir.
please? Thank you.
Fine.
I really
Welcome,
appreciate
sir.
your effort and coordination. I think I'm privileged to be the supervisors of Group 5, and I must commend the effort and the contributions of Dr. Peter to the paper. I can see from their group, some of them are still struggling to join the platform. I do believe that whenever their paper is ready and passed across to them, definitely they are going to improve on it. I think we can move on. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you, sir. We appreciate that. Thanks for lending your voice. Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. Once we have taken hint of the corrections, we will affect them. Thank you, sir.
We appreciate that. Thank you. So that will take us to Group 11.
Thank you, sir. We will effect the corrections.
That will take us to Group 11. And group members of Group 11 should please pay attention as I mentioned their names. Osabohen Mabel.
Present, sir.
Good luck. Omasirichi Florence. Good luck, Florence. Osaruigwe Rose. Absent. Osaruigwe Rose. Absent. Florence, good luck, absent. Igene Evelyn. Igene Evelyn.
Present, sir. Present, sir.
All right. Arowolo Rachel. Arowolo Rachel.
Present, sir. Present, sir.
Augustine God's will. Augustine God's will. Adioro. Absent. Olawole Christiana.
Osaregwe Rose, present, sir. Present. Osaregwe, present.
Noted.
Okay, sir.
Olawole Christiana.
I'm present, sir.
Okay, Cynthia Chinenye. Cynthia Chinenye. Absent. Naji Opera. Naji Opera.
Present, sir.
Okay. Naji Ijeoma. Naji Ijeoma.
Present, sir. We are together in one
Noted. Also Chidera Precious. Chidera Precious. Absent. All right. Let's begin with the group leader. Olawale Christiana. Olawale Christiana, please. You have the floor. And group 11, we're making a presentation on the role of social workers in preventing child abuse and neglect in Enugu South local government area of Enugu State, Nigeria. Group leader, the floor.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. This is group 11, and I'm trying to share my screen, but I don't know if you have seen anything at all, but I'll continue. All right, topic like the coordinator said is role of social workers in preventing child abuse in Enugu South local government area. The work was supervised by social worker Rosemary Amalinzi. Child abuse is a silent crisis in Nigeria. National data from the National Violence Against Children Survey shows that 6 in 10 children experience physical violence before age 18, and many more suffer emotional neglect or sexual abuse actually. Enugu State took a bold step in 2009 to domesticate the child rats, but at the grassroots level, especially in the Enugu South, implementation has been weak. Cases go unreported due to stigma, fear, and cultural beliefs that equate harsh discipline with good parenting. Social workers are legally mandated to protect children, yet they operate with almost no resources, no transport, no case files, and often no backup. This gap between policy on paper and practice on the ground is what motivated our study. Our study was guided by 4 clear objectives. Number 1, we wanted to understand the actual preventive strategies social workers use in Enugu South, not just what policies say, but what they do. Secondly, we sought to identify the real challenges they face daily. Thirdly, we explored how community members, parents, teachers, religious leaders perceive social workers and their interventions. And lastly, based on all that, we aim to propose practical context-specific recommendations that can genuinely strengthen child protection in this setting. So our theoretical framework, to make sense of our findings, really, we use 2 powerful social work theories together. We use Bronfenbremer's ecological systems theory and Sally B's strength perspective.
Group leader.
Yes, sir.
Well done for that presentation. I think you're crossing to another segment that is supposed to be handled by another presenter. Thank you for that presentation. I'll now be calling on Naji Akachuku Opera to make a presentation. Is she with us?
Hello, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, she is.
Clearly, we can hear you clearly.
Okay, thank you very much. I will just quickly run into the research methodology that was used for the study. We had 70 participants across 4 communities, and we were able to find social workers who are actually based in those communities, and as well as work closely with individuals that work at the gender affairs of the state. We're able to also highlight the challenges that social workers face while trying to offer services on issues of its nature. And then we found out that it's important that the government
I'm telling you to stop, you not hear.
It's important that the government tends to operationalize funding that would guide not just social workers implementation at the state level, but as well as the local government level. We also believe that if we have trained social workers, who are equipped with trainees on trauma-informed care, it will also go a long way
this place, yes.
to develop the services that we give to the community
I'm
level.
doing seminar
In
presentation.
conclusion, I can just say that the study tends to look at the effects of child protection in the South local government area of the state, and also the required systematic investments and also cultural humility that are to be in the front line in making sure that these social workers who would be offering these protection services do not tend to need protection themselves while rendering the services. Thank you, and over.
Thank you, Oprah, for that fine presentation and the way you're able to manage your time. That is a good one. We are now going to call on Oton Fates. Oh, sorry about that. That is good. All right. I'm going to call on Rose Osarigwe. Rose Osarigwe, can you make a presentation? Okay. Osabuen Mabel.
Present, sir.
Okay, please.
I'm going to talk about the theory in action. Our integrated theoretical framework helps us to interpret this finding meaningfully. The ecological system theory explains why child abuse persisted. It's embedded in unemployment, which is the exosystem, cultural acceptance of corporal punishment, which is the macro system, and family stress, which is the micro system. Meanwhile, the strength perspective reveal how social worker institutively mobilize community assets, like placing a child with a grandmother instead of an orphanage, or partnering with a church to host parenting classes. But without adequate staffing or funding, they cannot fully apply these theories at scale. The gap is not in knowledge, it is in support. So our recommendation, we propose a 3-tier approach to strengthen child protection. At the policy level, Enugu State must fully organize the child rights law with dedicated budget line for local governments, and the established formal child protection committee in Enugu SAT with clear referral protocol. At this practice level, social workers need training in trauma-informed care and motivational interview. And we recommend recruiting community-based social worker assistants to extend their reach, because they will be able to talk to the community. At the community level, we call for sustained media campaign using local radios, social media, futures respected leaders to shift norms around discipline and encourage reporting. In conclusion, social workers in Enugu SAT are indispensable frontline defender of children's rights, but they are severely under-supported. Their work is grounded in sound social work practice, principles, cultural attuned and deeply compassionate. Yet, without systematic investment, their impact will remain limited. Our study affirm that effective child protection in Nigeria must be locally rooted, theory-informed, and collaboratively driven, ensuring that every child in Enugu SAT grow up safe, value, and protected. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Group 11, for that straightforward and precise presentation. We appreciate you. We are now going to call on your discussants in the person of our very own Dr. Shina Owoye. Please, Doctor, you have our attention.
Yeah, good afternoon, core reviewers, coordinators, and also students. My name is Shina Owoye. I'm actually reviewing the last presentation, which is the role of social workers in preventing child abuse and neglect in Enugu South local government area of Enugu. I will start this review with the cover page, and I believe the the members of this group should take notes, please. In the cover page, you have submitted in partial fulfillment of the requirement. What do you submit? You have to tell us what you submitted. You just say submitted in partial fulfillment of the requirement for the award of final professional examination, then award again. So please remove that second award. Award of final professional examination, then award of the Chartered Institute of Social Work. It doesn't rhyme. So remove the award. In final award of final professional examination of the Chartered Institute of Social Work Practitioner of Nigeria. I think that's good. Then you have no abstract. So I wonder how you will have a seminar paper without abstract. Abstract is a kind of a picture in a glance of that your project or your work, seminar work. It's a page where someone who is not familiar with your work will just go through and understand certain levels of your intention of your research or your study. So you don't even have one. Then in the background of the introduction, which is background to the study, you try to some extent to relate your variables by giving us a background of what it means and what brought you, what you want to achieve. Then the next one I have issue with is that in some of in the background of the study, you did mention some, I can call it a very strong statement without citation. For instance, in paragraph 4, that's the last statement, is very cordial, but it has no citation. You did mention report from Enugu State Orphan and Vulnerable, but you never cite the reports. So I wouldn't know whether it's one report or many reports. So if it is 2, 3 reports, you cite them in your in-text citation. Then also you come to 5th paragraph. You just started with social workers are uniquely positioned to address this. Address what is this? In research, you don't mention things that are vague. I know you are trying to relate to, but to a researcher or to readers of research, you need to let him understand what you mean. So instead of putting social workers are uniquely positioned to address this, why didn't you put, however, totally positioned to address the problem you are addressing? So what is that this? You have to address it. You put it there instead of putting this. Then at the last sentence of that paragraph I corrected now, that is the 5th paragraph in your background of to the study. You said, in theory, social workers in Enugu should serve as a backbone of the child protection system, conducting home visits, facilitating parent education, linking families to social services, and coordinating with. Who said so? No citation. So also the 6th paragraph, in the 6th paragraph, you say few studies, and these few studies at the end has no citations. So you need to put citations there, yes. Then you also say these studies seek to fill these critical gaps. It is not at background to the study that you tell us the study, what you want to fill. The gap you want to fill should go to significance of the study. Though you might lay bare or to some extent give us a bit, a glimpse of what you want to, the gap you want to cover or the gap you want to fill. but you must be able to make it very specific when you go to significance of the study, but not at the background to the study. So gap in study are not stated in background, but significant. So the next one is, you said by employing a qualitative theory informed approach with 70 respondents in Enugu. What the background to the study had nothing to do with methodologies and section. This should be taken to methodology. I hope members of these groups are in line with my suggestion. Take this to methodology. By employing a qualitative theory-informed approach with 70 respondents in Enugu, you are already giving us a methodology in background to the study. So you have to take it, remove it from this place, and also remove the study seek to fill these critical gaps. Though I have I've made a correction in your work, I will also send it to the coordinator. Remove that 1, 2, 3, 4 lines. Then start with, which is the last paragraph, you want to kind of conclude your background to the study. Say, in line with the above background, the study documented the socio-cultural institutions, rather than saying, aim to provide an in-depth understanding of how social workers conceptualize and execute their preventive role, documenting the socio-cultural, no, it doesn't go. So, a statement of the problem, I love it. I think you very precise. The only thing I will require you to do is that the third line to the last. Third line in that last paragraph, even though you don't have paragraph there, just go to the third line to the last. No addresses. I want you to be using a report format. Wherever you have a seminar like this that they have been conducted, use report format. So this should be past tense, addressed this knowledge deficit by constraining the voices of practitioners and community. Fine. Then here you have 4 objectives. Fine. Then you, in your work, you are putting section B, and I know you are trying to look at the format given to you, but you don't put section B. You say 2.0 section B. Then you now say theoretical framework. No. Remove the section. If you want to still maintain the section B, put it up, while you have 2.0 as the theoretical framework down. So the section B will serve as heading of that particular section you are dealing with. But however, if you want to publish it, that may not be accepted. Nothing like section B. So your theoretical framework, well, I wouldn't say your theory, the theory you review, because you didn't review any theory. You just tell us, for instance, ecological system theory. Ura Brofram in 1979, ecological system theory possessed that the child development. No, you have not told us, giving us a background of the study, as in theory, the advantage and the critics. There are criticism, that you will link to your work by looking at, okay, however, this is the positive aspect of this theory, but this is the criticism of this theory based on some certain study. But however, in my own study, I believe this is what is going to happen. You relate those theories to your work, and the same thing repeated in the second theory, third theory, and so please review those theories under the theoretical framework. Let them have substance. That so I wouldn't know whether it's the format. I realize most of you are doing the same thing. You take theoretical framework as literature, as a review of theories. But fine, if that is the method. But I was thinking you were to review the theories, then you underpin one of that theories to your study. But a section where we say application of theories to the study. Well, I can take that as a style. You are to tell us which theory or theories this study is anchored on, why the suitability. You come to this application of studies theories to the study. You just started with this theory collectively provide a robust analytical framework. Which study? Which theories? The ecological and system theory help contextualize child abuse with it. You are not applying the theory. You have to tell us which theory you are adopting, why, and how relevant, how suitable it is to your study. So please take note. Under application of theories to the study, pick a theory or theories. It is allowed, you can pick two. Tell us how it is related to your study and why you pick it, and how would that be anchored on your study. Then in section C, the same thing, you remove section C, just put methodology. Study area. Study areas has no reference. You just tell us the story of Enugu. Enugu South local government is one of the 17 local government. Where do you get that from? Where do you get that from? So you must cite the reference. Then you put population and sampling techniques together. That is completely wrong. Populations will be different from sampling techniques. So separate population from sampling techniques. Then tell us why you choose the techniques and how you used it. In the population, you are going to tell us the population of South East local government by the population of your target audience. For instance, I realize you are targeting social workers in various organizations, both from state organization and the NGOs. Tell us how many are they in numbers. That is your population. Then later you come down to those you want to use for your study. So don't mix all together. Population, we
Please,
should
I'm not
know
hearing
what
what you're saying. I can't hear anything that is saying, and I'm in group 3.
It's not audible, or you are not hearing.
I'm talking if my voice can be heard. Please, I'm in group 3. I'm present, but I cannot hear.
Hey, but we are in group 11. So you
Please listen. He is audible enough. I can hear him clearly. So the problem is likely from your end. Continue, sir.
Yeah. So you in population, tell us the numbers of the population of your study, which includes social work practitioners in NGOs and those operating in Enugu South local governments. Those are your population. Those who work in the NGOs as a social workers, and those who are working in Enugu South as a social workers. Then community members also is part of your what you call population. But you have to tell us which community members, which communities are in that Enugu South. Be specific, just don't make it a vague. You say parent, teacher, religious leader, youth leader, from which of the community? Yes, so because I know in Enugu South local government, they have more than one community. You just put community members. Which of the community? Community A, this, community C, this, community D, this. This is how you tell us how you go about it. That is what we mean by techniques, sampling techniques. What techniques do you use to arrive at this the population you have? Then the next one, you don't have in your study, you don't have sample size. No sample size in your study. You didn't tell us the number of population, and you did not even bother to also have a sample size. So the next one is a data collection instrument. I think I would prefer you to use instrument of data collection instead of data collection instrument. You instrument of data collection, and under that you didn't tell us what are your instruments. You only tell us the structure of an instrument, but you didn't tell us what that instrument is. For instance, you said a semi-structural interview guide. Now the question is, that is a type of a structure for an instrument. But what instrument are you using? Are you using focus group discussion? Are you using interview? And what type of interview? In-depth interview of key format interview. So those things have to be stated under data instrument of data collection. But what we have here is a semi-structured interview that was developed with open-ended question aligned with the research objective, sample question included. That's not instrument of data collection. You have to tell us what you are using. Yes, are you using in-depth interview guide? Are you using key informat interview guide? And how do you arrive at this? And what will be the structure of that interview? If you are using focus group discussion, you tell us that you are using focus group discussion guide, and tell us how you want to structure that focus group discussion. If they are going to be in 2 or 3 sections, and with who, those are what you need to let us know. Then the next one is data collection procedure. You need to tell us how you go about the procedure, how you conduct the interview, and where for each respondent response. Do you see that? So in that data procedure, you have to tell us, okay, I conducted my research here in my office in interview with so-so group. If it is an in-depth interview where you have interaction with one-on-one with community leader, with the social worker, is it in their offices? How do you get that information? Do you record it? Do you have an assistance in the groups? How many of you involved in community leaders interview? How many of you involved in social work working with Enugu South local government? Who is the person who assists in getting collection of data from the NGOs, social workers in NGOs? Nothing was stated. Instead, you just go ahead with data were collected over 6 weeks through face-to-face interview. I told you earlier in your instrument, you didn't tell us which interview you are using. We have two types of interview, so you have to tell us which one you are using. Then in the data analysis, you came to the data analysis. I think I said I prefer method of data analysis, and then you don't need to itemize your data analysis procedure. For instance, here you said thematic analysis was employed using Brown and Class 2006 step approach. Then you say, for number 1, familiarization with transcripts, generalizing initial code. No, tell us you receive data analysis, you transcribed those data analysis, you verbally quoted some of the respondents or participants, or this is what one said. You try to connect what you get from the field, but you have to tell us how you do that. Then the next one is, you say producing the report. I say remove this section. I don't know what it means. Remove the section 3.7. Remove producing the report. Then ethical consideration. I know that we deal with human being. So if you deal with human being, you are expected in most of the studies, you are expected to receive ethical approval. But in seminar, sometimes it might not be necessary. But in this case, it looks like cut and paste. You said ethical approval was obtained from where? You said from the Department of Social Work, University of Nigeria in Nsukka, and you are running program with C-ISOWN. You see, then I don't think there's any agreement, or you have a discussion with your coordinator that will allow you to go to, that permit you to go to UN social work department to get ethical approval. So to me, you can punch that out to avoid plagiarism and the rest. So under findings and recommendation, state findings separately. I saw findings and recommendation 4.0. No, do your discussion of findings. Discussion your findings. And I can tell you the truth, you never did any research based on this discussion of findings. I would have advised you earlier, if I were part of it, to do what we call review of the role of social workers. But you never went to, I didn't see any sign of someone who have gone to field, either for a week or 2. You say 6 weeks. 6 weeks doing what? For instance, you come in here and said preventive strategies employed by social workers. And I ask you, what do you mean? Community sensitization social worker conducted regular outreach in churches, school, and market. Just like the woman who presented it was so fantastic in the presentation, but it lacks substance. You are telling us what you got from the field. Your findings is what you will tell us. It's not just an assumptions or what you have in mind. You are just telling us what you have in mind about preventive strategy. It's a community sensitization, social worker conducted regular outreach in churches, school and markets, using drama, flyers and town, blah, 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 parenting workshop, monthly session on violent discipline, child development, and nutrition, often co-facilitated with health work. You are not discussing the findings. Nothing like finding discussion. You come here, you say challenges faced, you say resource constraint, 85% of social workers reported lacking transport. Are you doing qualitative or quantitative? If you are using interview, how do you get 80%? You began to bring in quantitative trend of research into your work. And from what I've seen in your data of instrument of data collection, your work is qualitative. But here you are telling us resource constraint, 85% of social worker reported lacking transport. Where did you do that research? Is it you give them questionnaire again? So to me, findings, discussion of finding is zero. Please, if you have a finding, report it directly. Don't disturb yourself. Tell us you meet a leader, a king, or an Igwe in that community. This is what he said about the role of social workers. This is what he said about their own role that is related to social worker. You give us summary of what you get from one or two of the members you interview, and also corroborate it to one statement made by one of them as a quote. That's what we call because it's a seminar. When you do that, then you tell us the findings you found at the end of that statement. But here, nothing. You were even telling us 85%, 25% of, as if you did quantitative research. Then last, as I'm saying, even under the community perception, what you would do is that under findings, discussion of findings, just tell us you have 4 objectives. And the last one is to look at the perspective of social workers. Tell us what under that questionnaires, under that interviews guide, what you interview people on, tell us the result. So you are having 4 sections under your findings because your objective is 4. In objective 1, prevention strategies. This is what you get. This is what a social worker with NGOs say. This is what a social worker with government agencies or government and local governments say about prevention of child abuse and the rest. Then you just tell us what you found from those people you interview. But here you are telling me why 60% of community members visited blah, blah, blah. You are not doing, quantitative. Then the last one here is recommendation. So for that, you can't get recommendation because there's no findings. So there must be a finding to get a recommendation and to have a conclusion. So I rest my case here. Please work on your findings. Tell us, report your findings. You have not reported what you found in the field. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shina, for that fine presentation and discussion of Group 11's work. I want to believe that members of Group 11 paid rapt attention while you were discussing their work. And I also want to believe that if they are able to effect the corrections, it will come out better than it is. So it's now time for Group 11 members to tell us what they intend to do with the observations and recommendations made by Dr. Shina.
Thank you so much, sir, for the thorough review, sir. Dr. Shina, we will go right away to work on the study and then make necessary corrections. Thank you, coordinator.
Thank you, group leader, and thank you, members of group 11. So that's...
Okay, good afternoon, please. Good afternoon, the coordinator. Please, I want to chip in something.
Okay.
Concerning the corrections made. Okay. Firstly, I will say thank you to Dr. Shina for that profound correction. In addition to the corrections he gave you, Group 11, please listen carefully. Go back and do the corrections I also gave you before you submitted, which your group never effected. Because part of what he told you now is still part of the things I told you in the corrections, which you left for the group leader alone to do. And it was not done before submission. So go back and combine all those corrections and effect them. And your work is good to go. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, ma.
Thank
Okay,
you
this
for...
water. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please.
Thank you, ma'am. Sorry, coordinator. I just wanted to just add. We actually submitted the first draft in a hurry, and that was why some of the corrections that was highlighted by our supervisor was not quickly effected. However, we have a second draft, but I think when we wanted to submit that to you, I think it was rejected. I just want to run this through so that our supervisor will see that we actually did what she requested. So of course, we could not submit it because of the time frame. Thank you.
We appreciate that. So we'll now be taking... We'll switch over to the presentation of group 7, group 3 rather. Please kindly mute your mic. Sam Saji, your background is distracting us.
Yes.
So we'll now be taking up the presentation of group number 3. And please, group members should listen to their name while we do a roll call.
Don't leave.
Okuku Chituru. Okuku Chituru. Absent.
Present.
Azagba. Noted. Azagba Uzo Okafo.
Present.
Aloysius Azolibe. Aloysius Azolibe Madubuchi. Absent. Adebayo Ann Arepo.
Present, sir. Present, sir.
Comfort. Benedict Comfort. Charles Tarila. Benedict Comfort is absent. Charles Tarila. Erica.
Present, sir. Binte Charles Tarila Erica.
Okay. Philomena Ijeoma.
Present, sir.
Adebayo David. Adebayo David Olusegun. Absent.
Oh, not now.
Azubike Chika Kingsley.
Present, sir.
Present, I'm here. From Ijeoma.
Ijeoma. Hello. Azubike Chika Kingsley.
Present, sir. Present, sir.
Oyewole Oyindamola.
Present, sir. Present.
Ngozi.
Present, sir.
Is that Ozuru Ngozi? Ozuru Ngozi. Tariq Ngozi.
I'm
Ozuru
present.
Ngozi. Ozuru Ngozi absent. Tariq Ngozi.
Present, sir.
Peace Igbenidion. Peace Igbenidion. Absent. All right. Without wincing over words, we want to call on the group leader of Group 3 to make a presentation. And this group will be making a presentation on early childhood abuse and its long-term psychological impact. Group leader.
Present, sir.
The floor is yours.
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to our coordinators, our lecturers. We respect you. We give you respect for today, for all you have done and what we are still learning from you. And also to my colleagues and other members on board. On behalf of my team members, I am pleased to present a seminar on early childhood abuse and its long-term social impact. This topic was chosen because childhood is the foundation of human life, and whatever affects a child deeply often echoes throughout adulthood. The background. Early childhood is a critical developmental stage where values, personality, and social behavior are formed. Unfortunately, for many children, this period is marked by abuse, such as physical, emotional, sexual, or through neglect. Such experiences distort the early development of self-worth, security, and relationships. In Nigeria and across the world, reports from UNICEF and WHO indicate rising cases of child abuse with severe psychosocial consequences in adulthood like depression, fear, low self-esteem, and even antisocial behaviors. Statement of the problem. Despite awareness, childhood abuse continues to rise due to weak protective structures and silence around family-based violence. Most victims never receive psychological help, leading to long-term emotional scars that shape their worldview and relationships. This research seeks to examine how early abuse translates into long-term psychosocial problems and to suggest coping and preventive interventions. Now, the objectives and research question, that's slide 4. A specific objectives were to, 1, examine the long-term psychosocial effects of early childhood abuse. 2, identify coping patterns and trauma symptoms that persist into adulthood. And 3, highlight preventive and rehabilitative strategies that promote healthy and resilience. Intellectual review and theoretical framework at slide 5 to slide 7. Existing research confirms that early childhood abuse is a major risk factor for adult emotional disorders. For instance, studies by WHO 2022 and FIPE et al. 2017 found consistent links between childhood abuse and higher rates of anxiety, depression, and post-traumatic stress. According to attachment theory, abuse disrupts secure bonding, leading to lifelong struggles with trust and intimacy. Similarly, socio-ecological theory explains abuse as the product of multiple environmental stressors like family, community, and societal breakdown. A study builds on these foundations to provide deeper insight from an African perspective. Conceptual framework. Our conceptual framework model illustrates the chain reaction like child abuse, emotional dysregulation, maladaptive behavior, poor relationships, and low self-esteem to long-term psychosocial impact. This model suggests that unhealed childhood trauma perpetuates emotional instability and affects adult productivity, relationships, and social adjustment. Having said the background and theoretical framework, My colleague will now present our research methodology and data analysis process. Thank you.
Thank
Hello,
you
can you
for
hear
that
me?
presentation. So we'll now call on the next presenter from Group 3, and I'll be calling on Okuku Chituru. Okuku Chituru to make a presentation, please. Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm presenter 2. I'll be talking on methodology and analysis. Population and study area. Our study focused on the survival of childhood abuse above the age of 18 as reflected in existing literature and psychosocial research. Data were drawn mainly from Nigeria and African studies to provide a regional and understanding of the psychosocial implementation method of data collection. Given the short-term frame, we adopted a secondary data approach, reviewing reports, journal articles, and database from UNICEF, WHO, that's WHO, and research institution between 2010 and 2024. This method allows us to explore established findings of emotional, social, and behavioral outcome of childhood abuse. Instruments of data collection. Our main instruments were documented materials, scholarly journal, government publications, and credible NGO reports. We applied a content analysis tools to organize the material into categories and patterns relevant to psychosocial outcome. Process of thematic analysis. Using thematic analysis, we identified recruiting pattern from the review data. Three dominal terms emerge. One, nature of abuse, including there is noise, nature of abuse, including physical, emotional, and sexual form. Psychosocial symptoms such as low esteem, anxiety, and attachment disorder. Coping and reviewing mechanism, including therapy, spirituality, and social support system. Each term helped us understand how early experience influence long-term emotional and social functioning. I now continue to the end. Having discussed our methodology and framework, my colleague will now present the finding, discussion, and recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. We'll now be calling on the next presenter, Kuroye Tari Ngozi. Kuroye Tari Ngozi.
I'm here. Sorry, I was displaying the slide.
Sorry, sir. I've been here since my network has issues. I'm so sorry, sir. Ik ben net on peace, sir. I've been here since then, sir.
Noted. Please, Ngozi, proceed.
Okay, sir. So from our findings and discussions and recommendations, Our analysis revealed consistent evidence that early childhood abuse produces deep-seated emotional and behavioral effects. Victims frequently experience depression, anxiety, social withdrawal, and trust issues. Abuse also impairs academic performance and later work productivity. Without timely intervention, these patterns often continue into adulthood and may be transmitted to the next generation. Then, for our discussion, the psychosocial impact of early childhood abuse extends beyond the individual. It affects families, communities, and society at large. Abused children often struggle with identity, self expression, and emotional control. Many turn to unhealthy coping mechanisms such as abuse, substance abuse, and isolation. These underscores the need for trauma-informed care, early detection, and community-based psychosocial support. Now, contribution to knowledge, this study reinforces the established link between childhood trauma and adult psychosocial dysfunctions. It emphasizes the necessity of integrating psychosocial support into educational and child protection systems. It also contributes to ongoing advocacy within African social work practice. Now, for our recommendations, we recommend that government strengthen child protection and reporting systems. We also recommend that schools establish mental health and psychosocial support clubs. Caregivers and teachers receive training on trauma awareness, as well as religious and community leaders promote healing and empathy. NGOs and policies should also integrate psychosocial rehabilitation into public health initiatives. Now, in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, early childhood abuse leaves invincible wounds that can last a lifetime. However, with collective effort through education, therapy, and policy, healing and resilience are achievable. When we protect the child, we protect the future. And I will repeat for emphasis, when we collectively, as communities, protect the child, we inevitably protect our collective future. Thank you so much for listening. We truly appreciate your time. We're open to feedback. God bless you.
Thank you for that nice presentation. And we also appreciate you for managing our time. We'll now be calling on the group discussants to make a presentation, to make a review of the group work. And we are calling on Dr. Adekalu. Please, you have our attention, sir.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My co-reviewer, my humble coordinator, and the student. I want to say good afternoon to everyone. And for group 3, let me commend your effort and also the contributions that has gone into your work by your supervisor in person of Ade Boyan. You guys have done well. On the side of your presentations, I think I have to revisit your mark by virtue of your presentations. And probably maybe something top up may likely go for your work, but I'm not going to be deceived by your presentation. I think your presentation is sharp. It's just that I didn't see the reflections of your presentations in your work before me here. On the paper I review, I didn't see that your presentation is here. Because if I'm to pick from the last part of your presentation, you talked about the contributions to knowledge and the rest of them. And that is completely absent from your work here. I can't find it in your work here. And that is a key factor. And I think the presenter is sharp to mention the contributions to knowledge, which is very, very, very important to your work. So I'm hearing that from your presentations. I'm not seeing that from your work here, but that's okay. I think you may need to sit back a bit, take a cup of water, and listen to my feedback of your work, because you may need to
The
visit this
contribution is there,
work
sir.
properly. You may need to visit work properly before I will send my score to the institute, because the institute, we are there for a serious business. Within the limited time you are giving for this work, I do expect that there should be some kind of collaborations between you and your colleagues, and come out with a tangible findings that can make a meaningful contributions to the field of social work. So I may likely pen your score until I see a feedback from this paper. Okay? And I also hope that some of you, I look forward to see you in Enugu in our forthcoming conference. For those that may likely, come for the induction. But for real, I need a feedback from this work before I will send my score to the institute. So let's start from the topic. Early childhood abuse and its long-time psychosocial impact. I think that's your topic is signed okay. It reflects the same paper presented by Group 5, which I supervise, and I think I make my stand known to that group that their paper may not likely fly until they go to the feed and get the data. I'm very serious with the issue of data. Social work is a it's a practical profession that you have to go to the feed, get what is in your raw data, and get the informations. Okay, I request them to go to the field using a snowball sampling, meeting with female with disability, and get a feedback from them. That nourish their work, and you can get the feedback from the reviewer. But on this, the topic, I think you may need to, which I've included, you may need to also look into the focus and location of your work. In social work, we don't just write a topic like this. You are not writing a textbook. You are writing a paper article, which is expected to make contributions to knowledge. Okay, so when you say early childhood abuse and its long-time psychosocial impact, of who are you talking about here? What is the focus of your work? Who are you talking about? Who are you referring? Who are your target populations? So you must reflect your target populations in your work to suit your objective, and probably you go back again by the time you get findings of your work to also reflect on your topic. So I don't know where the directions to this work, where this work is going to. In fact, I was looking at your work from the beginning. I didn't see a specific focus of your work. Are you writing in Nigerian context? Are you writing in African context? I'm not even seeing where the work is focusing on. But I'm not here to criticize your work, because you guys have done something. And that is, I'm always happy and appreciate students for making input to put on something. Okay, but it's also important that you take note of those corrections. Okay, childhood, you can see from other presenters, everybody are mentioning their study location. Some are focusing on Enugu South, some are focusing on Lagos, some are focusing on this. So this specific, you have to be specific on your topic. Okay, so I've put that point for you. If you are looking at early child, and also early childhood abuse, child abuse, which of the child abuse are you looking at? I think that will also help you to streamline your work. Okay, well, from your paper abstract, I think what I can see here is your methodology reflecting well and the objective of your study. But my worries is still, what is your study focus and objective? Okay, I can see that you have about 4 objectives. It's too complex for this work if you are to route it. 4 objectives is too much. So, and I think from the objective I'm seeing here, the objective that is, reflecting your topic is the objective 2 you have. Objective 2 is to explore the long-time psychosocial impact of childhood abuse. That is your work. That is your focus of your work. So you might need to be restricted to this objective 2 only, please. I'm interested in that objective 2 only. And when you look at your research questions, I can see that you are adding another thing that does not even reflecting the objective again, because your research question will reflect what you've stated in your objective. So from your research question, you are saying, how does early childhood abuse affect psychologically and social functional in childhood men? I don't know. So you have to be special. Just focus on that objective 2. Objective 3, where I'm not saying the reflection, even though you have some theories backing up your work, we are not talking about proposed prevention in terms of rehabilitative measure of what? Is it the child that are abused or what? Because what you are looking at, if I'm to look at your abstract, you are exploring the experience of early childhood, of those that are already, at their adult stage. How does they affect them? You are not really looking at the child themselves, because child may not be able to give you the experience they are passing through. So if you look at the third line of your objective, you said this study highlight how experiences of abuse in formative years, whereby physical, sexual, and emotional, or through neglect. Of course, that's definitions of what is all about abused. So in this case now, you are looking at how experiences. So that experience alone, I expect you to go to the field and hear those experiences. I don't know, maybe in your platform, maybe you guys are just passing topic to yourself, because I think I've seen this topic. It was once introduced to me by my own student, and I said the topic is fine, but let's dig into the topic and reframe the topic. Come out with that topic that they presented paper on. And I think maybe that same topic you bring to that your own group, and you seems to go with this. So you may need to look into it again. There's not anything like a problem statement here. You only mentioned introduction, which is a sweet one. I'm very happy with the way you mentioned UNICEF and a study conducted by UNICEF, their findings related to bank. That is a good one. Okay, but in this case now, what is the bigger issue that led to your research objective? There is no problem statement. Then how do you arrive at the objective? So you may need to revisit your work, look into it critically, okay? Then you move to theoretical framework. My God, you mean there's no literature review? Of course, I see from your presentation that you have a literature review. There is a literature review in your work, in your presentation now. Well presented. Your literature review was well presented in your presentation, but in your work, there's nothing like literature review. You just jump from your research question, you jump straight to theoretical framework. I don't know, maybe you guys still have a work, you are working on, and maybe probably you felt that you should submit this first, because the idea of submitting work that are not in line with what we are working on, because definitely we have to pass this across back to you. So my feedback is going to pass across to my coordinator, to pass across to you guys. And of course, you have to romanticize alongside my comments and my input to your work, and come out with a comprehensive paper that will suit the interest of the institute and contribute to the body of knowledge. So I don't expect you to jump from introduction. You jump from introduction, no problem statement, you hit your objective, you come down to your research question. From research question, you hit straight to your theoretical framework. No literature. You mean there have not been work that has been done from this topic that you can make reference to? No. From your theoretical framework, I think you need to also understand there are need for theoretical, there are difference between theoretical review and theoretical framework. In this case now, you've mentioned 3 theories: attachment theory, trauma theory, Erickson's psychosocial developmental theory. You've just mentioned this theory. You didn't review the theory. You never reviewed the theory. And of course, let's take it as it is. Okay, which of these theory are you now adopting to your own work that is suiting your work? The problem is, at the end of the day, this theory, if you are not picking one that is benchmarking your work, by the findings you'll be getting at the end of your work may not be relevant or may not suit the theory you've already mentioned in your work. So you may need to revisit. You have about 3 theories here. You just mentioned those theories. And of course, there has not been anything discussed as far as the theory is concerned. So you may need to redig it. After that, you move to research methodology. My God, you need to have a well structure. There is no any empirical research in your work that you need to also look into. I'm not criticizing your work. Your work is sweet. And I'm going to give you a deserved score. But the truth is, you need to do it right. And that is my own style. When students do it right, I'm okay. Okay, I want you to do it rightly. Okay, you may need to look into that and at least write something interesting in your literature review and link up those theories you are talking about, because those things will be waiting for you in your findings. Now, we move to your methodology. Methodology need to be improved on technical ground. For real, you need to improve this on a technical ground. You said you adopt a qualitative and descriptive research design. Okay? In this case now, if you come down to your research design, you said this design allowed for an in-depth understanding of lived experiences. So I keep mentioning, you said live experiences of who? That does not reflect in your topic. That does not reflect in your background of the study. That does not reflect in your research objective. Of who are you looking at this? Where are you exploring this study from? You see now. So you have to look at that. So the take home I'm having from your research methodology is that you are using qualitative. At a point, you switch to secondary data. Come on. Data source. Data source were drawn from secondary data. It's going to affect your study funding. It's not possible. You can't assess because of just some database, some research database, and you said you want to get it. Of course, you review. These are sources where you get informations to review your existing work. Data were drawn from secondary sources, including peer-reviewed journal. Of course, World Health Organization, UNICEF report is okay, and materials from academic database such as Google Scholar, Medway, okay? So these are, you mention sources as which you got your data from. So where is the findings now? Where is the findings? You can see it's because you did not discuss anything on literature review. And that is why you are having this challenge at this methodologies part of it. Because that is what we call theoretical, methodological gap. There are methodological gap. From the literature review, you will know that method that people have used in their own empirical findings. And that will switch you to know what method are you applying to your work in your chapter, in your methodology. In this case now, you never have a literature review. And now you are saying sources of data collection of seeing that assessing data is now your own sources of findings. Your findings must be a human being. Your findings must be a human being. Your findings must not be from a database. Fine, that is a source you are getting data from. I think you may need to take note of that. Okay? Because you are writing, then my question is, are you writing a conceptual paper or you are writing an empirical paper? Your topic sound empirical. So you must go to the field and get data. If you are writing a conceptual paper, you can say you want to review, then I can acknowledge these sources of your data. I can acknowledge. You just want to look at comparative work that people have done on any child, any child abuse, any childhood abuse, on psychosocial, whatever, impact or whatever, then you want to review people work. If you want to review people work, it's okay. Then there should be a way you will draft your abstract. There should be a way you will coin your topic. So nobody's going to hold you on that. Data analysis. You said data were analyzed using thematic analysis. Come on, you come out with your teams. So where are the teams? Where are your data? Please, I will need you. I will be forwarding my email to my coordinator. Please send me your data set. I want to see what you transcribe, what you have transcribed from your work. I want to see the audio. I want to see pictures, evidence based that you have gone to the field. And from those, you are able to come out with this team. Teams from a qualitative research are key findings of your work. So you can't say the sources you got from those databases are your key findings of your work. Ethical consideration, man. I don't know how you go about this. Limitations of your study. Now, from your findings, completely, these findings does not show that you go to the field. But not to bother you, I think I've suggested that you should go back to that topic and you can just write a review of childhood abuse and its effect on psychosocial this and that. A literature review or literature perspective of it. Then I can leave you with this, your work. So you shouldn't deceive.
Okay. Unfortunately, The network has taken Dr. Adeka. So while we await his return, we will be taking over the presentation of another group. But then I would like the group members of Group 3 to reach out to Dr. Adekalu to get the soft copy of the updated version so that those changes or corrections can be effected in record time. Going forward, I would like group members to make comments as to what...
Hello, sir.
I'm back. Sorry, my coordinator.
Hello, sir.
Just give me like 2 minutes. I'm back, please. I'm back. I think Group 3 are on fasting and prayer. The network should distract me from my feedback. I'm not going to accept that. I'm back for my work. Okay.
You're welcome, sir. You're welcome, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So please look at your findings to reflect your work to be conceptual paper. I think that will go for it. So from your findings, you may need to revisit it. Okay. Discussions of your findings. In this case now, you've just made discussions of your theories. You mean you are only discussing theory. Theories cannot be your findings. So please look into that. And I think you have a strong recommendation for your work. But that recommendation should reflect what you have heard from your findings. So please, your conclusions, I think, please reflect the outcome of your findings in your conclusion, which is fine. Your references is off 7th edition, upper style. Please go online, search for upper style 7th edition style of writing. I've done one of it for you. I've made a correction of one. Look into it. There's nothing like bulletin when making references. I think on that, my feedback, when you get it from the coordinator, that will guide you on how to improve on your work. But of course, I think I'm going to relay with my coordinator, if need be, for me to release your score, because I'm interested in your work and I want you to do it right. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Adekalu, for that extensive...
Hello, sir.
Can you hold on? Can you please hold on? Thank you, Dr. Adekalu, for that extensive review. And I want to believe Group 3 members were actively following up during the course of your review. And I want to believe they are serious and responsible people that will definitely make those effect those corrections to make this document come out better than the way it is. I don't know if Azagba wants to say something. Are you a group member?
I'm the leader, sir. Yes, I'm here, sir. So
please.
Okay, thank you. Correction, sir. Okay.
Hello.
I can hear you.
Yep. You have opportunity of telling us what you intend to do with the observation, the point raised.
Okay. First, I want to say thank you for the corrections. It's duly noted. We'll take all the corrections. But what again we did is that what we submitted, we had to meet the deadline. So we did another correction again, but which we did of the deadline. But no problem. We will take note of what he has said and get back to him to.
All right. That will take us to the next group, and I'll be calling on group number 2 to make a presentation. Group number 2. Please, group 2 members should kindly listen as we do a roll call. Ajaga Kingsley. Ajaga Kingsley is absent. Teresa Adoga. Teresa Adoga. Teresa Adoga is absent. Iluno Neoman Angel.
Present, sir.
Sambi Frank Osaji.
Present. Present.
Omubo Sophia.
Let's put this slide.
Omubo Sophia. Absent. Is absent. Osarugwe Rita.
Present, sir. Present, sir.
Mwabweze Chinwendu Daniela.
Present, sir. Nwabweze Chinwendu Daniela, present.
Hello, please mute your mics. Ofongo Seyefa. Osongo Seyefa. Osongo is absent. Ncho Celestine Ogbodu.
Present, sir.
Angel Aroma. Chinda Aroma. Hello, Chinda. Absent.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Hello, sir. This is Chinda Angel Oroma. I'm present. I was having issues turning on my mic.
Okay. Smith.
Yes, sir.
Owadiam Yanam. Smith Yanam.
Boy, baby, me Sophia, I'm present, sir.
Smith Owajinayam. Owajiyanam, please. Okay, Smith.
Boy, baby, me Sophia, I'm present, sir.
Smith absent. All right. I'm now calling on the group leader of group. In the person of
present, oh.
Tobinos. What's your problem?
I'm not for good. How you take it? You don't mark my attendance.
Kindly mute your mics. Merit. Mute your mic.
I'm present, sir.
Okay.
Rose. Mute your mics. All right, Sambi Frank Osaji, the group leader of Group 2, will be making a presentation on role of social workers in preventing and managing elderly abuse in Nigeria, a focus on Rivers State. Please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. And on behalf of Group 2, I'm here to make a presentation. The role of social work in preventing and managing elderly abuse in Nigeria, and using River State as a focus. And even as we use River State as a focus, we did a selection of 3 local governments as our focal points. The United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs in 2021 noted that aging is a global phenomenon and it is a major social transformation. The Nigerian National Bureau of Statistics in 2023 also said that in Nigeria, that aging population is rising rapidly. Okay, so the introduction to the study. The aim of this work is to evaluate the role of social workers in preventing elderly abuse in River States, like I said, in some selected local government area. We did this work with 4 objectives and 4 research questions. And we anchored the work on 3 theories. We used the system theory propounded by Befali in 1968, which shows that there is interconnection systems that influence well-being. Then we equally use the ecological theory by Bonafol in 1979 that says that environment shapes individual outcome. Then we use the 3rd theory, the empowerment theory, that was improved by Giltalton and Lewis in 2022 that says builds elderly capacity for self-advocacy. These theories explain that elderly abuse arises from system failure, system failure like family, community, and institutional, and that empowering the elderly and strengthening them through support network are key in preventing elderly abuse. And then the application of these theories shows promotes multi-level intervention, empowerment model, emphasis, independence and self-advocacy. Then a combination of this approach supports protective and informative care. I think I will stop here so that my other colleagues too can add to what we have done. Thank you.
Nice presentation
Hello.
from the group leader. Nice presentation from the group leader. So can we hear Ikpembime Sophia make a presentation?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sophia Ikpebimi. So I'll be talking on the materials and method. These studies employs a descriptive and analysis design to examine the roles of social workers in preventing and managing elder abuse in Rivers State. The study area encompasses Port Harcourt, Obiakpo, and Ikwerre local government area, where urbanization and socioeconomic inequalities are most pronounced. Then population and sampling. The study population comprises of elderly persons aged 60 and above, practicing social workers, healthcare professionals, and family caregivers. A purposeful sampling method was employed to select a total of 112 respondents for public and private care institutions, as well as community-based elderly support programs within the selected local government areas in Port Harcourt, Obiakpo local government, and Ikwerre. This sample size was considered adequate to capture adverse experience and professional perspectives on elder abuse and the roles of social workers in the prevention of the menace. Then we have the distribution correspondence by categories, which are the elderly persons, the social workers, the healthcare professionals, the family caregivers, and then we have also data collection. Data collections were collected through semi-structured interviews and questionnaires. The questionnaires will include both open and closed-end questions, focusing on forms of abuse, cost coping mechanisms, and the involvement of social workers. Secondary data will be drawn from WHO, that's World Health Organization reports, Nigerian policy documents, and academic journals. So I would hand over to my other colleagues to continue from where I have stopped.
Thank you for that presentation, and thank you for managing your time well. All right, so
thank you, sir.
We will now be taking a presentation from the last presenter from Group 3, and I'm calling on Nwabweze Daniela. Nwabweze Daniela.
Sir, I'm here.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So, come here. I'll be talking about challenges identified, recommendations, and conclusion. The challenges identified are limited funding and resources for social work practice, poor recognition of social workers, in geriatric core. Thirdly, weak policy enforcement and support systems, negative cultural beliefs about aging. Recommendations: to strengthen and enforce National Policy on Aging, integrative gerontology into social work curriculum, conduct community awareness and sensitization campaigns, allow empowerment and systems-based models in practice, establish community and rehabilitation centers, promote research on elder abuse and protection trends. In conclusion, elder abuse is a growing social problem in Rivers State. Social workers are central to prevention and management. Empowerment, advocacy, and collaboration are key strategies. Collective efforts by stakeholders can enhance elderly well-being. Well, I will leave the rest. That's all about the conclusion. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present.
Okay, so in conclusion, as a leader, I would like to state that.
Hello.
In conclusion, sir.
Hello. You've made a presentation. And if at all you have anything to say, you have to wait to be called upon to do so. All right, we are trying to manage our time here, okay? I will be calling on the group discussants to make a review of Group 2's work, and permit me to call on our very own erudite scholar, Associate Professor Vivian Alofe. Please, ma'am, you have our attention.
Good afternoon, everyone. The moderator, a very inspiring and respectable social worker, Sambina. Thank you for pulling this off and making it really valuable for everyone. So I'm happy to have this privilege to provide some support for Group 2 with the work they are handling at the moment. And I would like to begin by first saying that exercises like this are meant to be rewarding for both parties, because I see a tendency for those on the other side of the table, I mean students in this case, to possibly come up with a victim mentality that stems from the misconception that this kind of activity, this kind of academic activity is it's a stage for power play. It is not. It is not a we against them thing. It's not a battlefield. The reviewer is learning from you. You are learning from the reviewer. My intention is to do a better review next time. And I believe your own intention as well should be to come up with a better paper next time. From my review even, I am supposed to get better understanding of how to work on research topics. So I just want to lay this psychological foundation for you that I am not going about this review in a way that positions me as the alpha and omega of research, because I am not. I need you to understand that we both are on this learning journey together. So on that note, I will commend those who made the presentation on behalf of the group. I know how difficult it can be to find the volunteers even from a group of 50. It can be tough to get individuals who will volunteer to step forward and speak to the work. But you have done that on behalf of your group, and I commend you for that. You did not only choose to do it, you also did it well. Your presentations were clear. So before I move into my review again, let me address this to the moderator, because I know here you are the face of the Institute. I want to make an appeal that when we are onto projects like this, there should be a small window for groups to send in updated versions of their work. Because naturally, there is a deadline and students work to meet that deadline, which is okay. They should turn in something at the expiration of the deadline. But between the space of that deadline and when they get to do their presentation, naturally, as a student, you want to take another look at what you submitted. Even the supervisor may come up with some other updates. The supervisor may find time to take a better look. So I'm just saying, please, because it's becoming consistent that what students are presenting is a bit different from what reviewers have, and that gap is not so healthy. So please, if you can give this some consideration, it would be helpful for both sides. Now, the topic I have says, role of social workers in preventing and managing abuse, preventing and managing elderly abuse in Nigeria, a focus on Rivers State. I appreciate the quick effort the group leader made to delimit this study. You know, from the beginning of our presentation, she was insistent on making us understand that the scope is limited to just 3 local governments in Rivers State. And I think that saved the day, because I looked at the title of the paper, and I was wondering how they could be that ambitious, you know, talking about Nigeria in a seminar paper. It's not even a full-fledged research project. It's just a seminar paper, something like an article. For me, the mention of Nigeria there is triggering somehow. So I am looking at it from the angle of clarifying the scope as much as possible in the title. I know that you can possibly add the local governments in the title. It will become unnecessarily long-winding, but why not focus on Rivers State? And then in the body of the work, you can now clarify that the scope is just within 3 local governments, which is indeed realistic. Because I do not see how you find the time or the space in a seminar paper to address issues that will be thrown up from field research involving an entire state in this kind of work. So I'm also looking at the part that focuses on prevention. I can't speak above this noise in the background.
Kindly mute your mics, please.
Thank you. So I was impressed by the part that focuses on prevention in your topic. And I really wish that the entire work focuses on that, because it's going to make it really sharp if you bring to the table something that is central to social work practice, because prevention is prioritized in a helping profession like social work. If that isn't the case, it becomes a kind of professional hypocrisy when you're jumping straight into management. That means you have done nothing to stem the flood of social problems, to stem the tide before it rises. Then you're just waiting at the other end to manage. So I was personally captivated by the focus on prevention. And judging by the scope, I am not saying you can add managing, but judging by the scope of the paper, if you stopped at prevention, for me, it will be fine. But moving on to managing as well, I think it's also being pragmatic, if I may put it that way. It's being realistic. But I just wanted to call your attention to the fact that I am happy that your group thought to work on prevention. Then for the abstract, from what I have, your abstract is not in single line spacing. And I'm sure you know that that's the standard. The abstract should be in the single line spacing. And then there are contradictions between the summation of the body of your work in the abstract. Please take another look at it. Because if I look at your abstract and then I walk away today, and I come back some other time with that abstract at the back of my mind, then I look at the body of your work, I should find a consistency. There should be a consistent logical line between what you stated in your abstract, because the abstract is the summation of your work. But in your abstract that I have here, your research approach was, I think you mentioned qualitative, but in the body of your work, by the time you got to the methodology part, it became obvious that you veered off into the mixed method. In your abstract, you made a pledge to us as your reader that you will be making use of interviews and case studies. But in the body of the work, you changed the deal. Research is not done that way. You have to keep an eye on what you set out to do. You know, because the thing is, this abstract was supposed to be written at the end. There's no way you would write your abstract without having finished the work. But sometimes when we try to be smarter than the rules, it turns out this way. If this abstract was written after, there is no way we will see this kind of contradiction. So take another look at your abstract and align it with the body of your work. From the introduction I have here, no paragraphs were used, and that is, or should I say, not properly demarcated. It's really difficult to follow the logical categorization, logical sequencing of your ideas. That's because of the absence of clear paragraphing. From after your intro, the next thing is objectives and research questions. And I really do not know why you decided to merge the two under a single subheading. Objectives should stand on its own. I'm sure you know that. Then research questions also deserve their legitimate space, just like you did later on. But bringing them together here as a subheading is not the best, because really you do not need that 1.2 subsection. You don't need it. Everything you have under 1.2 subsection should either go with your introduction or fall into your literature review. Please pay careful attention to this, so that, one principle of life I live with is I try. I'm not saying I achieve it all the time, but I try not to be corrected twice. If you correct me once, I hold on to it. So that's the same thing I need you to do. Go straight to your objectives. You don't need to tell any story before it. The moment you're done with your intro, I expect the statement of the problem to come up. The statement of the problem, ideally, should come up because if there is no problem, you don't need an objective because there's nothing to solve. There's no problem to solve. Then where will you get your research questions from even? There is no problem. So ideally, you need to work on a statement of the problem. That is central. That is the motivation. That is the rationale for stepping out in the first place to do a research, because really your venture into research should begin from the passion to solve a problem you observed. In that case, there is no way you wouldn't devote a specific section to the statement of the problem. So when it comes to the objectives you set out, please, I also want to sound this gentle note of warning. When you begin research work, it is like drawing the plan for a building. Nobody is going to hold you at gunpoint to draw up a plan for a duplex if what you desire as a researcher is a 3-bedroom bungalow. The only thing you need to do is to agree with the project supervisor or your research supervisor. Is this design, is it in line with the rudiments? Is it in line with the procedure, with the rules of research work? If your plan, if your supervisor gives you the go ahead, fine. And I do not see any supervisor. A supervisor can encourage you to increase the scope a little, and then you tweak your plan a little, and then maybe you add 1 room to the 3-bedroom, or you convert it to a duplex. But the point I'm making is, at the end of the day, the researcher is at liberty to determine the scope. But from the moment you determine it, and then you put it down in your topic, you become bound by the rules of logic and intellectual consistency to stick to that deal. Your topic is going to tell anyone what your plan is. So when you get to your objectives, don't step out of the plan. Your topic already told us what you have drawn. So when you get your objectives or the other part of the work, and then you begin to talk about a bedroom upstairs, and your plan is a 3-bedroom bungalow, you throw everybody into a cognitive confusion. So when you look at your objectives and research questions, I want you to go back and keep them within the scope of prevention and management. I don't approve of that one that says socioeconomic factors. Identify the socioeconomic factors, socioeconomic and cultural factors that contribute to elder abuse. That is another research on its own. The last one says propose intervention strategies. Is that what you want to do? Propose intervention strategies for enhancing social work responses to elder abuse. What is the basis? Where will you get the strength of finding to support that kind of proposal? Because that is not what you set out to do. So why don't you streamline the objectives and the research questions into probably, first of all, identifying the forms of elder abuse, and then you look at the socioeconomic and cultural factors that enhance prevention. And then you step down to look at intervention strategies for managing. All of those are in line with what your topic says you are going to do. Don't fall into that trap of jumping into an ocean when you would be fine just staying in your bathtub. So by the time you make those amendments to your objective, you will also work on your research questions accordingly. Now, I'm concerned, deeply concerned, that you robbed us of valuable information that we would have gotten from your literature review. This topic is so relevant, especially for us in this part of the world. You know that elderly care is emerging in Africa, even much more nascent in Nigeria. There has been a lot of concern raised on how the erosion of our cultural family values is affecting elderly care and how we are going to rise up to the occasion. If anyone is going to step forward to remedy this
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you now, ma'am. Continue.
Yes. Yeah, social workers are the ones to position themselves for sensitization. So, and researches like this can give us valuable insights into how we are supposed to go about it. So you owe us a duty. I'm really very interested in this kind of professional programs because, one thing about academic programs is we can spend the whole day playing theories. That is academic. You spend the entire day arguing over approaches.
I've told them. They said they are working on it.
Arguing over claims and all of that.
Yeah, now told me and the not talk now. Abia, yeah. Don't talk him now. I have to continue.
Okay, I think I can go on now. That was a little distracting. So I was saying that you need to give us literature review. Let us know where we are. It is from your literature review that you tell us the amount of work that has been done in geriatric care from the social work angle in our own context, in our cultural context, in our national context. That is very important for this work. I was saying that it is in the theater of practice that we get to be sincere with one another. In the academic space, I can blow you up with all the theories and everything and go my way. That may not necessarily change anything in society. But when it comes to the place of practice, like we are right here, this is where we throw up the real problems and then we also talk about real solutions that will make our impact felt in society. Social workers are lamenting that we are not recognized. The government is not yet giving us the kind of platform that we need. We can begin to call attention by the results we bring to the table. And how are we going to get these results? How are we going to effect these changes if we do not come to spaces like this to take the bull by the horn, get the information we need, and come up with strategies that work? So for that reason, go back and come up with relevant information in your literature review. The next thing there is your theoretical perspective. I appreciate that. It's good for practitioners to be familiar with theory because theory informs practice. You have three theories here: system, ecological system, empowerment. And I see a little effort to review the theories and to connect them with what you're doing. But you can't be talking about connecting three theories to this seminar paper work. It's not realistic. I suggest that if you want to provide a review of theory, let it that theoretical, let it go with the literature review part. And then the very one you want to adopt for your work should now be the main thing that you connect with your work. Now I'm on that section that you labeled materials and methods. And I also heard the presenter make reference to that section as such. Please, let me chip this in that when it comes to research work, when it comes to professional business, when it comes to academic endeavor, it doesn't have to sound bogus to be intellectual. That is one area I think we are quietly missing it in this part of the world. The Americans will tell you, for example, when it comes to research work, they will tell you use the KISS approach. Use the KISS approach, and that is KISS, KISS approach. Keep it short and simple. If you can't explain it to a 5-year-old, then you don't know it. So I know that materials and methods sound really intellectually esoteric, but if it doesn't apply to your work, please trash it. I can't see any material that you are making use of here. You can talk about materials and methods in cases of researches where you have to gather material resources outside of the research approaches and designs and things like that, research instruments. If there are materials you need to gather, maybe in animal science, for example, or in some science areas, you have to gather, bring in chemicals, bring in samples of this and that. In that case, you can be talking of materials and methods. But for you, my people, just go quietly to methodology. That is what suits what you are doing here. And looking at your methodology, so if you have methodology as your subheading in that area, the first thing we want to see is your research design. At some point, you mentioned, I think, quantitative as your research design, but that is a research approach. When you pick your research approach, be it a qualitative, quantitative, mixed method, you now have to go into that approach to find your design. Is it survey? Is it descriptive? Is it correlational? So please tease out a design from your approach. And like I said before, what I'm seeing here is not entirely quantitative, because at the end of the day, you talked about instruments like interviews, discussions, things like that. And that's already treating me.
Hello.
Who again? Don't finish. Don't finish. Wait for me.
Okay, let me just go through this thing quickly because it's becoming kind of.
Sorry, Prof. Let me unmute and let me mute them. Thank you. You can proceed.
Yes, sir. So for after your research design, then you can go to possibly the population. Here you have population and sampling merged. It is not done that way. You first of all tell us what your population is. And in the presentation, somebody said your population is elderly persons age 60 and above. Where? Is it in the entire River State? You have to clarify it. Elderly persons aged 60 and above in so place. That's your population. So that from there, you can logically move to your sample size. I don't have that here, but I'm happy that you thought it necessary to put it in and then talk about it in your presentation. The sample size is important. So you find a way to determine your sample size so that by the time you determine that, you can now have your participants. Your supervisor is an established voice when it comes to methodology. So you only need to tap into his wealth of knowledge in that area, make yourselves available for your supervisor to work with that with you. So I'm not going to dwell much on that. I'm sure that if you make out time and you present yourself well, your supervisor can walk you through that section without any problem. So I would allow you to go fix that at home. Another major concern, I think, is the fact that there is no citing of your instrument anywhere. There is no citing of your data presentation or analysis anywhere. I don't know how you got the courage to bring to us your findings. How did you find what you found? Or you thought we were not going to ask you? You didn't present data, you didn't analyze it, you didn't analyze any data, we can't see any instrument. And then there is a finding. So we cannot accept those findings because they are spurious. They have no basis, they have no backing. I also noted that there is no conclusion, but I like this group because the last speaker made mention of conclusion, and I saw the group leader also trying to step in to remedy that part. So that goes to show that you are well informed. All you need is the willpower to drive to take your initial drive to a logical conclusion. It is obvious that from the beginning, it's obvious that from the outset, the drive was okay from the outset. You had really very good motivation, but somewhere along the line, you lost the willpower to take that drive all through the work. So your findings can be accepted. If your findings are not accepted, your recommendations will also have to be abandoned. So I've come to the end of what I have here. If we need to talk more later, I'm available. But I have no worries concerning this group because I know that a lot of adjustments can be done if you work closely with your supervisor. Thank you very much. Done.
Thank you for that extensive and well-articulated review. We appreciate and we thank you for giving us the privilege of benefiting from your wealth of experience once again. We look forward to having a time with you like this again. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you so much, the moderator. I appreciate you more.
All right, it's now time for group 3 members rather.
Sorry, it's group 2, sir.
Okay, group 2 members.
Yes.
Thank you for that. It's time for group 2 members to say what they intend to do with what.
I want to specially thank our reviewer. Thank you very much for going through this work. And I would like to just say it here that we did not get a clear direction. Initially, we were asked to do this work in sections. And so that was what we followed. We had literature review at the beginning, but we were told that we didn't need to put all that. So that was what made us, just did what we did. Thank you very much. We'll get back to you, and then we hope to do all the corrections. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you, members of Group 2. We'll now be taking the presentation of, we'll now be taking Group 7 presentation. Please, Group 7, members of Group 7 should pay attention as we do a roll call. Christiana.
Present, sir. Christian Akboibe.
Ibiara. George Ibiara.
Present, sir.
Obu. Obu Sandra. Obu Sandra is absent.
Present, sir. I'm present. Sandra is present.
Ijeoma Maxwell.
Present.
Dimkpa Nneka Chidimma, or Chinedu rather. Dimkpa Chinedu. Dimkpa is absent. Adewole Rukayat Omolola. Rukayat Omolola is absent.
Present, I'm here.
Etim Imo. Etim Imo.
Present.
Yanda. Yanda. Christiana is absent.
Iyanda Chinwe present.
Nweke Adaeze.
Iyanda Chinwe Christiana present.
Nweke Adaeze Nwoju. Absent. Regina Amarachi. Regina Amarachi. Absent. Ofurum Joy Chikodi.
Present, sir.
Amadi Precious Chinecherem.
Present.
Precious. Precious Amadi. Absent. Godwin Nemeka. Godwin Nemeka. Absent. Okay. Without wasting time, we'll now pay attention to the leader of Group 3 as she make a presentation.
Group 7.
Group 3 will be making a presentation on the theme, the role of social work in drug or in managing drug and substance use in Cross River states, a social work perspective. And I'm calling on the group leader in the person of Ijeoma Maxwell Okugu to start up a presentation for the group.
A good day, everyone. My name is Ijeoma, and today I'll be presenting on the role of social work in managing drug and substance use among youths in Cross River states, a social work perspective. The introduction we'll do the introduction, then the theory's perspective and model, material and model, findings, and then recommendation. So the purpose of this study actually is to examine how social work contributes to managing drug and substance use among youth in Cross River State, focusing on prevention, rehabilitation, and support strategies. Youth substance abuse continues to threaten social development, education, and health in Cross River State. Our motivation in Group 7 for this study is driven by the need to actually strengthen social work practices that support at-risk youths, reduce drug influence in communities, and also to improve overall well-being. By exploring effective interventions, and the research actually aims to contribute to policies and programs that safeguard the future of young people. The background of this study basically is that social workers are key protectors in prevention, rehabilitation, and promoting healthier choice among youths. And youth drug use continues to rise due to the peer influence, unemployment, stress, and weak family structures. And the problem statement here is that the increase in drug and substance use among youth remains actually a serious concern. And yet the impact and efficiency of social work intervention is actually tackling the issues are not actually clearly documented in the states. Hence, this gives us room to do the significance of the study, which is important because the drug and substance use is increasingly affecting the youth population in Cross River State. And the findings will actually support better policies, improve social work interventions, and enhance the well-being and productivity of young people. This study focuses on, like as I said, on youth in Cross River State, examining their involvement in drug and substance use. It specifically investigates the role of social workers, the effectiveness of intervention programs, and also the challenges that they encounter. So the scope is actually limited to selected communities and institutions where social work services are engaged actively. To be precise, it does not cover medical or purely law enforcement based interventions. So now we talk about the variables that are actually involved in this research. And according to National Association of Social Work in 2017, which states that social work is the professional activity of helping individuals or groups or communities to enhance or restore their capacity. The variable here, which is the independent variable, is the role of social workers, while the dependent variable is the reduction of drug and substance use among youths. Drug and substance use actually refers to the consumption of psychoactive and mood-altering substances. While doing that, we also take into cognizance the control variable, which include the demographic factors that may influence behavior, while the moderating variable is the social economic factor, which is the social and financial circumstances that shape the behaviors, choices, and life experiences of individuals and can either contribute or protect against drug and substance use. The cultural factor here refers to the beliefs, the values, norms, customs, and practices shared by members of the particular group or society that influences their attitude and behaviors. Here, culture shapes how people perceive, use, and respond to substances, as well as how they seek help and cope with these addictions. And example of this, we're going to use when in time comes for the journals, when we're meant to present. That would be probably when we talk about socioeconomic, we talk about probably the family background, where youths come from broken or broken homes, which may expose them to risky behaviors. They're living in environments like urban slums or high crime areas that expose them to drug networks. And when we talk about the cultural factors, we talk about youth circles using drugs that may be a sign of maturity or social belonging. So next we talk about the research objectives. And the research objectives here examines the prevalence and pattern of drug abuse and drug and substance abuse among youths in Cross River State. And it also explores the roles of social workers in preventing and managing drug and substance use in Cross River State. The research questions here are we ask ourselves, what are the patterns and prevalence of drug and substance use among youth in Cross River State, and what role do social workers play in managing drug and substance use in Cross River State? In summary for this, the study actually explores the rising use of drug and substance among youth in Cross River State and examines how social work interventions help in managing and reducing this challenge. It will actually focus on identifying influencing factors, assessing current social work strategies, and highlighting gaps that hinder effective intervention. And these findings will aim provide evidence-based recommendation that support stronger and social policies and improve youth rehabilitation programs and promote healthier communities. Thank you. My colleague will take it from here henceforth. Thank you.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation. We'll now be calling on the second presenter. And please, let's give it up to Rukayat Omolola. Rukayat Omolola.
Yeah, hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here.
Yeah.
Hello.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. So, if I would like to continue from where my colleague had stopped. So now, talking about she stopped at the discussion of findings. Now I'll forge ahead to discuss the challenges identified. For the, excuse me, sorry, I'm just trying to open sorry, my phone is malfunctioning, I'm sorry. I'm trying to open my file here. Sorry, I'm still here. My phone is malfunctioning. Hi. So, okay. Yeah, I'm here. I'm still here, please. I'm still here.
Your time is counting.
Well, yeah, I'm so sorry. My phone is malfunctioning. I'm trying to open my file and just
presentation.
Good afternoon, sir.
Welcome.
Sorry, sir, it's Amadi Precious.
Please go on.
Okay, sir, let me take it up from here. Hello?
Yes, continue, please.
Okay. So regarding the literature review, we all know that literature review is a comprehensive analysis of existing research. And the number one thing here is there's 52.7% of youth who deal with tramadol, while 36.4% of them use marijuana. And then 13.6% of them use substances, and all this starts from their adolescent age. Now, social workers are trained professionals equipped to help the behavioral dynamics of substance abuse, helping clients through counseling, advocacy, and support. Then I'll be going down to the research gap. Then the first thing here is most studies in Nigeria focuses on medical or criminological aspect of drug use and not the social work interventions. So what this place is trying to say is that studies here in Nigeria, we don't really go to use social workers to help these people or these clients who have experienced drug and substance abuse, because it really tells on their mental and psychology and stuff like that. But because this is Nigeria, they just focus on the medical and the criminological aspect of the whole thing. And then the second one, limited studies, focuses on social work intervention. So here, most people and most schools, they don't study on the way to intervene for these youths and these people that has gone through all this substance and drug abuse. Then the third one is this study bridges the gap by providing a social work centered approach to managing youth drug and substance abuse. Now, this our work is bridging the gap by providing a social worker centered approach to manage youth and drug abuse. Then I'll be going down to theoretical framework used to develop this theoretical model. The first one is social learning model. And we all know social learning model is a psychological theory that explains how people learn new behaviors and attitudes by observing and imitating others. That is social learning theory. And then another theory we used was rational choice theory. And this theory also explains how people or individuals make decisions based on reasons and logic. So these two theories now leads us to why they do substance abuse and how they do substance abuse. Then theoretical model. In this theoretical model, we know that it's a set of ideas and concepts and relationship that helps explain how something works. Now there's independent variable and there's dependent variable. And then the independent variable, this variable is changed or manipulated to observe effects on the dependent variable. Now, this place says, why do people do drug abuse and substance abuse? Why do these youths do this substance and drug abuse? Now, the role of social work to this drug and substance use among youth, and there's behavioral effects. How do they behave? Because they behave differently when they do all these drugs and substance abuse. They don't just behave like every normal human being. And then frequent use of it. Why do they frequently use it? Because most of them get addicted to it, and that's why they use it more often. So this point, hello sir. At, at this point, I'll be handing over to the next person who will be taking it up from here. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Hello.
Now I can continue from here, sir. This is
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello, please. Hold on.
Yeah.
You have to be called upon to make a presentation, okay?
Okay, all right.
This is Rukayat. Then I've gotten a hold of my phone, and I can continue from there, sir.
Kindly mute your mic. Rukayat.
Okay, sir.
Please, can it more make a presentation?
Thank you very much, sir, for this opportunity. Good afternoon, everyone. Now, we are going to continue from the discussion of findings. From the discussion of findings, we have come to find out that alcohol level of 66.7% is most commonly used among as one of the substances used by the youth, followed by marijuana and cigarette by 42.2%, indicating socially acceptably that almost all the youth around the environment are prevalent in the use of these hard drugs. And we also discovered that majority of respondents identified counseling at 61.1% and community sensitization at 53.3% as the major social work strategies in combating drug abuse. However, policy advocacy at 20.0% remain weak, indicating that the need for stronger institutional engagement is required. We also discovered that drug and substance use among youth in a prevalent and growing concern, dominated by commonly accessible substances such as alcohol, marijuana, and nicotine, which we have seen around environment. So, social work are playing a crucial role in counseling, awareness creation, and rehabilitation support. By their efforts, but their efforts are not yet maximized due to structural and institutional limitations. Therefore, social work intervention remain effective but insufficiently supported. That leads us to our recommendation. We recommend that government, hello, we recommend that government and institu- we recommend that government and institutions should be strengthened in order to support social workers. We also recommend that adequate funding, logistics, and training for social workers should involve in drug prevention and rehabilitation. We recommend also to intensify the community-based prevention program, launch continuous sensitization campaign at schools, religious institutions, and markets to discourage drug initiations among youth. We recommend that peers educators should be engaged as youth ambassadors to increase reliability. We also recommend that family and school should be involved in this youth's life. We should introduce parental counseling program to help family detect early signs of drug abuse, as well as integrate drug education model into school curricula at primary and secondary school level. At this point, social work will be equipped effectively to be able to combat drug abuse and other social vices that is experienced in our society. Thank you.
Thank you for that fine presentation. We also thank the group members for putting in effort
Sorry,
to make
sir.
sure you something.
Sorry, sir. Hello,
So
sir.
we will now be calling on the group discussants. And I'll be calling on social worker Smith Akinyemi. Please, sir, you have our attention. Social
I
worker
don't know
Smith.
if you can hear me. Good afternoon, sir. The methods have not been talked about. The methods
Yes,
used
sir.
in the
So
research.
they skip the method, and we want to talk about it before our time elapses, please. Precious, if you want to go ahead, or someone want to go ahead.
Please. We have just 3 presenters from each group. Okay. It's now time for the group discussants to make a review. All right. In the absence of the group's discussant, we will quickly take the presentation of another group. However, when he comes on board,
Hello,
okay.
moderator.
Sir, you're welcome, sir.
Yes,
You have the
thank
floor.
you. Thank you so much. I can hear the presentation, and I believe everyone has really done so well. But I can see from your presentation is you first of all, when you're talking about social worker doesn't know about substance use, there are so many courses related to that, and there are so many programs you can lay back to be able to fall into and align properly. One, in social work, function of social work in substance use, you must relate it to the 3 models, which is prevention. Under this prevention, you have advocacy and counseling and all that. Then you should be seeing the next step to be the treatment, where you have the treatment plans and discharge plans. The function of social worker in between the time which the patient is under the treatment as an inpatient or as outpatient. The function of that social worker when the patient is being discharged. Because in between the time you are saying that the patient is in the ward, definitely you must have seen those things that makes him as make him to go into the as triggers that makes him to go into the substance. Some of them may be the environmental factors, maybe family issues, So even in the part of the theories you are quoting, I expected you to put family system and dynamics there, because the whole root starts from that. Aside from this, yes, aside from this, you've done so well. Then the last but not the least I want to comment on is recovery program. Yes, what and what the patient will be doing even when you discharge it is the function of the social worker to counsel the family, to hold the family counseling with the family, to engage one-on-one counseling, psychoeducation, not just cognitive behavioral therapy as a tool. Social work deeply with psychoeducation. You psychoeducation, the need for that patient to have insight to what he's doing that is wrong, so that he can change genuinely, not by his pretending, I will stop if because of somebody said I should stop. No, the reason why you should stop. So under the treatment plan, you'll be letting the patient know reason why he should stop, how it's affecting the kidney, how it's affecting the brain networking, the brain chemicals, how it's affecting the lungs and the behavioral issues. We should also lay emphasis on the stigmatization, how you'll be isolated from the society, from the church. Those are the areas you should lay more emphasis on. If you can dwell more on this, I believe that number in that environment, in that population area, will definitely be reduced. Thank you for having me. It has been network, so please just pardon me. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Social Worker Smith Akinyemi, for that nice review of Group 7 work. We hope that the group members would have an opportunity to beef up their work by the time they get the soft copy of the corrections made. And I will want to employ the group leaders to try to reach out to their reviewers, their discussants, and work with their supervisors to see how the corrections can be effected. The list that was pasted on the platform comes with, it came with the names and phone numbers of supervisors and the reviewers. So kindly reach out to them for their copy so that you can effect the corrections in record time. So that will take us to the next group. We thank you, group, for saving our time. So we'll now be up the presentation of group number 6. Please, do a roll call. Attention as we do a roll call. Kindly bring down your hand, please. Your hand has been consistently up. Can you please icon indicating the lift of hand? Or do you have something to say? Okay, thank you. All right. Group number 6 should listen to their names. First on the list, I have Sarah Raphael. Sarah Ivier Raphael.
Present, sir.
Okay, Sarah is absent.
Present, sir. Present, sir.
Okay. Udo Victoria Oluchi. Udo Victoria Oluchi. Are you with us? Udo Victoria Oluchi. Udo Victoria is absent. Atochi Isabella. Atochi Isabella. Okay, Isabella is absent. Uzoka Stevie. Uzoka Stevie. Vivian Amarachi, can you mute your mic, please? Lini, can you kindly mute your mic? Uzoka Steven. Hello, can you hear me? Uzoka Stephen. Fejiro Precious Tega.
Present, sir. Present.
Udoka Stephen is absent, right?
Federal Precious Tega is present.
Okay. Miriam Yetunde. Miriam Yetunde, absent. Wilfred Benjamin.
Miriam Yetunde is present, sir.
Wilfred Benjamin.
Olukoton is present. Oh, if it is Group 6, network has been terrible here, please. Thank you.
Who is talking, please? What's your name?
Olukoton Kwamena, Group 6. If it is Group 6, that is.
Hold on, you will hear your name, please. Hold on. Uzoka Stephen.
Present, sir.
Fejero Precious Tega.
Federal Precious Tega is present, sir.
Miriam Yetunde.
Federal Precious Tega is present, sir.
Noted, please. Miriam Yetunde.
Present, sir.
Benjamin Ugochukwu. Benjamin Ugochukwu, absent. Owen Bestman.
He's having network issues. He's present.
Present. Bestman, present.
Okay, Bestman present.
Benjamin present. Benjamin present. I'm coming.
Okay, Adeyemi. Adedoyin.
Adeyemi Remileko Adedoyin present, sir.
Slap you. I mean Benjamin, sir. Benjamin.
Urukotan Kwamina.
Present, sir.
Hello,
okay.
Sir.
Yes, who is talking?
Benjamin. I missed my call.
Please. So we'll be calling on group members of Group 6 to make a presentation on drug abuse among teenage girls and social work intervention in Surulere, local government area, Lagos State.
Sit down. Just is we know they sit down.
Okay, how many weeks?
As the group leader to make a presentation. Please, who is this guy?
Present.
Vivian Amarachi is
present. Good afternoon.
Mute the mic. Your background is disturbing us.
Vivian Amarachi is present, sir.
Okay. Mute your mic, please. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
This Benjamin Wilfred is present.
All right.
Hello, sir.
Uzoka Stephen. You have our attention, please.
Good afternoon, sir, and everyone. I'm trying to share my slide, but I'm unable to do that now. About drug abuse among adolescents. I'm here to talk about drug abuse among teenage girls and social work intervention in Surulere local government area, Lagos State. And the next slide, my introduction is drug abuse among adolescents is a growing concern in Nigeria, and according to Abmalek 2017, substance abuse among adolescents in Nigeria is on the increase at the rate of 31.8%. Therefore, there is a need for effective intervention to address drug abuse among teenage girls. Firstly, drug abuse, it is the use of drugs in a way that is harmful to one's health or well-being, especially when the drugs are taken without medical prescription in excessive amounts or non-medical possession. There are different kinds of drugs that can be abused, such as we have marijuana, we have tramadol, codeine, alcohol, or even prescription medicines and more. Well, our research findings support the effectiveness of social work intervention in reducing drug abuse among teenage girls in Surrey. This shows that when social workers use structured methods such as drug abuse among adolescents, especially girls aged 15 to 19, has become a serious public health issue in Nigeria, with a national study showing that about 21.8% of adolescents have used drugs at least once, according to Abdulmalik 2017. And according to Adeluya 2016, study has carried out in Lagos State that showed that 14.1% of female adolescents in Lagos reported recent drug use, mainly cannabis and prescription drugs. Our research highlights that teenage girls who abuse drugs face major challenges, including mental health problems, risky behaviors, poor academic performance, and long-term social and economic difficulties, which brings us to the factors that contribute to increased rate of drug abuse in teenage girls is as follows: peer pressure, family instability, emotional stress, etc. As a result of these factors, there is need for effective intervention to address the drug abuse among adolescents using social work interventions such as counseling, education, case management, support programs, and more, which play a vital role in prevention and rehabilitation. The aim to strengthen coping skills, rebuild family relationships, and promote healthier decision making. Previous studies of social work intervention shows that social work practice are effective in reducing substance abuse and improving recovery outcomes among adolescents. However, there is limited research in Nigeria, particularly in Surrey, on how effective these interventions are for teenage girls. Our study, therefore, aims to fill that gap by assessing their impact, identifying contribution factors to drug abuse through psychotherapy, which is a solution-based therapy, and using a holistic approach such as the task-centered practice to ensure monitoring, evaluating, and scheduling appointments. By exploring girls' experiences with social work services and recommending practice to improve intervention strategies. Our research underscores the need for evidence-based social work programs, stronger community awareness, and government-supported policies to protect teenage girls from drug abuse and support their recovery toward a healthier future. Our research objectives is to examine the impact of social work intervention on drug abuse among teenage girls. Also, to identify the factors that contribute to drug abuse among teenage girls. To explore the experiences of teenage girls who have received social work intervention for drug abuse, all in Surrey local government area. Finally, to provide recommendations for policy, practice, and drug abuse among teenage girls in Nigeria. Based on these research objectives, our research questions was drawn from each of the bullets.
Definitely. Hello. All right, please, you've exhausted your time. Let me call on the next person to make a presentation. And I'll be calling on Wilfred Benjamin. Wilfred Benjamin.
Present, sir. Present, sir.
No.
Can you hear me? Hello, sir.
I can hear you clearly.
The network is very bad in the venue, and I'm on my way now. Please, can I hang up and go?
I don't understand. I don't understand. How do you mean? Counting.
Can I take that part, sir?
Benjamin is marked absent. Can we hear from Fijero Precious? Fijero Precious.
Yes, sir, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly.
All right, sir. So I'm going to talk about the effect of excessive use of drug abuse. Can you hear me?
Please
Hello?
proceed. Proceed. I can hear you clearly.
Okay. So drug abuse causes of 90% of criminalities in Nigeria. As a report of Brigadier 2021, Chairman/Chief Executive of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, Brig General Mohammed Buba Marwa, has said that 90% of criminality in Nigeria is linked to drug abuse, and as such, the war against the menace of illicit drug trafficking, peddling, and abuse is a fight to finish with him. In the saddle of the lead agency, Marwa made the statement on 22nd February 2021 in Port Harcourt, the Rivers State capital, addressing men and officials of Port Harcourt International Airport Command of the NDLEA, along with the officials of other security agencies and stakeholders that operate at the airports. The anti-drug reminded them that the airports and seaports serve as the gateway for importation and exportation of illicit drugs, and as such, they need to work on to ensure that no hard drug enter or goes out of the country through the areas of responsibilities. So, and I want to also talk on social work intervention framework against teenagers drug abuse in Surulere. Based on the evidence and practice, the following multi-third gender-sensitive framework is proposed, organized by different levels. The primary prevention, universal, school-based life social work and substance education. Integrates age-appropriate, culturally adopted curricula into Surulere Secondary School, focusing on refusal skills, information about harms, mental health literacy, and healthy coping. Engage peer educators, brackets open, trained students, and female role model. Community awareness campaign. Partners with community development associations, faith groups, and youth club to run campaign and destigmatize, help seeking, and educate parents about signs of use and effective supervision strategies. And restricting access, social work advocacy to local authorities for enforcement.
Hello,
sir.
you exhausted your time. Thank
Okay,
you.
sir.
Thank
Sir, I'm back. Sir
Okay,
Benjamin,
sir.
I'm back. I'm back. I was having network issues. I'm so sorry.
Who is this?
Benjamin, the guy that hanged up. I was having network issues. I just found network now.
Benjamin, you don't try that next time, okay?
I'm sorry, sir. There was very bad network here. I'm so sorry.
We are not joking here, okay? This is serious business.
I'm so sorry, sir. I'm so sorry, sir.
To prioritize this, you would sit down and carve out time for this. We are very deliberate here, okay?
Yes, sir. I was searching for network. I just found network. Thank you, sir.
You have 5 minutes to make a presentation.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so I'll be talking on the effects of excessive use of drugs. So, drug abuse can cause of 90% of criminalities in Nigeria, as reported by Nigeria 2021 Chairman / Chief Executive of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLA, General Mohammed Buba Marwa, has said that 90% of criminalities in Nigeria is linked to drug abuse, and such the war against the menace of illicit drug trafficking, peddling, and abuse is a fight to finish with him in the saddling of the lead agency. Marwa made this statement on the 22nd of February 2021 in Port Harcourt, the Rivers State capital, addressing men and officers of the Port Harcourt International Airport Command of the NDLEA, along with officials of the security agencies and stakeholders that operate at the airport. The anti-drug Caesar remind them that the airport and the seaport serve as the gateway for importation and exportation of illicit drugs, and such they need to work in synergy to ensure that no hard drugs enters or goes out of the country through their area of responsibility. So this place is simply telling how we youths have engaged in drug trafficking and drug abuse, and it has gotten a long way inside and outside the country. So according to General Mohammed Buba, he has said that 90% of we youths have involved in criminality due to drug abuse. For instance, now most of we youths, if these drugs, now most of the addicted ones, if they didn't see this drug like up to 5 minutes or 30 minutes, they might indulge or involve in a criminal activity such as stealing what does not belong to them, and so on and so forth. Thank you, sir.
Benjamin, for that presentation. And thank you, Group 5, for your presentation. So, we will now be...
It's Group 6, sir.
Group 6, sir. It's Group 6, sir.
Sorry about that, Group 6. So, we'll now be calling on Dr. Adejumo to make a review. Please. Sir, please, you have our attention. Kindly stop sharing your screen.
Okay.
So we have on hand Dr. Adejumo to make a review for Group 6. Sir, please, you have our attention, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for giving me this opportunity to lend my voice to this academic exercise. The Group 6 I've tried, and let me say every group that has presented today has done something remarkable for themselves. For them to have come together, for them to have coordinated themselves to make sure that each of them presented something today, let me commend them for that. Going to the work of Group 6, I would like to say that what you just presented now is almost 80% different from what was sent or what you submitted. I think that is true. Because in the work that was sent to me, no Buba Marwa, no NDLE, showed up in that work. You get it? So I don't know why you decided to send something different and presented something different from what you are meant to, what you call your work. Let's go to the first page of your work, and going by the timetable for today's presentation, seminar presentation. The topic that we have in that schedule is the impact of social work intervention on drug abuse among teenage girls in Ikeja local government area, Lagos State, Nigeria. That was what we submitted. So with that, what I've presented has nothing to do what you submitted. Meaning that what I have gone through is different from what you have with you. So how do you go from here? You submitted Ikeja local government, meaning that what you have done is 100% different from what you have presented. Because what I have here, or you did not, who submitted this? The group leader who submitted this Ikeja local government of Lagos State.
Sir, we did, but what happened was we
It was
submitted the
what?
first one. We submitted the first one, sir, which we now later did, our reviewer now said it wasn't okay. We now did a new one.
Who's your reviewer? You don't review your what? Who's your reviewer?
Dr. Vivian Aloy.
Alofe? Dr.
Alofe,
Alofe
yes, sir.
is your supervisor.
Yes, sir.
But why didn't you expect it in the work you submitted?
We submitted the first one, sir. So after submitting the first one, after we now said we wanted to update, they now at the long run, they now said it wasn't going to be possible. So we had to now fall back to the old one, which we did. That was what happened.
But you did not even inform the coordinator about it.
We did, sir. We did, sir.
Okay, that is number one. On the issue of your topic. Then going again to your entire work, your work was not justified, scattered. You know, after you have done your work on Word, you highlight everything and you click justified. The work you submitted was not justified, you know, and that is not good for academic work. That is not good for academic work. I said you do not justify your work. Then under your abstract, you said something that data was collected through a structured questionnaire divided into 4 sections: demographic information, drug abuse experience, impact of social work intervention, and effectiveness of social work intervention. And my question here is, who determined the effectiveness of social work intervention? Because in the work you have done, you left out one important group. Nothing was done about social workers.
He's not acting like he knew they are.
Nothing was done about social workers. And if you are doing a research of such magnitude of this type, of this kind, the social worker are key. Okay, where do you obtain your information from? Only from the girls? How are we sure that what the information they've given to you is true? Did you go to the social work, the local government area to meet the social welfare officer there to know the problem they've had with girls, children who are abusers of drugs?
If you
Please
call
mute
now,
your mic, please. Mute your mic. So things of that nature was not done. The social workers that you claim that you want to examine their intervention were not studied. No aspect of your work.
So I want me to like, until I do this thing finish, I know wash my shoe today. If I get anything, I will tell my
Hello? Hello?
Yes,
sir.
Can hear you, sir. Can you hear me?
I hear you,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Thank you, sir. We are hearing you.
Hello?
We can hear you, sir.
We can hear you, sir.
We can hear you.
Hello?
We can hear you,
fine.
sir.
I just want a response. Can you hear me?
We are hearing you, sir. We are hearing you.
Group C
is hearing you.
We can hear you.
Group 6 is hearing you, sir.
But please, Dr. Boyega, we can hear you very well, Dr. Boyega.
Wow.
Hello, sir.
Can you hear me all?
Yes,
Can
we
you
can
hear
hear
me?
you loud and clear, sir.
We can
Hello?
hear you, sir. Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, fine.
Can
Okay,
hear you,
thank
sir.
So, like I was saying, that you left out the key important factor in your work. The social worker was not or were not studied. Then on your abstract, you included keywords. You don't include keywords except you are writing an article for journal publication. You included keywords for this presentation. Then going to your chapter 1, the first paragraph of your work. I'm asking here, what is the source? You said the impact of social work intervention on drug abuse among teenage girls in the Ikeja local government area, Lagos State, Nigeria, is a critical issue that warrants attention. Drug abuse among adolescents, particularly teenage girls, has become a growing concern in Nigeria with far-reaching consequences for their health, social, and economic well-being. Social worker intervention has been identified as a potential solution. What is the source? Where did you get this information from? No source. No source. I asked what is the source of this information. That first paragraph, there is no source for it. Going to the second paragraph, you said the issue of drug abuse is critical. It's a critical public health concern that affects individual families and community worldwide. Drug abuse refers to the use of illicit substance or prescription medication. Prescription and medication are both noun. So prescription cannot qualify now. Are we together? That is the work you submitted, and that's what I reviewed. This substance or prescription medication that should have been prescribed or unauthorized medication. So you take note of that, you get it. Like I said at the beginning, in your, the next page, you talk about adolescents, and your topic is on teenage girls. Can somebody tell me the difference between adolescents and teenager, so you don't get confused? You said the impact of drug abuse on teenage girls cannot be overstated. A teenage girl is defined as female individual between the age of 10 and 19 years old, World Health Organization. During adolescence, girls experience significant physical, emotional, and social change that can increase their risk. So what is the difference between adolescents and teenager? Class leader, can you tell us that? Because I don't know why you model the two together. Are we looking at adolescents or are we looking at teenagers?
We are looking at teenagers, sir.
We are looking at the teenagers, sir.
So what is the relationship of teenagers and adolescents here? Do you understand?
We understand, sir. We take correction, sir.
Okay, fine. I wanted to tell you the difference between adolescents and teenagers. You can go back and check that by yourself.
We enrich us, sir. Please do. We enrich us. Why we go and make the necessary corrections?
Please tell us. Let us know.
Okay, no problem. Adolescence has to do with developmental stages. A child can reach adolescence even before the age of 9, can reach adolescence even at the age of 10. That's why you see some children at 9, at 10, they look like 15, 16, 17. The moment they have the features of a woman or a man, they've entered adolescence. And adolescents don't end at 19. Adolescents can even end at 20, 25, 30 when they are still developing. So adolescence is broader than teenage because teen start from age 13 to 19. But adolescents can start earlier and even end later. That's just that. Here you said the consequence of drug abuse among teenage girls can be severe and long-lasting, affecting their health, education, future prospects. And I ask you here, what are the consequences of drug abuse? You don't have statement of problem. And that is what will have shown the problem you are addressing. That will have shown what are consequences of drug abuse among girls. You will have told us in Lagos State, 25% or 500 girls were, as a result of this and blah, 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 blah. So that will tell us the problem on ground. I said, what are the consequences of drug abuse among teenage girls, teenagers from empirical studies? This will have shown that something needs to be done urgently. This is the purpose of statement of problem, but you don't have it in the work you submitted. You don't have statement of the problem in your work. So I don't know the problem you are tackling or you tackled in this work you did. Then I also said here, you should have given each of the concepts in your topic a subheading. You just model them all. You don't give any subheading. We don't know when you're talking about teenage or teenage girls. You don't know when you're talking about social work intervention. You don't know, you just model everything up. So it would be nice if you can put them under different subheading. Under your research objectives, we said to examine the impact of social work intervention on drug abuse among, because that is what you want to check on teenage girls that abuse drugs. That is the way I see it. To examine the impact of social work intervention on teenage girls who are drug abusers or who, involved in, taking illicit drugs or things like that. But intervention is not going to be felt on the drug. It's going to be felt on the girls. So instead of you to say to examine the impact of drug social work intervention on drug abuse among teenage girls, the intervention should be on the girls. Again, you have your broad objective, but you have your specific objectives. But there is no broad objective. Objective is divided into two. You have the broad objective rather, then you have specific objective. But here you didn't show your specific objective. You didn't show your broad objective. At the end of your objective, I wrote here that your objective did not show any focus on social workers because they are very important in this study going by your topic, whatever information the teenage girls might have given will be substantiated or debunked by the social workers because they are the focus of this topic. It is their intervention that you are looking at in this topic. Then again, looking at your research questions, I also said the same thing. Teenage girls that abuse drugs, not impact, not intervention on drug abuse. The intervention is not on drug abuse. It should be. Then going to your theoretical framework, you claim to use social learning theory, attachment theory. Ideally, you didn't talk about theoretical review anyway, because I will have query you there. You just said theoretical framework, social learning theory, but you did not say anything about the theory. What are the objectives? What are the advantages and disadvantages of the theory? Because there is no theory that has no flaw. The reason why we have so many theories these days is because people were, seeing lacuna in existing theories. And that is why we have a circular flow of theory. Every theory, we have what we call thesis, we have what we call antithesis, we have what we call synthesis, and that synthesis becomes thesis again. It continues like that. It continues like that. When you have a theory that is referred to as thesis, it's because a lacuna was identified in that existing theory and it becomes antithesis. What that researcher has seen become antithesis. And it's going to come up with another theory that will block that lacuna which he or she has identified. So that will become a synthesis, and that synthesis become another thesis. And it continues like that and that and that. But all the theories you have identified here, social learning theory, another theory you also use here is attachment theory. You didn't tell us their advantages and their disadvantages and why you have chosen them to explain. Yes, we know what social learning theories is. We know what it is. We know what attachment theory is. You get it? But you didn't tell us its own negative aspects. The way you are explaining it the way you are using it in this work is to tell us that it's somehow affecting the teenage girls, and that is what has led them to drug taking. But you need to also show what are the positive side and the negative sides of those theories you have decided to use. You said empowerment model under the models you have, and I asked you what is the source of this model. You didn't cite anybody, you just put the model there. I haven't noticed that your inter citation, you only have 9, but in your reference page, you have 14. In your inter citation, you have 9 citations, but in your literature review, in your reference page or pages, you have 14. So where did you get the additional 5 that did not reflect in your work? So you should look into that too. Strength-based perspective. Okay, so according to Selby 2006. But others, you didn't show their references. It's like you wrote them on your own and you didn't show how they are related to your work. And like I said, what you presented in your work is far, more than what you have in the work you submitted. You have to do that, update your work and send them so that the right thing could be done before your mark could be, forwarded. And again, in your work, you use futuristic tense in your work. I believe you've gone to the field from what you submitted. By now, you should be using past tense. Will be, aims. No. You have gone to the field and you are back from the field. So what you should be using is past tense. For example, under your research methodology, You said this study will employ a descriptive research design. Well, you get it. That should be used, not will use. And one thing I also saw in your abstract, you only talked about descriptive method, descriptive analysis. But when you are talking about your data analysis in your chapter 3 or under your methodology, you mention inferential statistics. Can somebody tell me what you did with your inferential statistics? Because you did not show any hypothesis to tell us that you want to check for relationship. So how come you have inferential statistics? Can you tell us how come you have inferential statistics? Because what you mentioned in your abstract is descriptive statistics, and what you actually did was based on descriptive statistics. So where did you see your inferential statistics here? You talk about regression, you talk about using SPSS, statistical package for social sciences. Where did you see that? Did you do that? Or you only do copy and paste? Because it's evidence that what you claim you did here, you didn't do that. There's no inferential statistics here. And even in your chapter 1 or in your section A, you didn't say anything about hypotheses that will show that you want to study relationship or you want to look at relationship. So you may need to look at that. It's obvious that what you just pour here, you just copy it from somewhere and, and submitted it. So do that. You did not do any inferential analysis. You didn't do any inferential analysis. You talk about your sample size, you share your sample size is 275. Then I'm asking, if you have a sample size, what is your population size? Just say the population for this study consists of teenage girls who abuse drugs in Ikeja, a local government area of Lagos State, Nigeria. So when you don't have a population size, although you said it was a purposive sampling, but this is a quantitative study, I guess, you should be able to have the idea. Nothing was said about Ikeja local government here, your study area. Because you have population, if you check our Federal Office of the Bureau for Statistics, you will see the number of youth girls that are in whichever local government, either Ikeja local government or truly local government. It will tell you the number of girls, the number of teenage girls. You can't just pick, okay, let's just pick 275. It is not representative to my own understanding, because you need to pick a sample size that will be a true representation of your population. You just said here that the population for this study consists of teenage girls who abuse drugs in Ikeja local government area of Lagos State. How many are they? And you said the sample size for this study is 275 teenage girls who abuse drugs in Ikeja local government area of Lagos State. How did you come about 275 when you don't know the population? You said this study will use, can you see, will use purposive sampling or purposely sampling techniques to select participants. These techniques will enable fine, but meaning that you just pick those who are relevant and those who are available to you, purposive sampling. You said in your research instrument, the research instrument used for this study is questionnaire. The questionnaire will be designed, I don't know when you will do that, to collect data on participants' social demographic characteristics, drug abuse history, and experience. And I put there, what about intervention? So nothing was done on intervention. You can see this study, your work is not complete, because the crux of this work is intervention, the impact of intervention. And nothing was done on intervention. Even your questionnaire, nothing about intervention was there to flag. Because set out to study or to look at is not even studied at all in your work. That is, the intervention is not there. Social work intervention was not covered. Then you talk about data collection. The data will be, you are still talking about future things. future tense. You say researcher will be, it's a group work, I think. It is a group work. That should be researchers. You are not the only one that did it. It's a group work. Data will be collected through a survey method where the questionnaire, maybe only one question administered to participants. So that's supposed to be questionnaires. The questionnaires will be again self-administered, and the researcher, not only one person, supposed to be researchers, will be the researchers who are available, because the past tense we've done it already. We've done that already. Then going to data analysis. The data will be analyzed using descriptive statistics such as frequency distribution, percentages, and means. Not seen here. And you talk about inferential statistics such as regression analysis, which you never use. So go and do the needful, do the correction. Ethical consideration. I still talk about your tenses there. Your tense is there. The expected outcome. The impact should be on teenage girls, not on drugs. The impact should be on teenage girls, not on drugs. That is on the ethical, on the expected outcome. On the expected outcome. Then what finding?
Thank you.
Okay, I think it's still on the same thing, talking about the girls are not on drugs. Social demographic character, this is the only place you use descriptive analysis, talking about data. But nothing was done about about differential statistics. Please.
Hello. Hello. Oguchilini.
I'm tired. My battery is going down since 10 a.m. I've glued to this my handset. Look at the time.
Who is this girl talking here?
Okuchilini.
My moderator, since your student claim that they are tired, I think I can stop here. Thank you.
Sorry for that interruption, sir.
It is not Buti that is tired.
Hello,
It
please
is
mute
not
your
the
mic.
part
Mute
of
your mic.
Buti that say they are tired, sir. Please, we need the enlightenment. Thank you.
Sir, please, sorry for that interruption.
Okay.
Kindly continue, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, on the impact of social work intervention. Little or nothing was said there. Said the study revealed that social work intervention significantly reduced drug abuse. Who are the people, who are the social workers that you studied? Where is the data you got from them? Which method did they use? Which method? If you had visited the local government, the social welfare office, you'll have gotten enough information. If you had interviewed them, you'll have gotten enough information on this aspect of intervention. And like I said, it is a major aspect of your work that you left out. Without it, you have done nothing, because that is what you set out to do. That is what you set out to do, the intervention, and it was not covered. So I don't know, you just have to go back and do the needful and make sure that that aspect is also covered. I will send the soft copy of the little correction I did based on what you sent to me. We send to the coordinator, and the coordinator will send back to the group. Thank you so much, my coordinator.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
We are grateful, sir. Thank you. And thank you for the soft copy to enrich our studies.
Thank you, Dr. Boyega, for that extensive and well-articulated review. We appreciate your time with us, and we look forward to having you more frequently. So it's now over to group members now to quickly tell us what they intend to do with the points raised by Dr. Boyega.
Thank you very
much. We want to appreciate Dr. Boyega for his extensive analysis of our work, and we want to thank him for his time for going into details and also directing us on what to do. We as a group will go back to the drawing board and do the needful as soon as possible, relying much on his advice and the soft copy that he has promised to send through the coordinator. Thank you, Dr. Boyega. On behalf of Group 6, my name is Orukoton Kwamina. God bless you.
Thank you, the group members, for your presentation. So we'll now be taking up the presentation of Group 8.
Group 13.
Good afternoon, sir.
No.
Group 4. Group 4 have been waiting.
Hello.
No. Here to spend, please.
Hello.
Group 4 is 10 o'clock.
Please.
Group 13.
I would, if you choose to deliberately flaunt the order or the instructions, the guiding rules of this meeting, I would have no option than to remove you. I can do that. It's totally unacceptable to interrupt a reviewer. And I won't take it from any of you, please. We are taking up the presentation of group number.
Hello, excuse me, please.
Okay, sir. Dr. Atere.
I think if that person that made that statement did not tender an apology to the whole house, strike out that group, please.
That's group number 13. I've taken note of that, sir.
Strike them out if that person and the whole
Sir,
group.
it's not 13, no. It's not. They said group number 4. It's not 13, please. I'm begging you.
Group number 4 is not the one.
It's not 4. It's not 4.
The person,
It's
the
not group
person that
4.
made
It's
that
not group 4.
statement.
It's group 13. It's group 13, not group 4.
It's not group 4. We are waiting. Group 4 are waiting. It's not group 4.
Group 13 and not 4.
Can we have one house? Can we have one house?
I apologize. I was the one that was instructing. My battery is going down. I'm having
by you.
If your battery is going down, it's either you go and look for where to charge it, or you quietly leave. You don't make such statement in an organized situation. You have been trained as a professional social worker. You don't make such statements. It's uncalled for.
Hello, sir.
In a group, you just came up and started ranting. Then it's uncalled for. So, and this program is being recorded. Whether we got you now or not, we will get the person and we'll get the name or number of the group.
Sir, don't worry. I took note of the name. It's Ibinabo Okochilini. And she's in group 13.
Please mark the name. If you will not tender an apology now, and the group support in that apology, then you strike the group out.
I have 5%. My battery is down. Since 10 a.m., I've been online.
You are still making noise. You are still making
noise.
Say you are sorry.
That's making that noise.
Just you're sorry, please.
Can't you say you are sorry? They've given you a window to apologize. Can't you apologize? Are you the only one whose battery is down? I bought a power bank this morning because I know what can happen.
It's going to be like this. I didn't know that it's going to be like this.
You can also apologize. And let's move forward.
I didn't know that it's going to be like this. I would have
Please, sir, we apologize. Group 13 leader is apologizing on behalf of Binabo, sir. Please,
sorry.
Seconded by Victoria.
Please kindly mute your mics. Kindly mute your mics. Kindly mute your mics. Kindly mute your mics. All right.
During presentations like this, students don't talk until you are given the floor to talk. How can you just bump in the middle of discussion when the reviewer is talking? He's reviewing your work and then just bump it and start ranting. What kind of thing is that? You see, that's indecency and indiscipline. You don't tolerate that in a professional circle. In professional circles, we have seniority. These are your senior talking, and you are there talking like what? We don't tolerate that, though. As part of the ethics of the profession, start learning from here. You can take excuse that, please, my battery is down. I may not be able to continue because there's no power to charge it. And everybody will understand with you. They're ranting.
I have
Please
noted.
let
I'm
that
taking my
be
correction.
repeated. Hello.
I'm taking my correction. Sorry, please. Let's continue.
You are still talking. Character, manners, behavior, attitude. I was just telling you that when somebody is talking, you don't interject, especially when your seniors are talking. You don't interject. I'm so sorry, Social Worker Mbina, for the disruption. Dr. Adegboyega, please, we are sorry for the interjection and all that came up during your review. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Dr. Atere, for coming in to address that issue. We promise that that will be taken care of in no distant time. Apologies to Dr. Adegboyega. We are also promising you that that will be taken care of too. All right, we will now be taking up the presentation of group number 8.
Let's take the correction of the names. Oh, forget again.
Hello, sir.
Oh, sorry.
Hello, sir.
I'm sorry, please,
Okay.
please go ahead, sir. Thank you.
All right. Group number 8, please, you pay attention as we take a roll call. First on my list is Michael Godwin. Michael Godwin. Michael Godwin is absent. Peter Chibuikem.
Present. Michael Godwin, present. Present.
Michael Godwin, present. Okay. Peter Lionel Chibuikem.
Present, sir. Present. I'm present.
Esther Chinwe.
Present, sir.
I'm present.
Present, sir.
Omeje Arinze.
Present, sir.
Olayemi Omowomi.
Present.
Present, sir.
I don't understand. How many of you is bearing the same name? Presley Thelma.
Present, sir.
Chukuma Merit.
Present, sir.
Njoku Ugonna.
Present, sir.
Oka Chinema Rejoice. Oka Rejoice. Fashiku Aishat.
Present, sir.
Oka Rejoice is absent. Fashiku is present. London Vivian. London Vivian Onyebuchi. London Vivian is absent. All right. We now want to give you the
present, sir.
Okay, noted. All right. Group number 8 will be making the presentation on the theme titled Integrating the Child Rights Act into Practice, the Role of Social Workers in Nigeria. We are now calling on the group leader in the person of Omeje Arinze to make a presentation. Arinze,
good evening, sir.
The floor is open.
Hello, sir.
Who is distracting us, please?
I'm so sorry, sir. Sir, my name is Rejoice. My network was disturbing. I'm present, sir.
You can actually indicate by using the chat option, right?
Okay, sir.
You don't
Thank
have
you, sir.
to. You don't have to interrupt. You see, the thing. One thing is, you people fail to understand the importance of what we are doing and the level at which we are. This could be you making a presentation in a global space. This could be you having an online meeting, an international meeting. And it begins from places like this. How do you groom yourself? How do you position yourself to take advantage of these bigger opportunities you're praying for? And to be very frank with you, these opportunities will not come from the sky. You build it with experience. And you're not expected to be jumping or interrupting conversations just because you want to make a point. There are rules of engagement. Wherever you find yourself, there is a mode of operandi, and you must follow them. And if you feel you're bigger than those rules, then bolt out. Leave that space. Nobody's begging you to be here.
Okay.
Major River, please, you have our attention.
Okay, good evening, everybody. I really want to thank the Institute for this wonderful opportunity given to us to share our views on issues relating to our social environment and the happenings around us. This is Group 8 presentation, and before I go on, I want to apologize for the last person that made some raised an issue of being present and was having some issues. So please, I'm sorry for that, and we won't actually distract the house again. So this is Group 8, and we are here to make a presentation on a critical review on the topic integrating the Child Rights Act into practice. We are looking at the role of social worker in Nigeria. Okay, we have some there for us to come up with this presentation from this work. We looked at what motivated us, and our motivation is driven with time factor given to us to actually look at what to present, because we know that if we go into an empirical study, we might not meet up with necessary time, so we had to do a critical review. And our motivation to this study is that we looked at Nigeria as in Nigeria we have some issues, and one of the major global issues currently is issue of child labor, child abuse, and the rest. So in Nigeria, we are looking at child under the age of 18 who have been constituted which have been shown that over 18%, majority of the young people under the age of 18 have represented the major population of Nigeria. And this has given us the understanding that UNICEF is interested. In 2023, they looked at it, and they were of the notion that the issue of child labor and child abuse is a social problem in Nigeria. And Nigeria adopted the Child Rights Act in 2003, which is a stepping stone for Nigeria to familiarize and integrate itself with global view and development. So we looked at the social issues in our environment. We started with the statistical evidence that paints the glimpse of pictures in Kano State, where a 13-year-old girl is withdrawn from school for marriage. In Lagos, an 8-year-old hawker hawking sachet water and on the express road. So also in IDP camp, especially in Benue State and the Northeast, North Centrals, and the rest, children are exposed to unthinkable risk of violence and exploitation. These are not isolated from incidents, but symptoms of systematic failure to protect the children, which we all are here to address. So for us to do justice to this, we looked at a critical review regarding the time frame, and this has given us the opportunity to understand that that we need to answer some questions, like what is the role of social workers in integrating Nigerians' Child Rights Act into practice, and what systemic factors constrain or enables the effectiveness of social workers in addressing these issues. For us to achieve this, because this is a critical review, is a review of the activities of social worker in terms of implementations, and not just the social worker, but what is what Nigeria has signed into law in 2003. We needed to understand this issue with the knowledge of ecological perspective by Ure Brefambra in 1979, which states that which posits that a child's development is influenced by the series of interconnected environmental systems. It means that environment of a person influences the person's attitude, either directly or indirectly. We look at this theoretical framework in some levels of social work practice. We have micro system microsystem, mesosystem, exosystem, and macro system and chronosystem. These systems in social work is being addressed by this ecological theory to understand, to explain to us why issues are happening at every point in time and what is the cause, the need, and what is the implication, what causes it, why is it happening, and way to address it. We are looking at the microsystem here. The social worker has to understand the immediate environment of the family, the child, the school, the peers, where the child grows up. What is the cultural norms? What is the happenings? What are the things the family needs? What is the rudiments of the community? Are they those people that believe that sending a child to go and fetch water in the stream is not a crime, is not child labor, is not violence? We understood this while we were discussing during the review, that in some part of the North, they don't want to assimilate the notion of Child Rights Act because they believe a child shouldn't have a right, but they believe that it should be called Child Protective Act. So we are looking at it based on the environment. And here we are talking about the microsystem, which is the family of the child, the school where the child interacts, the peers the child grows up with. Then we move to the meso level, the mesosystem, where we talk about the interconnected between the relationship between the child and the family, the schools, the social worker liaise with both the external environment and the child itself to understand what is really happening within the locality. Then we talk about the exosystem. Here we are talking about the external settings that indirectly affects the child. This exosystem could be implied that maybe a parent who is a teacher, having gone to school and is stressed. We are looking at this. You can also liken the likes of caregiver stress theory to this. Maybe you have stressed out of work, you come back and you have to vent on someone else, and you have to push some burdens to a child without knowing that this person is a child. And this Child Rights Act has its basics that you have to understand and follow. It has limitations to what a child can do and what a child cannot do. Then here we are looking at the macro system where this issue of Child Rights Act interface. We are talking about the overwhelming culture, the overarching cultures of cultural values. In some part of Nigeria, you find out that telling a child to go and fetch water is not a crime. Telling a child to help the mother to sell plantain on the street, they might not see it as a crime or as child labor. They might think that it is trying to build resilience for the child to grow and adapt in the harsh weather of Nigeria. And these are some of the beliefs. Some religious belief also have its own belief that a child should marry from 13 because of all this. Then we talk about the chronological system, chronosystem, sorry. This is the dimension that is telling us that time and the dimension of time, it encompasses social historical changes. What is happening, what has happened, and where is it going to lead us in future? These are the issues. Some major issues in life can cause this problem. What maybe a child who is in a family that divorced, and this child might find a way to survive and be withdrawn out of school. The person might even be sent to the street to hawk, and all these are because of the environment and the whole issue of the system around this person. Then we look at this theory as this ecological lens. We are taking a ecological lens on this issue as a as it is crucial because it moves the blame from the individual, who is the child or the parents or the social worker, to a systemic understanding of the problem. The problem could be other things rather than the individual. A child's marriage, for instance, is not just a family decision. It could be out of hardship in the family, but it could be influenced out of poverty or deep-seated cultural norms in the yes.
There is a friendly round. You've exhausted your time. Okay? You've exhausted your time. Thank you for that presentation. You've exhausted your time. Thank you, sir. All right, we'll now be taking up the next presenter from Group 8.
The second presenter.
All right, I am calling on Chibukem Lionel.
Is when they waste time.
When they waste time,
Yes.
if they don't waste time, somebody's okay. I'm taking from where
Hello, can you mute your mic, please?
They're not going to stop you. They're not going to stop you.
Okay, I'm talking on the mandate, understanding the Child Rights Act. The Child Rights Act also provides for establishing specialized structures such as family courts and children protection committees to administer child-friendly justice. We have the right to survive and development, the right to protection, right to participation, the principle of the best interest of the child. So due to the less time, I'll be talking on the right to protection. As a social worker, we know that not everywhere is being organized and not everyone have the knowledge that is not right for you to take your child, a child of 15 to 14 years old, to go and be hawking on the street. We need to educate them in order for them to know that this is also a crime of child trafficking, because you sending out a 15 years or a 12 years old child to go and hawk on the street is very bad. It's not a good idea, because if you are being reported to the appropriate authorities, you can be jailed for. And if you are being jailed for and taken to court, you serve you will be given some amount of years to serve in prison. So in continuation, I will be talking on the critical role of a social worker translating law into action. First, I have direct practitioner and case management. Second, policy implementers and watchdog. Third, system negotiators and collaboration. Then lastly, I have advocates and awareness creators. But I'll be talking on advocates and awareness creators. A law unknown is a law unused. Social workers serve as a bridge to massive awareness, whereby educating people and creating awareness of the law by translating the complex legal language of Child Rights Act into relatable terms and commitments, traditional rulers and religious rulers. In order for us to build in order for us to let them understand or let them know that bringing out their child to hawk on the street is a crime, we can actually organize program or create a platform whereby we educate these citizens, also whereby we educate the citizen on child trafficking, because not everyone knows that child trafficking is a crime. Okay, just as some cultures actually take it that for their daughter to marry at the age of 15, 16 is not a crime. To me, I say it's because they are not well educated.
Kindly conclude, please.
So me, I take it that because they are not well educated on the fact that a child of 15 to 16 years old is not meant to get married at that point. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that fine presentation. We will now be calling on the last presenter for group 8, and I'll be calling on Chukuma Merit Ozioma. Chukuma Merit Ozioma. Okay, Chukuma is Presley Telma. Can I be heard? Presley Telma. Okay, Presley Telma is absent. Okay, can we hear from Njoku Ogonna? Njoku Ogonna.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, everyone. Please, can you hear me, sir?
I'm struggling to hear you.
Thank you so much. Sorry, sir.
Hello.
I'll be talking about the critical analysis of the child. Can you hear me,
Please,
sir?
can someone else from the
Hello,
group?
sir.
Ogonna is not clear, please. Can someone else make a presentation? Ogonna's mic is not clear. Okay, I can see the hand of Merit. Merit, you have the floor, please.
Good evening, sir. Sorry about that. I was having network issues.
You're welcome. Please proceed.
I'll be taking the conclusion on the topic integrating the Child Rights Act. As you can see, the conclusion says the Child Rights Act 2003 represents Nigerian pledge to each children, a promise of a childhood free from fear, want, and exploitation. However, this promise remains unfulfilled for millions. Social workers are the ancestral agents of change, tasked with making this promise. Means this conclusion here tells us that the Child Rights Act in Nigeria should be taken seriously, because in Nigeria, they don't, as my colleague said, they don't think that children are being exploited or abused by making them hawk on the road or making them free or making them go into early child marriage. So as social workers, we are entitled and we are advised to make do advocacy to people, to make them know and give them knowledge on the abuse on children and the do's and don'ts that they are supposed to do concerning their children in Nigeria. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Group 8, for that fine presentation. So it's now time for your group discussant to review your group work. And I'm calling on social worker Ferdinand Omoja to review your work. Please, sir, you have our attention.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Today is being fun spent. I want to commend the group for delving into Child Rights Acts and the role of social work in putting it into practice. It is a very topical issue that needs to be discussed. Given the high number of out-of-school children and other social vices, child abuse, among other issues, neglect that has bedeviling the Nigerian society. I also want to appreciate the group for making a smart move by going into a critical review instead of going into the field to go and conduct research, which given the time may not be visible. Having said that, I've made my comments, and at the end of the day, the group members are going to get it. I actually felt some challenges because the document you sent to me is a PDF. I've prepared a Microsoft Word, but I've been able to make some comment in the PDF also. So, your introduction. A seminar of this nature, your introduction should flow from the world perspective to Africa down to Nigeria. This will help you explore perspective from different countries and be able to situate the Nigerian and justify why study is taking place in Nigeria. So, your introduction should also have objective of the study and research question. The major issue I discovered with your work is that your work did not follow the structure or the methodology approved by the Chartered Institute of Social Work to be able to write a seminar of this nature. It's supposed to be section A, section B, section C, and section D. And your work did not follow that. So it's a very big minus. There is a place where you are making reference to the number of states that have approved or domesticated the Child Rights Act. And you are saying 35 out of 36. I'm not doubting that because there are many documents online. Some are saying 29, some are saying 34, some are saying 35. My grounds with that statement is that as of 2023, according to what you quoted, only about 35 out of Nigerian 36 states. If you have 36 states, and according to you, 35 have domesticated the Child Rights Act, it cannot be only 35. There is no way 35 out of 36 can be only. So you need to take care of that, find a way to play around it. But you can make the point that despite the fact that 35 states out of 36 states have domesticated the Child Rights Act, reality on ground has not shown the welfare or the development of the child the way it ought to be. I can understand that very well, very perfectly. So I've made the point that your introduction should come, and under that your introduction, your statement of the problem should be subsumed under it. So your introduction should have both the background to the study and statement of the problem combined together, but all of them should come under introduction. Then, where you have 2 points, theoretical framework and ecological perspective, what you are supposed to do there, this is supposed to be your section B, which is theoretical framework. That is the way, the structure of the format that was given to you. You are expected to review at least 3 theories. Preferably a theory, one model, and one perspective. The old school propounded the theory, the theory we have propounded, the assumptions of the theory, then connect the theory to your work. That is bringing out the relevance of the theory to your work. If there are criticisms concerning the theory, you state those criticism. Then you state why you think that the theories are relevant to the work you are doing. I hope that is very clear. So this issue, you have microsystem, mesosystem, exosystem. These are not what you are expected to do in those theories. So get theories. If you cannot get a perspective or a model, you decide to use 3 theories, that is fine. So let's run along. Then, the mandates / understanding of the Child Rights Act. I've made the point. After your theoretical framework, which is your section B, we are supposed to review some theories. The section C is supposed to do with your methodology. And your methodology, because you are doing a critical review, is going to be a review of secondary data, journals that talk about Child Rights Act, newspaper reports, television documentary, etc., that talk about Child Rights Act. So these are the places you are going to get your information concerning the effectiveness of Child Rights Act or challenges that concern Child Rights Act. So this is going to actually be your section C. So there is no section C in your work. What you have here should come under findings. This mandate or understanding of Child Rights Act will come under the findings. Then the numbering, you do a whole lot of numbering in this work. If you either number or you bullet, you have like 3 or 4 lines, and you go and you number another thing. This is the seminar presentation. This is not a bullet point presentation. Your seminar of this nature should flow. It should be narrative enough that anybody that is reading it should be able to connect to what you are saying. So the numbering is not necessary. They should come under subheading, and you are expecting to critically review. It is you people that said a critical review. I didn't choose critical review for you guys. So if it is a critical review, if you are talking about the mandates, and if there are under subheading under the mandate, should be able to bring the perspective of different scholars. That is why it is a critical review. So the way it is presently constituted, as if you went to a particular place, look at what we have. Number one, the right to survival and development. You have like 2 lines. Number two, the right to protection. You have like 3 to 4 lines. Right to participation, you know. So if these things are problem, you begin to present a real life scenario where scholars have talked about it, that children do not participate in what is happening. Then we begin to connect to what you are writing. So I hope that is very clear. You are going to get my work. Then the crucial role of social workers. Your section D, after the methodology, you have the findings. Based on the critical review that you did, you bring out those findings. The findings will come once you talk about the things like challenges to effective implementation of Child Rights Act. These are the things you should be able to look for. You understand? And then you can talk about strategies based on scholars' perspective. What can be done to effectively implement the Child Rights Act? Then, if that is the case, also the crucial role of social workers in promoting effective implementation of the Rights Act also come under findings. You now begin to talk about the role of social workers, whether it is advocacy, whether it is broker, whether it is whatever the roles are, where you have direct practitioners and case managers. I am not against those things, but the way you number them is where I have my worry. They should come under subheading, and you need to get different scholars' perspective where they were talking about those things. That is what is going to make it actually a critical review. Now, you have the reality check, a critical analysis of the challenges. I always come with a critical analysis. That is not my problem. This one could come under the challenges that is facing implementation of Child Rights Act. It could be a subheading under your finding, you know. Now, if you want to bring in the challenges facing implementation of Child Rights Act, it should come before your social work role. What it means is that your social work role, the challenges should come first, then you should be able to talk about social work roles. Then the way you bulleted the reality check and the challenges again are a problem. You know, you need to write them to come under paragraph. The seminar of this nature should be designed to be presented in paragraph, not in bullet point. The things you are expected to appear in bullet point are things like recommendation, not when you have the body of work. Then there is a place where you talked about, okay, we've talked about the critical review, the reality check, a critical analysis of the challenges. I think that has been taken care of. Then there is another place where you have strategies for strengthening integration. I know these strategies for strengthening integration will also come under should be your recommendation. You know, strategies, because we are talking about even strengthening integration is one of the things that should be done to promote the Child Rights Act. So if you want it to be a section under your finding, then bring up enough literature to be able to back it up. Like I said before, I'm seeing systemic investment. Under systemic investment, we have from funding, one line, from workforce development. At this level, cannot be presenting a work of this nature and you have them under bullets. Should be able to speak to us. Then you have community-led sensitization. All the points you raise are very germane. I need to be honest with you. But the way they are haphazardly handled is where I have my problem and I have my reservation. Then finally, on your references, which is the last thing that is here, I am surprised actually. In all honesty, this work is not a critical review. You have like 11 chapters. We are talking about a critical review about the Child Rights Act, and we have like 11 pages. So I say, in all honesty, this is not a critical review. A look at your abstract. Immediately I read your abstract. My appetite was whet. I was expecting to digest a whole lot of things. But the content did not reflect what you have in your abstract. So it seems your abstract is having a different thing, although you highlighted them in the content of your work, but the way you need to present them to give it body is absolutely lacking. So a look at your abstract showed what you set out to achieve. Your abstract is very ambitious, but little is done in the main work to bring it to fruition. That is my challenge. Your references says it all. You know, you say you are doing a critical review. Now your references says it all, that a work with the number of end-text references you have. Okay. Cannot qualify to be referred to as a critical review. I'm looking at 9 references. You put 9, maybe 9 documents or whatever scholars you consulted to do a critical review of child rights acts. So beside your references, beside the fact that you didn't consult enough material for this work, your references did not follow APA 7th edition. Apart from places where you italicize the name of the journal, which is the right thing to do, places where there are textbooks, where the title of the textbook needs to be italicized, we are not done. So I hope you take care of some of this correction and do more critical review. Consult more so that you give us something that is benefiting, that you are doing a critical review on the Child Rights Act. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Social Worker Ferdinand, for that extensive and well-articulated review. We appreciate your time, and we look forward to having you more. Well, it's now time for group members to tell us what they intend to do with the gray areas pointed out. Please, group members of Group 8 should speak out.
Okay, thank you so much for, I really want to thank Social Worker Ferdinand for his critical review of this work. He actually did justice to it. Is just for the sole aim of making the work better. And I really appreciate that work well done. And we want to, on behalf of Group 8, we want to say thank you for this institute for the opportunity, and we will do all the corrections as given to make this work better and for it to be enriching to not just the institute but to the general public. Thank you so much.
Thank you to Group 8 members, and thank you, our humble Group 8 leader. We will now be taking up the next presentation, and I'll be calling on Group number 12. Group number 12, please kindly pay attention to your name as we do a roll call. Akpo be favor. Akpo be favor. Absent. Chinonyerem Helen.
Present, sir.
Udi Jefta.
Present.
Victor Chinelu Rosemary.
Present, sir.
Udochukwu Olachi Esther. Udochukwu Olachi Esther. Chibundu Udochukwu Olachi Esther. Absent. Egumba Esther Onyinyechi. Egumba Esther Onyinyechi. Absent. Funke Eunice. Funke Eunice, Graham Gift, Osevwe Mabel, Mabel, absent, Flora Frank,
Present.
Dick Prissy, Inoma, absent, Wike Soporuchi Constance, Unfortunately, your group leader is not even on ground.
She's on
Okay.
Yes, sir. She's hospitalized, sir.
So who is making the presentation?
I will make it Rosemary Victor Choma.
Rosemary Victor Choma.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
All right, let's start with Rosemary Victor Choma. And
okay.
Group 12, rather, will be making a presentation on social work in digital age, opportunities and ethical dilemmas in the Nigerian context.
Sorry, sir. Wike Soporuchi.
I don't understand. Is it the Soporuchi that is hospitalized?
Yes, I'm in the hospital, sir. So my network is kind of bad.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay,
So
who is standing in for you?
It's my assistant group leader, Rosemary.
Okay, Rosemary.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
floor is open.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, distinguished panelists and fellow participants. I'm representing the Group 12, and our topic says social work in the digital age, opportunities and ethical dilemmas in the Nigerian context. By introduction, we are saying that digital technology has transformed the way social work is practiced all over the world. Africa and Nigeria is not an exception. The aim of this study is to examine how digital technologies are transforming social work practice in Nigeria, highlighting the opportunities they present and ethical dilemmas that could arise from this transformation. We have 4 objectives and 4 corresponding research questions that guided the study. For theoretical perspective, we consider general system theory of Bett and Lanphier, ecological system theory of Bromfener, and technology acceptance model, Fred Davis. We also have considered 5 models. For the theoretical perspective, we selected the theory, ecological system theory. Why? Because this theory being the most appropriate, that has, among other things, a multi-level insight into ethical issues. Materials and methods, research design, we use the mixed method research design, quantitative, qualitative. Population, being Nigeria, we try to see if we can get population samples from Abuja, Lagos, Enugu to represent the Nigerian scope. Then purposive sampling was used, and 120 respondents and 18 interviews were selected. Data was collected through questionnaire, semi-structured interviews, and document review. Analysis was conducted through the descriptive statistics and then through software SPSS. Key findings. We were able to generate about 5 key findings. And then based on the key findings, the study has proposed the following recommendations. We are proposing that there should be an integrated digital literacy training into social work curricula for institutions and for professional bodies. And we are also proposing that C-ISOWN and other social work professional bodies collaborate for development of national digital ethical framework. We're also proposing that institutions should be strengthened in the use of ICT infrastructure and data protection policies. Also to promote hybrid service models, meaning that digital practice should marry face-to-face interaction and then encourage reflective supervision using REMA's ethical model. We also advocate for inclusivity in digital policies, ensuring access for all communities, particularly the rural communities. Implications for practice. Social workers must balance innovation with ethical responsibility. For ethical responsibility is one of our common mandates as social work practitioners. Technology should enhance but not replace human connection. Why is it so? Because we are considering that in the near future, technology will advance to such a state that they may even have to adopt robotics to go ahead and take our jobs in the course of dealing with clients and service users. As technology advances, they may replace us with robots, like I said before, and this is not going to be good for us as social work practitioners, because one of our core emphasis, one of our core principles is trust, empathy, emotional intelligence, cultural sensitivity, and competence, which are really the domains of human beings and not machines. In conclusion, we conclude by emphasizing that digital transformation truly has offered opportunities for efficiency in outreach and empowerment of service users through clients. However, the issue of ethical dilemmas, confidentiality, competence, and access must be taken into consideration and addressed. Building on ethical digital capacity will ensure that Nigerian social work retains effective.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Rosemary, thank
Yes,
you
sir.
for your presentation. You've exhausted your time.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm calling on, let me give Udochukwu Olachi Esther an opportunity to make a presentation. Udochukwu Olachi Esther. Okay, she's absent. Chinyonyerem Helen.
Present, sir.
Okay, beautiful. Please.
All right. I'm taking my I want to elaborate more on the section 3. That's the methodologies. Our findings. Sorry. Now the key findings. One is increased adoption of digital tools, but not evenly accessed. We're able to look at these digital tools in the urban areas, although that these tools are being used in Lagos, Abuja, and Enugu. We knew that some of these things are not reachable to the rural areas. So we found out that it was 86% of social workers, students aware of it, and social educators were able to say yes, they use these digital tools. The second findings was it actually enhanced the delivery, the service delivery, and engaging clients. Yes, they were also able to tell us that they use these tools like telecounseling, online support groups like using WhatsApp, yes, and data management. They actually go a long way to use it. And also the third finding was, now what are these ethical dilemmas? What are the challenges using online medium to reach out to clients? What are these challenges? We saw that about 41% were also having concerns based on confidentiality, that's confidentiality, data protection, and professional boundaries. These were the challenges found. Then our fourth findings were on limited digital competence. Yes, how many social workers are really aware of these digital tools? How many are willing to imbibe or adopt these tools in order to make their services more reachable to even the most vulnerable? So, and advocate for them. So our fifth finding there was on positive attitude towards digital transformation. Now, these practitioners, the social workers, how many are willing to adopt this? How many, even taking it up to the rural, how many are able to adopt it? In rural areas where there are cultural, that the culture may affect adopting this? Are social workers available to say, okay, let's use this? That is where we lay our hands to give our recommendations, saying that there should be, in terms of the security now, a guiding step in the digital world. There should be a national digital ethics framework for the social workers, so that once you are on this, you know your guidelines. Then secondly, there should be an integrated digital literacy in our curriculum, social work curriculum. Students in the school should be able to be digitally empowered, so that it won't be a new thing. That's how we treat about literacy on this aspect of the training. Now, we should be able to strengthen the ICTC infrastructure and protect data, not information of client flying haywire because we are on the air. So also, we also talked about adopting or promoting hybrid service model, where in as much as there can be WhatsApp. Today, we know that we have WhatsApp video call where you see your client face to face and you can be able to interact with such clients. You can be able to note the emotions and how the facial expressions and all that. So in as much as we're on digital, we also have to imbibe face-to-face interaction. Then we should also encourage reflective supervision, advocate for individual digital policies. So these are, and based on this, we reach out to our conclusion. We are saying that digital transformation offers opportunity. Definitely, the digital world has really transformed the world generally, and social work is not going to be an exception. So we should be able to know our opportunities, know our challenges, and be able to empower social workers on what to do and guidelines. Thank you very much.
Do waiting now. Daniel, I'm not leave me body the pepper me. Don't put the water to me.
Body the pepper you Danny.
Hello.
Thank you,
Hello.
sir. Hello.
Oh, sorry. I network took me off. So, are you done presenting?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Okay. I think we need another presenter, right? And I'll be calling on Graham Gift as the last presenter for that group. Is Graham Gift available? Hello. Okay, Graham Gift is absent. Can we listen to Flora Frank?
All right, yes. Flora Frank,
Okay.
I'm going to talk on the materials and method. This is the material and method we used to arrive to the findings that we had and the conclusions that we drew.
No. The first speaker, the first presenter talked about the introduction and the literature review. The second speaker talked about the material and methods, theories. So you're expected to talk about the discussion, conclusion, and recommendation.
The last speaker talked about the discussion.
Hello?
The findings. Hello, yes?
You say what?
The last speaker talked about the discussions and the findings.
Oh, that was wrong. That was wrong. And maybe that's because network took me off. So, anyway, let's hear you out, please.
Yeah. Okay, so we were able to get the findings and the recommendations because we adopted the mixed models case study design, combining the qualitative and the qualitative approaches to obtain both statistical and narrative data. And then the case studies design was suitable because it allows an in-depth exploration of how digital technologies
intersect with social work practice within the specific social, cultural, and institutional context of Nigeria. Our population of study was we looked at Lagos. Lagos in Nigeria. We got across Lagos, Abuja, and then Enugu, using about 120 sample size drawn from using questionnaire and survey design for the qualitative comparison of it. And then we talked to practitioners, educators, and policymakers were selected in the qualitative interviews. This is to ensure a diversity of perspective across the practices within the settings and the institutions. We also collected data through structured questionnaire was used to collect the qualitative data. And we also use semi conduct the interview. We also use documents, we reviewed documents from relevant professionals, and data to analyzed using the descriptive statistics method to analyze it. And with that, we're able to come to the conclusion of the findings that we had, that the second speaker indicated, and the recommendations that we made. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Although I was struggling to hear you speak. I don't know if it's network or the fault is from your end. However, we appreciate your time. So we'll now be calling on the reviewer for Group 12, and the person of social worker Magnus to do a review. Sir,
all
please,
right.
you have our...
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible enough? Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we are hearing you.
Yes, I can hear you clearly,
okay,
sir.
All right, thank you so much. I want to really commend this group for the aspect of this activity they dived in, and they did justice to it and demonstrated background knowledge to what they want to do. Okay. However, there are significant areas that requires improvement. Take, for instance, let's go to the logical structure. The paper lacks clear and arguable thesis statement. It actually states its aim and the objectives, but does not present a central debatable claim the entire paper sets out to prove. Let me explain. A stronger approach will take this position. Why digital tools are rapidly being adopted by Nigerian social workers, creating significant opportunities for service delivery. The absence of supportive ecological system comprising robust policy, institutional training, and equitable infrastructure amplifies the ethical dilemma and threatens to exacerbate existing inequalities. Please, I will need to be I will be snappy because I'm encountering serious data network challenges down here. So I'll be very, very snappy. Please pay, the group should pay close attention. Okay, the reference, when you go to the in-text referencing, it's the several in-text referencing there appear to be potentially not fully representative of the source. Take, for instance, citing this Spolander et al. 2014 for digital innovation in Africa seems outdated, as this field has evolved dramatically since then. Citing Agbola 2023 with the DOI that leads to 2021 appears undermining the credibility of your work. What am I trying to say? You're citing 2023, but the DOI of the work you're citing is taking us to 2021. Please take note of that. The literature, the gap in the literature review, while good, could be strengthened by including more specific research on implementation science and socio-technical system theory. which directly addresses how technology is integrated into complex human service environments. Let's go to your analysis. Okay. Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Can you
We
hear
can
me?
hear you, sir.
Okay.
We can hear you.
The discussion section is largely descriptive, not analytical. It restates the findings and simply aligns them with the existing literature. Example, this finding aligns with Omokabi 2021. It does not do the following. I'm going to highlight. One, it didn't synthesize the work by explaining why these patterns exist. For example, why is there a 54% rate of blood boundaries? Is it due to cultural communication norms, lack of training, or personal nature of dominant platforms like WhatsApp? It didn't interpret the tension by analyzing the profound tensions between the 76% positive attitude and the 41% training rate. What does this say about the professional aspiration versus institutional support? The next one on that is on the theoretical framework. The ecological system theory was fitted in well, but it was underutilized in this discussion. Okay. You would have deployed it in a way my suggestion goes thus. An original analysis will use it to explain how factors at macro system level, which is the national policy, exo system level, the agency support, and the micro system level, which is the work client interaction. This level, it will help interact and create. Let's quickly go to your recommendation. Your recommendation, please kindly consider rewriting this discussion and the so what. Okay, try to use the theoretical framework as an analytical lens. For example, the high concern over data privacy, 68%, can be analyzed through the exo system. A lack of institutional data policy forces practitioners to rely on personal devices and unsecured apps, directly creating the ethical risk observed at the micro system level. Please do take note of that. When we go to, okay, I think I've skipped, okay. Okay, in your methodology, you are using futuristic tense, will be used. Please take note of that. I think previous reviewers have also highlighted something like that, so no need dwelling much on that. Okay, at your considering how you positioned there's a verbatim repetition. You said the phrase, in quote, the phrase, data we are collected through questionnaires and interviews involving 120 social workers. You repeated it verbatim in your abstract and your discussion. Please, you can rephrase, be creative in your business, so don't be too direct. So, in your conclusion, it is functional, okay, but it is not that powerful. It's not connecting properly. It dismisses the opportunity to articulate this study, the broader implication of this study. Okay, restate this thesis in the light of evidence presented and suggest specific impact and directions for future research. me give the example. Future research should be conducted should conduct a longitudinal study on the efficacy of hybrid system of hybrid service models in rural Nigerian communities.
Okay. It's like the network is very terrible where social worker Magnus is. I think we members of group 12 can do well to reach out to him to forward the copy of the copy he made corrections so that you can effect the corrections. Please kindly reach out to social worker Magnus and partner with your supervisor to see how you can effect those corrections. Thank you, social worker Magnus. We appreciate your time. We appreciate it. So we'll now give opportunity to group 12 members to tell us what they intend to do with what social worker Magnus pointed out.
We sincerely appreciate social worker Magnus for the correction he has already cited. We will take note of the corrections and reach out to him for the soft copy and inflict the corrections immediately. Thank you very much.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. We would now be taking up the presentation of group number 13. Group number 13 will be presenting on the theme challenges of parental stress on child's academic performance in single parents household. So please, group members should kindly listen to their names as we do a roll call. Ibinabo Thames Okuchi Lidney. Ibinabo Thames Okuchi Lini, absent. Patricia Ndudi Ogala.
Present.
Yusuf Kehinde Adebisi.
Present, sir.
Ozurumba Angela.
What group is this?
Ozurumba Angela.
9.
Ozurumba Angela.
Ozurumba
is absent.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Yes.
She says her network is not good, but she's on YouTube.
Who is that?
That was what she said. Ozurumba.
Uzuka Michael. Uzuka Michael. Noted. That's not well noted. Uzuka Michael. Okay. Uzuka Michael is absent. Akpambo Benita. Akpambo de Benita.
Present.
Ndubisi Favor. Ndubisi Favor. Absent. Enyoku Good News Okudi.
Favor present, sir.
Who is that?
Ndubisi Favor, sir.
Ndubisi Favor. Noted. Enyoku Good News. Is that Good News?
Present, sir.
Yes, sir.
Akpambo is present.
Ikat Victoria.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Akpambo Benita, right?
Yes, present.
Noted. Okay. We'll now
Sir, Uzoka Michael, quick.
Uzoka Michael.
Tukumike, present.
Noted. All right. We'll now be calling on the group leader in the person of Kehinde Yusuf Adebisi, and Group 13 will be making a presentation on challenges of parental stress on child's academic performance in single-parent household. Please note that Group 13 is placed on a red flag. Impress us. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, sir. We are presenting challenges of parental stress on child's academic performance in single-parent household. Single-parent families are increasingly becoming prominent in many cultures worldwide, including Nigeria. This shift is often associated with various challenges that impact academic performance in children raised in these households. In Ogun State, like many parts of Nigeria, the difficulties faced by single parents can be compounded by socioeconomic factors, leading to various degrees of stress that directly influence a child's education and overall performance. Education is the process of facilitating learning or the acquisition of knowledge, skills, values, beliefs, and habits. It is the act of process of imparting or acquiring general knowledge, developing the powers of reasoning and judgment, and generally of preparing oneself or others intellectual for mature life. School education plays a great role in everyone's life, especially children. Nowadays, schools is a reflection of our society, and its objective is to train the citizen of tomorrow with the aim of educational success. Single parents statistics by gender shows that there are more women than men who are single parents. Among the single parents in the world, single mothers comprises the overwhelming majority of 84.3%, and lone father household comprises of 15.7%. A single parent can be a single mother or a single father, a solo parent, where the individual is a divorcee or a widower, or separated from their partner, unplanned pregnancy, disability, and it could also be a choice. Also, a man or a woman chooses to become a single parent through donor insemination or adoption, living with one of more dependent children. Statement of the problem. Parents have a great influence on their children's success and well-being at school, and achieving academic success is not solely dependent on student efforts, as other factors also play a role with the challenging family structures worldwide. Single-parent household has become more prevalent, contrasting the traditional nuclear family, regardless of whether the single-parent household are headed by mothers or fathers. Children in these families tend to underperform
You have 1 minute to
compared to
conclude.
their peers from
Conclude in 1 minute this
two-parent
time. Yes,
households. Sir?
You have 1 minute to conclude, please.
Okay. Objective of this research is, number one, is to identify the major source of stress experienced by single-parent household hindering a child's academic performance. Number two, examine the relationship between parental stressor and academic performance. Number three, investigate the emotional and behavioral outcome in children that may mediate the link between parental stress and academic achievement and performance. I will leave that to other participants. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. We'll now be calling on Akpambo Chidima Benita. Akpambo Chidima Benita. Okay.
Good afternoon or good evening, everyone. So
You're welcome.
taking over from where my leader stopped, we had 3 research sessions guiding this study. The first one is, what are the major sources of stress experienced by single parent households hindering a child academic performance? What are the emotional and behavioral outcomes in children that may mediate the link between parental stress and academic achievement? Number 3, is there any relationship between parental stressors and academic performance? And the significance of the research. The benefit of this research extends beyond academic knowledge, as these findings will provide practical recommendations for educators, social workers, counselors, and policymakers. By gaining a deeper understanding of the parental stress faced by single parents, schools, and communities will be better equipped to offer the necessary support and resources to help these children, to help them succeed both in parenting, psychologically and emotionally. Furthermore, understanding the relationship between stressors and the coping mechanisms will as well aid in the development of more effective educational policies and practices tailored to this demographic. Hello.
Are you done?
Hello.
Thank you for that presentation, and thank you for managing our time. Picking up the last presenter for Group 12, and I'm calling on Group 13 rather, and I'm calling on Patricia Ogala. Okay, please give it up for Good News Okudiri. Okay. Good News Okudiri. Okay, Good News is absent.
Okay, this is Ogala.
Ogala, please take it up. Thank you.
We used the study employed the descriptive correlational research design.
Good news is here. He's having issue with his phone. Sorry, sir.
The population of the study ranged from the ages of 13 to 18 years without parents in Ogun State. The technique that was used is purposive sampling techniques, and our sample size is 50. Self-administered questionnaire, that's Google, was which for this very descriptive statistics summarize the demographic data, and then we can see the results that were presented. The results are, in table 1 that represent the result of research question number 2, and table 2 represent the result of research question number 3. Conclusion: the study concluded that there are a number of challenges which arise as a result of single parenting on child's academic performance, as it has been explained by the respondent in the process of data collection for the fulfillment of the study. Therefore, there is a great need of active involvement of both parents positively impact children's academic performance, emphasizing the need for cooperation regardless of parental status. Emotional, financial issues, and time constraints can hinder academic success. Parental engagement, including monitoring schoolwork, is vital for a child's education, for a child's
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. We appreciate your time, Group 13. So we'll now be calling on Group 13 discussant to make a review. And we'll be calling on social worker Rosemary Amalinze. Please, ma.
Can you hear me, sir? Please, good news is back.
What did you say?
I said, please, Enyoko, good news is back, sir. I was having network glitches.
Don't worry, don't worry. Let's listen to your reviewer, please. So, social worker Amalinze, you have our attention, please.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Good evening, the coordinator, my senior colleagues. So I'll be reviewing the topic, challenges of parental stress on child's academic performance in single-parent household. So I have my observations and corrections for Group 13. Firstly, the name of the institute is meant to come, that's in your cover page. The name of the institute is meant to come right under the group members' names, indicating the group is submitting the seminar paper in partial fulfillment for the requirements of FIPE for the award of C-ISOWN. That's you know the full meaning, Chartered Institute of Social Workers of Nigeria, Social Workers Practitioners of Nigeria. That first page is totally out of place. So I don't know how how will I put it? The institute you are submitting to, how it will come first.
Let's give her some time. Let's give her some time.
As if those that will read the literature or the study will not understand what you're writing. So why would you keep on highlighting single parenting? And if the research will focus on single mothers, it should have come to the topic. It should have been added to the topic. And you have no particular location. You didn't state the secondary school you used. You just said senior secondary schools in Ogun State. Which part of Ogun State? Which secondary school? So all these things are the faults I found with this work. Then, some of the in-text citations having acronyms were supposed to have full names before using acronyms and subsequently. Then, number of authors cited in some parts of the work, that's in the literature, was not removed. Number of authors tagged in the literature was not removed. And that thing indicates it's a copy and paste work. You copied and pasted and you did not remove those numbers. Then I found out also that in the aligning of your work, the fonts and the spacing does not align. Some were in 2.0 spacing, while some were in 1.5 spacing, also showing that you copied and pasted this work without arranging them with the given guidelines. Okay. Again, there is no main objective of the study, and the group just jumped into primary objectives. Just rearrange that to main objective and specific objectives. The group kept on highlighting single parents in both. Okay, I've said that before. The group kept on The group wrote that little studies has been conducted in relations to single parent household as a factor affecting students' education. Yet there was no research gap filled, because that thing was even the more reason while there will be a research gap filled. In the statement of the problem, they wrote that, but there was no research. They just wrote it and left it hanging with no research gap filled. Then in the use of, in your objectives and research questions, they did not align. The research questions and the objectives did not align at all. You were writing something different in the objectives and writing something different in the questions. Then you also used small letters to start your words in the sentences. At this level, you used small letters to start your words in a sentence throughout the research objectives and then in some of the research questions too. Then coming to your literature review, there was no sign of statements on empirical literature. Rather, it was theoretical literature, and even that was like you were writing out of place. You were emphasizing more on academic performance of students and not linking it properly to the study. That's the challenges of parental stress, which you were writing. You were just writing on the academic performance of students and all that. And you were writing both on, you said you wanted to focus on single mothers, and you were busy writing both on both parents, like writing about single fathers and single mothers. So this is just a mix up. It's just a mix up. Then in your methodology, the population of the study in the research methodology was very wrongly stated. Like, for example, what I saw there is the participants of this study are among senior secondary school students without either and single mothers in Ogun State. What does that mean? When I read it, I didn't understand the meaning of that. So for me, that was nothing. You just wrote nothing there. Do you want to tell us you are talking about the whole of Ogun State or a particular location? Then, no study population was mentioned. Okay, even the secondary, if you are talking about using a secondary school, there should be an age range. Is it junior secondary, senior secondary, or from junior to senior secondary? All that was not seen. Then, after the method of data analysis, no discussion on findings was seen. The group just drew conclusions of their study. And also, in the data analysis, where they wrote data analysis, they made a mistake there. They wrote method of data analysis, which should have been data analysis. Also, correct in table 1, representation, correct to representation of results on question 2, and then subsequently not represent question. I don't know what you wrote there, but I know it's not in line. Then in methodology again, the sampling method also failed to state the instrument of data collection, the type of interview used, whether in-depth interview or FGD and so on. You said that you used purposive sampling. How did you arrive at the number of participants you mentioned while making your presentation now? Because that number of participants you mentioned, that 50 participants were not found in your work. Maybe when you had others presenting, you had to go and correct your own or add up a number because it's not written in your work. Then, no particular, okay, I've said that. Then the level of significance was set at 0.05, that is 5%, and results were presented in tables for clarity and representation according to the study. But this was never found in the frequency table and analysis. In fact, you did not do any analysis. I just feel that this is a copy and paste work. I saw this when I was going through this. I just knew that this was a copy and paste work. You didn't do anything. Like, you're just mixing up things, writing and mixing up things. Then, in your recommendations, you huddled up your recommendations, which were not even properly enumerated. It is supposed to be enumerated like one after the other, so that when someone is reading them or going through it, it will be very clear, but you just muddled up things there. Again, your references was totally out of place. This is not even the upper referencing style, not even the 5th, 6th, or the 7th edition. I think you used, is it MLA or what? Then went and picked up some DOIs and links and added it to it. It was totally out of place. Please, you need to really overhaul this work, because if I'm the one grading it, it's not get an A or B, seriously speaking, let alone going for publication. You modeled up things. In fact, for the throughout today, I think this is the I don't just want to use the worst study I've heard here so far. In fact, I got tired at some point after when I was doing the corrections. I just had to do it because it's an obligation. So 13, kindly go and effect your corrections. I will send the corrections in the group for your effecting. Thank you.
Thank you, social worker. Thank you, social worker Amalinze, for that review. We appreciate your time, and I want to believe group members. I want to believe that members of Group 2 paid rapt attention while you were making that review, and they will definitely reach out to you to get a copy so as to effect the corrections. Thank you. We look forward to having you again. We are looking forward to have you again next time. So it's now time for group members to tell us what they intend to do with the points raised.
Thank you, Ma. We'll make corrections, and after you have sent us the copy, we'll try and make corrections on every area highlighted. I will get back to the institute. Thank you, Ma.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you very much for your time. We'll now be taking up the presentation of group number 4.
So please, before the group, sorry, sir, I want to say something from group 13. Am I being heard?
Who is speaking?
My name is Akpambo Chidimma from group 13.
Akpambo, what happened?
Yes. I want to apologize on behalf of one of our members that interrupted sometime. Before we started our presentation, you also made a statement that the group was on red flag or something because of that thing that happened. So please, my knees are on the ground. I want to apologize. I don't know if she's still here, but please, I want to apologize on her behalf for the outburst. Not everyone can manage maybe stress or being in a place for a long period of time. So please, pardon us or forgive us, please, sir. Thank you.
It's okay. It's okay. Noted. Well noted. But then wherever we find ourselves, we need to act like a social worker that we are. Okay. But I appreciate your wisdom, and we would act on it. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Let's take up the presentation of group number 4. Please, group number 4. Members of group number 4 should kindly listen to their name as we take up a roll call. Marcus Joy.
Present. Marcus Joy, present.
Okay, Tareya Sophia.
Present, sir.
Olubami Bimbo.
Good evening, sir. I'm here, sir. Ariyo Olubumi Bimbo.
Yep. Our Constance.
Present, sir. I'm here.
Chukwela.
Present,
Or
sir.
Chukwulewa Favor. Chukwulewa Favor. Okay. Favor Chioma Chukwulewa is absent. Okoro Chukwuemeka.
Present, sir.
Obi Gulovet. Molly Ofonibenga.
Molly Ofonibenga, present, sir.
Akwarandu Margaret Onyedikachi.
Present, sir.
Williams Ian. Williams Inyang. Aleruchi. Williams is absent. Odusola Adiola Elias.
Present, sir. Present, sir.
All right. Group number 4 will be making a presentation on the impact of an inclusive healthcare system on the quality of life of Nigerians. Please give it up for the group leader, Okoro Chukwuemeka. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, sir.
Group 4, your time is counting, please.
Good afternoon, our moderator. Good afternoon, our distinguished reviewers and the social workers in the chat, and good afternoon to my fellow colleagues and students. This is Group 4, and my name is Okoro Chukwuemeka, and we'll be talking about the impact of an inclusive healthcare system on the quality of life of Nigerians. Introduction. Healthcare is universally recognized as a basic human right and a foundation for social and economic development. Across the world, countries are embracing inclusive healthcare systems, models designed to ensure that everyone has equal access to affordable, quality health service without discrimination. These systems promote equality, justice, and fairness, especially for marginalized groups such as women, elderly, the poor, and people with disability. Now, globally, it has been successful around some countries. For example, United Kingdom.
Somebody.
Yes, sir.
Sir, please, sorry, I'm present. Ian Williams, I'm present. I've been here since morning. I'm present.
Let's take up the next.
Why are they not responding now?
Are you done with your presentation?
No, sir, I wasn't done. I was interrupted. They were saying something. So I kept quiet to see if
you have just 1 minute to conclude, please.
Okay, I was trying to cite examples globally where inclusive healthcare has been successful. And I mentioned the United Kingdom National Health Service, which offers free healthcare at the point of use. Also, in Canada's universal health system, under the Canada Health Act, it emphasized accessibility and universality for healthcare among its citizens. Now, in Nigeria, inclusive healthcare remains a major challenge, despite policies like the National Health Insurance Scheme of 2005 and the National Health Insurance Authority Act of 2022. Over 70% of Nigerians pay for healthcare out of pocket, resulting in catastrophic expenditures, increased poverty, and reduced quality of life. Disparity between urban and rural health services persists, with many rural areas lacking basic infrastructure, qualified personnel, and affordable care. Now, from a social work perspective, inclusive healthcare reflects the values of advocacy, equality, and empowerment. Social workers are the key in connecting disadvantaged individuals to healthcare services, promoting health literacy, and ensuring that no one is excluded based on gender, income, or background. By collaborating with health professionals and community leaders, social workers bridge the gap between medical care and social realities, thereby advancing social justice and health. Now, for this work, we used 4 specific objectives, which is number 1, to access the current level of inclusiveness in Nigeria's healthcare system. 2, to examine how inclusive healthcare affects the quality of life of Nigerians. 3, to identify the challenges hindering the implementation of inclusive healthcare in Nigeria. And lastly, to propose strategies for promoting and sustaining inclusiveness in healthcare delivery. I would stop for here, and my colleagues will take it up. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you for that presentation. We'll now call on the next presenter from the group. Our Constance, please.
Sir, please, I'm present. Ian Williams, I'm present. I've been saying I'm present.
So let us fly, Nabi. When I was calling your name, you did not answer, or you want to disturb us.
But you didn't
Our
hear,
Constance.
please. I'm sorry about that.
Noted. Williams, Ian. Noted, please. Our Constance.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Akwarandu Margaret Onyedikachi.
Present, sir.
Our Constance is marked absent. Please, Onyedikachi.
Our leader has stopped production. Let me start from. Yes, sir.
Hello.
This
Hello.
of the
Our
sort.
Constance is here. Hello. Hello. Are you hearing me? Hello, sir.
Objective.
We can hear
Hello?
you. Continue, please. We
Our
can hear
Constance
you.
is here.
Objectives of the
I'm
study.
not hearing you. Hello. Hello,
Assess
sir.
the impact of inclusive healthcare on
Hello.
quality of life.
Our
Overall,
Constance is here.
Onyedikachi, hold on.
marginalized.
Hold on.
Okay, sir.
Onyedikachi, hold on. Who is disturbing us?
Hello.
What's the problem, please?
Our Constance is here. Hello.
Can you make a presentation?
Hello. I can't even hear what is happening. Hello.
I said you should make a presentation.
Hello. Network is really so. I can't hear you.
Please stop disturbing us. Mute your mic. Stop disturbing us.
Hello.
Akwarandu, you can proceed.
Okay, sir. Objectives of the study. Assess the impact of inclusive healthcare on quality of life. Overall well-being for marginalized or vulnerable to ensure that everyone receives quality care regardless of their socio-economic status. To examine inclusive level in Nigerians' healthcare system. To assess how well system provides qualitable access to quality healthcare, especially for vulnerable, like low-income communities, rural populations, marginalized group. 3, identify barriers hindering inclusiveness. Prevent individuals or groups from participating fully, geographical barriers, cultural barriers, social barriers, and theoretical framework. It explains how non-medical factors influence health outcomes, like economic stability, education, access to quality healthcare. Is for developing effective policies and intervention to address health disparities and promote health quality. Theory inequality are socially produced due to unequal access to resource. 19th century, it shows that health disparities and social inequalities are not inevitable or natural, but due to policies that leads to unfairly distribution of resources. Anderson's behavioral model. Healthcare use depends on predisposing and needs factors. This model explains that healthcare utilized is influenced by individuals' likelihood seeking healthcare, like age, sex. Methodology. Study based on secondary data, journals, WHO, that is World Bank reports, textbooks, internet, comprehensive literature review and analysis method, research and literature on a specific topic to develop a framework. Findings, impact of inclusive healthcare. Improve life expectancy, reduce disease burden. Is increasing life expectancy. 2, be reducing disease burden, mortality, reducing death rate, disease. 2, provides financial protection and mental ill-being, mental well-being. It shielded individuals and families from financial hardship due to medical expenses, mental well-being supporting individual emotional and psychosocial health, reducing stress, health care costs. And 3, enhance access for marginalized group. Improving healthcare access to utilize for population that face barriers to healthcare service, social determinants like education, poverty, people with disabilities. Challenges to include.
All right, thank you. Your time is well spent. Let us now listen to the last presenter from your group. I'll be calling on Odusula Adiola to please make a presentation.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
You're welcome.
I will continue from where my colleague stopped from. I will continue from strategies for promoting inclusiveness. To promote and sustain inclusiveness in Nigeria, we have made some studies and we have some recommendations as in develop inclusive policy framework. These have to be developing a strong policy framework focused on fairness and equal access, and ally policy with SDG 3 and National Health Act 2014. We have to ensure that alignment with national and global health goals such as SDG 3 and the National Health Act 2014 is being ensured that it's being carried out. And ensure financial stability and accountability. This is to guarantee our financial sustainability and accountability through adequate funding and transparent management. And this has to be expanded, and we have to expand our health insurance and CBHI coverage. That is to say that under this our study, under the strategies for promoting inclusiveness, we have to expand the health insurance coverage, particularly through community-based and subsidized schemes. And as I continue in our next infrastructure and workforce. Infrastructure and workforce. Under this our study, we have been presented that we have to upgrade our rural health facilities. And we have to go ahead to ensure that disability and friendly centers are being created. And as a social worker, we have to make sure that as many as are being disabled, we have to be their friends to carry out all this. And we need human resources for this. In infrastructure, and we need human resources to enhance the health education and community participation to increase awareness and service utilization. Also, incentive for rural posting. For all the areas that are rural places, they need to be carried along to be part of the inclusiveness as in infrastructure and workforce, incentive for posting. And I continue with our community engagement and technology. We have to leverage our digital technologies to improve efficiency and data-driven decision-making while ensuring equitable access, because there must be an equitable access to every, no matter the person may be, being poor, being rich, or whosoever it may be, there must be an equitable access. And we have to promote health education and preventive care. We have to encourage community in participation and make sure that use of digital health system for equitable access also. And I continue in our recommendation. No, I still continue, because as a social worker, role of social work in inclusive health work. As a social workers, we have to act as a bridge between patients, system, and policymakers. We play a central role in advising inclusive healthcare by bridging the gap between communities and health service. As a social workers, we advocate for patients' rights, connect marginalized groups to services, and promote equity and dignity in healthcare delivery. We provide psychosocial support and ensure that health intervention address both medical and social needs. Our active involvement helps translate inclusive health policies into practical, people-centered outcomes, and we ensure that no one is left behind. And we go ahead in this our presentation for our recommendations. We have to increase government health. Government needs to increase their fund when it comes to health. The study recommends a comprehensive approach to strengthen and sustain inclusive health in Nigeria. The government has to increase health sector funding to equip facilities and improve access, particularly in rural and in marginalized areas. And integrate social work into healthcare delivery. Healthcare infrastructure and workplace must be upgraded through better facilities, training, and fair remuneration. Public health education should be intensified to raise awareness about preventive care and healthy living. Effective policy implementation accountability are essential, supported by anti-corruption measures and transparent monitoring the system. In integrating our social work into healthcare delivery, the social work practice is a vital and identify and support vulnerable groups. We will ensure inclusiveness. The adoption of digital technology and data systems can enhance healthcare efficiency and accessibility, especially in remote areas. Public-private partnerships should be strengthened to leverage funding and innovation. They can go ahead also to address the social determinants of health, such as poverty, housing, the employment, and further improve quality of life. And finally, we will promote equity and non-discrimination in health delivery, and we ensure all Nigerians, regardless the background or ability, there should be fairness and respectful treatment. And I will go to our conclusion. And as inclusive health care promotes fairness, equity, and well-being, these studies include that inclusive healthcare significantly enhances fairness, equity, and overall quality of life in Nigeria, particularly for the poor and vulnerable. Although challenges like inadequate funds, weak infrastructure, and inequality persist, inclusively in attained through effective policy, transparency, and stakeholder collaboration.
Please kindly conclude.
Among governments. And I want us to know that key
Thank you.
to
You've
national
exhausted
development
your
and
time, please.
social justice
Hello, you've exhausted your time.
Hello, sir. Thank
You've
you,
exhausted
sir.
your time. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
We want to extend a heartfelt thank you to Group 4 for your nice presentation. We will now be calling on your group discussant to make a review of your group work. And please permit me to call Social Worker Hope. Please, you have our attention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone, and good evening to the researchers. You guys did a good job. I'll start by commending the progression in your background to the study. It's nice that you started from talking about the issue at a global level, coming down to Africa and then to Nigeria. But then your work do not have a statement of the problem. And a statement of the problem is what will tell us why the subject you're studying is a problem and how much of a problem it is. So I think it's important you include the statement of the problem in your study. Also, the significance of your study. How relevant is your study to practically and theoretically? You need to add that as well. I will just be running through them because of time. I would make it detailed in the soft copy I will send. Then also the objectives and research question did not really show any tie to social work. So we should have an objective or a research question that is aiming to answer for the role of social workers in ensuring the inclusivity of healthcare in Nigeria. Then your work also do not have a literature review. I don't know why. Then for your theories, I would advise that you reposition it so that when you talk about the theory, the propounder, the year, you talk about the assumptions first before you go forward to explaining what the theory is all about or the idea behind the theory. And then it is also important that you operationalize in the sense that you show close relationship between the theory and what you're studying. So it's very crucial. Then the next thing I want to highlight is in your materials and methods. I think that section is really lacking. In research, in as much as it's important for you to show us what you did, it is equally very important for us to know how you did what you did. So you should always be giving us rationale behind the methods you use. So you said you chose the secondary data. So why did you choose the secondary data as opposed to primary data? Then you should also tell us, where did you get your journals from? Did you get it online? Did you go to an institution to get the data? Did you go to a library? How did you source these journals that you use? Then also tell us, like, what kind of journals did you use? Then how many books, how many journal articles, how many gray literatures did you use for the research? Then you should also tell us how you analyze the data. Did you do content analysis? Did you do a case study analysis or a thematic analysis? We should be able to see that in your materials and methods. And then you should also change the present tense to past tense because you've already done the research. Then I think also for your references, I can see that you aim to use the APA 7th edition, but you were not consistent. So try as much as possible to be consistent in your references from the beginning to the end. So I will just leave it at this and send you the soft copy. Thank you.
That's a nice one from Social Worker Hope Nwabinli. We appreciate your timely review, and we are also happy to have you. We look forward to having you more on this platform. So it's now time for group members to tell us what they intend to do with the gray areas pointed out?
Thank you, sir. Firstly, I want to thank the moderator and thank our reviewer for pointing out areas that we need to work on. And to this, we are going to do the work and do what was said. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. So that will now take us to the last group, but not the least anyway. That's group number 9. Please, members of group number 9 should pay attention as we do a roll call. Group number 9, we have Dada Adewumi.
Present, sir.
Amadi God's Power.
Present, sir. Are you hearing me?
Clearly, loud and clear.
Okay.
Owa Mary.
Present, sir. Me here.
Adeshina Olasola.
Olushola. Present, sir. Olushola.
Nnamani Chidebere Timothy.
Present, sir. Present, sir.
Ume Ukamaka.
Present, sir.
Oluwakemi Chinda.
Present, sir.
George Vivian. George Vivian. Okay, George Vivian is absent.
Present, sir. Present.
You're welcome. So group 9 will be making the presentation on the effect of passion, skills, and mentorship on effective functioning of social work practitioners in Nigeria. Let's give it up to the group presenter or leader who will take the first presentation. And we are calling on Adeshina Oluyomi.
Hello. Hello, sir.
We can hear you clearly.
Hello. Yeah. Good evening, our distinguished panelists, our supervisors, our lecturers, all members and at C-ISOWN. I appreciate the privilege given to me to represent Group 9. On the first slide, we have a research title which states the effect of passion, skills, and mentorship on effective functioning of social work practitioners in Nigeria. Slide 2, introduction. Social work in Nigeria face increase in demand of competence, motivation, and accountability. Despite the professional training, variation exists on how effectively practitioners function in Nigeria. Now, this study aims to investigate how passion, skills, and mentorship shape the effective functioning of practitioners in Nigeria. Looking at the challenges that faces social work practice in Nigeria, like lack of funding and growth development, high workload and high caseload, stigmatization and wrong perception about social work service, poor working conditions, and lack of support from government and stakeholders, unclear policies, etc. The social workers are facing these challenges, and it's actually bringing an implication on my intentions. And besides, the 3 independent variables that we have in this topic, which is passion, skills, and mentorship, can never be overlooked if we actually want an effective functioning in the social work field and rendering a quality service delivery to our client users or service users. In other words, this study, after going through this study, it's based on the findings, it contributes to improving a quality social service delivery and informed consent for policy directions for professional development, such as the one that C-ISOWN is undergoing right now, and we are also a training there. Also, looking at passion itself, it is an inevitable component in social work practice because it is a fuel that ignites the fire for zeal, which propels a compassionate and sustainable service delivery for the vulnerable in the society. While skill is also an instrument or a tool that is used to build reports, assessments, and then develop an intervention, the right and appropriate intervention skill for service users. And also why mentorship is a guidance and support and feedback for by the high experienced practitioners to the less experienced practitioners. The interplay between these independent variables has a high effect on effective functioning of social work practitioners in Nigeria. Although we use a mixed method approach in order to get an enough data for this study. And also, based on this study, we discovered that there is a lacuna between academic learning and real life experience or application. So this study tries to fill this gap by ensuring that social work practitioners develop a coping mechanism to face all these challenges so that there will be a reduction in migration retentions, which is now a global phenomenon, which we call JAPA syndrome. Most practitioners are planning to, some have moved out of the country, and it's actually affecting the vulnerable in the society because we need licensed and professional social workers in Nigeria to face these emerging social problems, which is at an escalating increase in Nigeria. Therefore, based on all these studies, we developed 4 objectives, of which on the slide 3, one is to identify the factors that influence passion and motivation for effective functioning of social work practitioners in Nigeria. 2, to examine the relationship between skill development, job satisfaction, and performance among social work practitioners in Nigeria. 3, to investigate the effect of mentorship on effective functioning of social work practitioners in Nigeria. And lastly, to recommend strategies to improve competence, sustainability, and migration intentions of practitioners in social work practice in Nigeria. And also, 4 theories are adopted for this study, which my other colleagues will add more stress on it and give an explanation, which is more applicable to this topic. The first one is self-determination theory, while the second one is social learning theory. The third one is attachment theory. And finally, the last one is human capital theory. And also, in this research study, we adopted a mixed method approach, which is qualitative and qualitative in nature, a population of social work practitioners from the public and private institutions in some states in Nigeria were used because when we are administering our questionnaire, we are from different states. So to get a quality and quality data collection, we administer the data in a different states among social work practitioners, most especially students of C-ISOWN. And also, the sample size used was 250 social work practitioners in public and private sectors in some states in Nigeria. And also, the sampling technique that was used was a stratified random sampling technique, while the research validation was done by the supervisor assigned to the group. And also, instruments for this study was divided into 2 groups. The first one is a structured questionnaire, which was divided into 4 sections. And the first section is demographic information, which consists of age, sex, years of experience, etc. And the other sections measures passion and effective functioning, skill and effective functioning, and migration intentions. While the second section was an in-depth interview, which is the qualitative method. It was an in-depth interview with social workers, which was the data collected was through a survey platform, and it was an online online data collection. And also the data was analyzed through an influential and descriptive statistical data analysis, and also an informed consent. There was an ethical consideration of an informed consent.
Kindly conclude, please. Kindly conclude, please.
Okay, thank you. An informed consent from our respondents was also adopted. Confidentiality and anonymity was used, and we believe that the end of the outcome of the research will have an impact on social work practitioners in Nigeria and reduce migration intentions. Thank you for listening. I hope my other colleague will stress more on the aspect of the theory. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for that nice presentation. Let's pay attention to Judge Vivian as she make a presentation. Judge Vivian. Hello, Judge Vivian. Okay, Judge Vivian is absent. Can we hear from Amadi Gospower? Amadi Gospower. Okay, Amadi Gospower is also absent.
Okay.
You can read this from.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay, can we hear from Dada Adewumi?
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
We need to get a laptop so we
Please
can
go ahead.
No.
Hello.
If I want to go back to that other one.
You see,
please, your time is counting.
Do I take it from here?
Yes, please.
All right. Theoretical framework. Hello, everyone. My name is Morolake Arukodare. This study is grounded in 4 theoretical frameworks. We have the self-determination theory, known as SDT. We have the social learning theory, SLT. We have the human capital theory, HCT, and attachment theory. Now, these theories provide a comprehensive understanding of the factors influencing social work practitioners' effective functioning. Let's go into self-determination theory. Okay, so in the 1980s, it was brought about by Edward L. Deci and Richard M. Ryan. It posits that human behavior is motivated by 3 innate psychological needs, which are autonomy, competence, and relatedness. Now, according to self-determination theory, these needs are universal and essential for human growth, well-being, and life satisfaction. It is highly relevant to understanding the effects of passion, skills, and mentorship on effective functioning of social work practitioners in Nigeria. Now, passion, which is a key driver of motivation, can be linked to the autonomy need in the self-determination theory. Now, when social work practitioners are passionate about their work, they are more likely to feel a sense of autonomy and volition, which can enhance their motivation and engagement. Now, skills development can be linked to the competence need in the self-determination theory. When practitioners acquire new skills and competencies, they feel more confident and competent in their work, which can enhance their motivation and effectiveness. Let's quickly go over to social learning theory. Oh, sorry, please. In conclusion, the self-determination theory provides a useful framework for understanding the effect of passion, skills, and mentorship on effective functioning of social work practitioners in Nigeria and the implications for migration. Now, by applying SDT principles, organizations and policymakers can develop targeted interventions to support social work practitioners and enhance their effectiveness, ultimately improving the delivery of social services to vulnerable populations. Let's go back to social learning theory. Social learning theory was propounded by a renowned psychologist known as Albert Bandura in 1977. Now, it posits that learning is a cognitive process that occurs through observation, through imitation, and reinforcement. Now, according to social learning theory, individuals learn new behaviors, attitudes, and knowledge by observing and imitating others, and by experiencing the consequences of their actions. It is highly applicable to understanding the effects of passion, skills, and mentorship on effective functioning of social work practitioners in Nigeria. Passionate and skilled mentors can serve as role models, demonstrating effective practices and inspiring less experienced practitioners to adopt similar behaviors through observation and imitation. Now, it provides a useful framework for understanding the effects of passion, skills, and mentorship on effective functioning of social work practitioners in Nigeria. It has several applications for practice. Firstly, organizations can use SLT to develop targeted training programs that promote skills development and knowledge transfer. Secondly, mentors can be trained to provide effective guidance and support, enhancing practitioners' confidence and competence. Now, finally, organizations can foster a culture of learning and development, encouraging practitioners to share knowledge and best practices. Let's go back to the third theory used, which is human capital theory. It provides a valuable framework for understanding the effects of passion, skills, and mentorship on the effective functioning of social work. Now, it was developed by Gary Becker in 1964. This theory posits that individuals invest in themselves through education, training, and experience to increase their productivity and earnings. Now, it views humans as a form of capital, where investment in skills, knowledge, and abilities lead to improved economic outcomes. Passion skills refer to the abilities and competencies that enable social workers to excel in their roles. Mentorship plays a critical role in the development of human capital, particularly in the social work profession. HCT suggests that mentorship relationships can lead to increased productivity, job satisfaction, and retention among social workers.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Please, let us conclude. Okay.
Okay. So let's go over to attachment theory. It was propounded by John Bowlby, a British psychiatrist, and it posits that attachment styles can be secure or insecure, with secure attachment styles being characterized by feelings of safety, trust, and security. So individuals with secure attachment styles are able to form healthy, fulfilling relationships, and they are better equipped to navigate challenges and stress. So in conclusion, attachment theory provides a valuable framework for understanding the impact of early relationships on attachments and future relationships. It's the principles, attachment theory principles, organizations and policymakers can develop targeted interventions to support social work practitioners.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
You've exhausted your time. Can we
Hello,
hear?
sir. Hello, sir. Please, I'm back. It's my network.
Who is speaking?
It's Dada Ayobola Adewumi. It's my network, sir. I'm back. Can I conclude, sir?
You have just 2 minutes to do that.
Sorry, I don't know why my network acted up.
Okay, ma, it's okay. You can quickly conclude.
Okay, thank you. So just to conclude on the recommendations for this workshop, for the recommendation, we concluded this. Sorry. Okay, this study provides valuable insights into the impact of passion, skills, and mentorship on effective functioning of social work practitioners in Nigeria and implications for migration. So the recommendations that we have based on the findings of this study, the following recommendations were made. 1, governments and stakeholders should increase funding and resources of social work services, including infrastructure, equipment, and personnel. Employers should ensure safe and healthy working conditions, including adequate office space, equipment, and security. Employers and stakeholders should provide regular training and development opportunities to enhance the skills and knowledge of social work practitioners. Stakeholders should promote the value and importance of social work profession to reduce stigma and negative perception. Governments and professional associations should develop
clear policies and guidelines for social work practice in Nigeria in order to ratify cracked unlicensed social work practitioners. Government should provide funding for social work education and training to increase the number of skilled social work practitioners in Nigeria. Finally, employers and stakeholders should provide regular training and capacity building programs to enhance the skills and knowledge of social work practitioners. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Group 9, for your presentation. We appreciate your time.
Sir, Vivian is online. No, my phone
Thank
went
you.
off.
Thank you, Group 9.
Thank you, Group 9, for your
Good evening, sir.
presentation. Thank you, Group 9, for your presentation.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, sir. Vivian is online. No, my phone went off.
Noted, please. Just kindly allow us to continue with the program. Thank you.
Thank you for the power bank. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I'll be listening to social worker Fedja as he review the work of Group 9. Social worker Ferdinand Omoja, please, you have our attention.
Good evening, everyone. Okay, this is my second missionary journey. I want to thank the presenters in this particular group, and this is Group 9. The presenters have presented very eloquently. Then I think what we are doing here is to just make the job format better. I have the corrections I made in your work, and one of the things that is missing is that you did not have the topic at your cover page, so you need to include that. You also need to look at spellings and other errors in writing. Then there are some places you see left aligned, justified. So the work is just scattered that way. You need to follow a format. Your abstract is very close to 300. You should be working between 200 to 250 abstract. There is a sentence you have here in your abstract. These study findings are expected to reveal a significant positive relationship. So if it is expected to reveal, what it means is that the work has not been done. And that puts a very big question mark on the findings you claim to have made. Then you're talking about passion, skills, and mentorship. I don't have problem with passion, skills, and mentorship, but along the line, on effective functioning of social work practitioners in Nigeria. So probably I may get that social work practitioners are your target population. In the study of this nature, I would suggest at a time when I was reading the body of the work, I was seeing experience of one particular Esther. I don't know who the Esther is, or it's somebody who interviewed. If you have effect of passion, skills, and mentorship on effective functioning of social work practitioners in Nigeria, you can do a case study of a social worker. You should say how one social worker is enough. If it is a social worker that has 20 to 30 years of experience in practice, then you can have a detailed discussion about how passion, skills, and mentorship has helped the person to grow and function in practicing social work in Nigeria. You can have that case study, and you can make your study pure qualitative study and avoid this issue of where you move from qualitative to quantitative in your methodology, and it's causing so much confusion. That is my major concern with your work. It does not seem to have a direction. But if you're able to make that in a case study of one single social worker who have practiced over a period of 20 to 30 years, I think it is acceptable so that you now begin to narrate a personal experience of that particular social worker on how passion, skill, mentorship has contributed to that person's work. I think so. You really need to look at your topic again to know that this is actually what you want to do. Your introduction followed the world perspective, African perspective down to Nigeria. So it is always very important that when you discuss a seminar of this nature that you follow through that trend. You have a whole lot of information in your introduction, which I appreciated, but there are so many short paragraphs. Some of them are 2-sentence paragraph. You understand? So you see how you can work on those to make it flow. So you don't just write, you stop, you begin another paragraph. It seems as if once you see a document, you cut, you join, and the rest. So please have another look at your work to try to harmonize it so that it flows very well. Then I'm seeing where you are having conclusion, where you are saying in conclusion in your introduction. You don't have in conclusion in your introduction. So remove that aspect. In your objective number 4, to recommend strategies for improving competency, migration, and intention. Along the line, you are talking about passion, skills, and mentorship. All of a sudden, you brought in migration and migration retention in your decision. Migration is not part of what you are talking about. Migration will come as an after effect of something that has happened if there is no effective practice of social work. So that it comes out clearly as your objective is something that is worrisome. So you can just have in your objective number 4 implication, to identify the implication for social work practice in Nigeria. So issue of migration could just come out under the implication of social work. Your theoretical framework, you have too many short sentences. I think I've made that point. And you have like 3 theories: social determination theory, which I connect with. You have social learning theory, which I also connect with. I have the human capital theory, which are also very good. Then you went down to begin to 3 theories is enough. And this is a seminar presentation. So just state the theory, present them the way you presented them, the assumptions and how they connect to your work. So I would suggest from attachments theory down to perspective and model, down to places where you have microsystem, mesosystem. I'm thinking that those things are not necessary. Then I'm looking at empirical case study. Yes, that is where that was what I saw, and I now felt that you can make your work a case study of a particular social worker who have practiced between 20 to 30 years, because I was looking at this work. The methodology is so confusing. You move from qualitative to quantitative. You talk about test of hypothesis. You talk about sample size. There is no sample size you are using. So if there is no sample size you are using, how did you arrive at 90-something percent or 70-something percent? So some of these things are really strange. So I will suggest that because your methodology is, to the best of my knowledge, not very clear, it will be difficult to have results. And if it is difficult to have results, the recommendation you have may be an academic exercise you got from somewhere, because it is not speaking to a particular findings. I hope that is clear. So a whole lot of other things that you now have 5.1. You don't have no reason to have 5.1 in your work. The structure that you are supposed to work on is on section A, section B, section C, section D. Do your conclusion and do your references. So try to ask others, those who follow those formats, and know that this is the way that the institute set out that a seminar of this nature should follow. Then, okay, so your references too is just written for the sake of references. I want to believe this looks like a work that was done without review of others. You people need to collectively look at it. The references you have in your text references did not comply with the APA 7th edition that is required. So I'm going to, through the coordinator, give the correction so that you take it up from there. You have, let me say it clearly, you have a lot of resources in your work, but the organization is very poor, and that is my major challenge. Another place I have problem is your methodology, and this methodology came out. This problem with methodology came out because the topic is very broad, that you find it difficult to connect. That is why you move from qualitative to quantitative, quantitative to qualitative, without having a clear cut of what you want to achieve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, social worker Ferdinand Omoja,
Thank you, sir.
the fine way you review
Thank you, sir.
that work. What a way to conclude our seminar for today. It has been a long day, well spent. You would agree with me that we've learned a lot, and we hope that knowledge has been passed and knowledge is gained, and we also expect it in practice. And one way we can demonstrate the fact that we've actually is to, without wasting time, implement corrections pointed out. We appreciate your corrections pointed out. Nothing good comes easy, and we thank you for the sacrifice made. Having said all of this, I want to call your minds to something very important. I think it's in mind when we started from the beginning. What we've just done is academic exercise. It's not tailored towards enhancing anybody. It's just to make this our work come out. So nobody had an opportunity for us to grow and to make improvements, to become better at what we do. As social workers, we become quality, and as well, there is no way we can this presentation this work forms part of our responsibility without having the ability and skills as well as the technical know-how to make presentations and presentations of this nature. So please, we implore you to continue to grow because there's always room for improvement. So do well to reach out to all your reviewers, group reviewers. As for the last group 9, you can reach out to me because ordinarily I was supposed to review, but because of engagement, social worker didn't have to step it. So I'll get the soft copy from me and send to you. So reach out to me. So reach out to all your group reviewers, get their comments, and then together with you, be able to take note of, liaise with your group supervisor and make the corrections. Okay? Some of these works are good enough to be published. So we hope that between now and the end of next week, we can get your corrections, okay? And also know that your corrections, when we receive your corrections, that's when we will now pile it up to compile your results. So that should enable you or inform you to act quickly, okay? So we appreciate your time and we say thank you. Take care and enjoy the rest of your day.
Hello, sir. Thank you, sir.
Hello, thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Yes.
sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
you,
you,
sir.
sir.
God bless you, sir. Regards
Thank you.
to the family.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
God bless
you.
We are
you.
grateful, sir.
Thank you,
Bye.
sir.
Thank you.
Hello.
Bye.
Thank you, sir. God bless you. Bye.
Thank you,
Hello.
sir.